There are some practical considerations in this, strategic ones. And you'll see that the two focal points of this conference will turn out to be at the end as they are at the beginning. The issue of Eurasian recovery, Eurasian development as the pivot for world recovery, including the role of Russia as a very special part of any such recovery effort, and the relationship of this Eurasian commitment to the contrasting situation of Africa. In other words, to understand the world as a whole in the simplest terms of reference, look at the possibility of what we can do in Eurasia, and then look at the needs of Africa in order to see humanity in its wholeness. Those who have the means to lift themselves up, and those on whose behalf, in the larger term, they must act to lift them up too. Because the idea of the general welfare, while it's a notion of government of each nation, also must be a notion of the relationships among the nations of the world. We must find a community of principle in the notion of the general welfare to unite nations for a common good. The common good is the general welfare of the nations, of the people in each, and of the community of nations as a group. It's the only chance for this planet. Now, to go to the question of what is the role of Russia. I addressed this yesterday in a forum. We had a seminar yesterday, and I shall restate it again here. Germany, like the rest of Western Europe and Central Europe, is also bankrupt. This is a condition which was installed immediately in 1989 through 1991, when the Soviet system collapsed, and was collapsed. At that point, since there was no credible adversary, the Anglo-American powers, led by Margaret Thatcher, who was made prime minister out of the wreckage of a greengrocer's daughter, George Bush, a mental case, the old George Bush, the young George Bush came by his mental infirmities honestly. It's only their money that they got dishonestly. And Francois Mitterrand. And these people set up a plan to prevent Germany from surviving the reunification of Germany, and set up a plan to destroy Eastern Europe, especially Russia. That was their plan. And if you look at the history since 1989, 1990, you'll see the result. That's exactly what happened. It was intentional. The plan was that they launched globalization, which was to destroy the last vestige of the sovereign nation state on this planet through globalization, to set up a modern financier oligarchical form of the Roman Empire, this time on a world scale, in which there would be one world government, which would be run out of London and Washington in concert with Canada, with Australia and New Zealand. And that's what's been happening. NATO is a joke. Nobody treats NATO seriously. NATO is nothing but an appendage of the Anglo-American facility. Sometimes with French cooperation, sometimes not. There is no NATO. There is no sovereignty in Europe, inefficiently. A world empire is emerging. A world empire with pagan Roman characteristics and fascism to boot. After all, fascism is nothing but Caesarism revived in the modern age. That's the intention. So under these conditions, Germany, which is being ruined, and you see it, the Chancellor, every time they turn around, Eichel, every time he turns around, they're cutting more, they're cutting more. The situation is desperate. The budget is unbalanced. The French budget is unbalanced. The Italian budget, well, they're used to it, so they put up with it better. It's always unbalanced. Other countries' budgets are unbalanced. They're cutting, but they're already below break-even, long below break-even. These nations cannot survive on their present budgets. They cannot survive physically on their present budgets. They're headed toward hell with no way out, no exit in sight. Now, Germany used to be the pivot of the European economy. And since they got rid of de Gaulle in France and so forth and crushed Italy, that most of Europe couldn't earn its own living, Western Europe. And the way in which Western Europe as a whole survived was through the margin contributed from Germany, a Germany whose ability to contribute to support the rest of the poor nations of Europe. They were all living on the German dole. Was Germany's high technology export capabilities. And as long as Germany maintained that those export capabilities, which it did up until about 1990, until the assassination of Herrhausen in 1989, then Germany could sustain Western continental Europe by providing the margin of balance by which Italy, France, and so forth could survive without collapsing. But what was done to Germany in the process of reunification, the way the operation was handled in the assimilation of the former East Germany, destroyed Germany from within too. And thus Germany is at a point that it cannot survive and Western Europe cannot survive the way things are going. So there's the obvious solution. There's a great potential market under the proper conditions in Asia, in China, India, other countries, which represent the largest portion of the human population. In a great area of particularly Central and North Asia, which is one of the great frontiers of growth of all humanity, an area of tundra and deserts and general underdevelopment. So through the mediation of Russia, which has a peculiarity historically of being a Eurasian nation per se, it's a result of the aftermath of the Mongol occupation. Through that mediation, it's possible for Europe to unite with Russia and nations in Asia to set up a long-term system under which, instead of consumer goods markets for these countries and consumer goods investments for these countries, you set up long-term development of the productive powers of labor in these nations, which means you're talking about a generation or more, which means a system of long-term credit issued by those nations which are producing the greater part of the technology production to the nations which need that supplement in order to get out of the mess they're in. So this means a system of long-term credit. This means interest rates in the order of 1% per annum, simple interest, no compound interest. Long-term agreements under which the great markets called need in South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, now come into a partnership with Europe, with Russia, with Japan, and so forth, in order to create a great economic boom with some of the same features that were used to rebuild Western Europe in the immediate post-war period through the various Marshall Plan, other programs, through the Kreditanstalt of Wiederaufbau in Germany, for example. That kind of program for a generation of recovery, a generation of progress, a generation of development. And in order to make this work, as has been understood for more than a century, almost a century and a half now, the only way this could be worked was to develop a system of infrastructural development which would effectively link the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean across Eurasia. Now this is not railroads, this is not Silk Roads, these are corridors of development, corridors which run a range of, say, 100 kilometers in width, up to 100 kilometers, from the Atlantic to the Pacific, going in various directions, north, south, and so forth. Along these routes, as we did in the United States with the Transcontinental Railroad, that the area on either side of the transportation axis becomes immediately in and of itself a sustainable area of economic development. Then by that means you can branch out from the main corridors into subsidiary corridors of development and capture the area. If we make that kind of link, you have one interesting change occurs immediately. For as long as we know, mankind's economy has been dominated by the oceans. Contrary to all these theories that the British biblical archaeologists tell you, civilization did not come from inland and march down the rivers to the seas. It went the other way. Everything we know, especially the information on the internal characteristics of ancient astronomical calendars, shows that these astronomical calendars were predominantly the calendars used by a transoceanic maritime culture functioning a long period of time when most of North Eurasia was under a giant glacier for about 100,000 years. And during that period, most of what became later civilization was running around the oceans. And from the time that these maritime cultures came back into Eurasia, following the melting of the glacier about 20,000 years ago, when that began, was to move inland. And the first directions were to move along the great riverways inland, to move along the coastways, close to the seas and close to the maritime traffic. And if you look at the map of the world, you'll find the characteristic of development, or non-development, is the lack of the ability to utilize efficiently the inland areas, the landlocked areas of the world, with the same degree of efficiency and productivity we can use the coastal areas and the chief riverways. So therefore, if you look in Central Asia, what do you see? You see, here's the heart of it. In China, you have a coastal area of China which reflects this, which is more highly developed, relatively speaking, and inland, the area is poorly developed, the population has a poorer standard of living, poor opportunities for development. This extends then into Central and North Asia as a whole. Therefore, if we conquer this area, what happens? Take a transportation alone. People will think today, who don't think, will think that ocean freight is the cheapest way to move freight. It's not true. The cheapest way to move freight is across land, not by truck. Trucks running up and down the highway tell you that the economy is being mismanaged. Too many trucks. It's not efficient. Costs too much. Intrinsically bad. Railways are much better. Integrated transport systems featuring railways, especially magnetic levitation systems, are excellent. Magnetic levitation systems move passengers more rapidly, but magnetic levitation systems for moving cargo, for freight, that is really a wonder. That's where the payoff comes. If you can move freight from Rotterdam to Tokyo at an average rate of 300 kilometers per hour, without much stopping along the way. And if for every 100 kilometers of motion across that route, you are generating the creation of wealth through production as a result of the existence of that corridor, then the cost of moving freight from Rotterdam to Tokyo is less than zero, and can be up to 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. Now, what ocean freight system can do that? Did you ever see a large supercargo ship producing wealth while it was traveling across the ocean? And at what speed? So therefore, we've come to a turning point in technology, which has emerged over recent periods, where the development of the internal landmass of the world and the great typical frontier is Central and North Asia. It's the greatest opportunity, single opportunity, before all mankind for development. Now this requires some revolutionary changes in the way we think about things. This means that we would be engaged in the greatest change in the environment in the history of mankind. This single project, say a 25-year or more, development of Central and North Asia in this direction, including the conquest of the tundra, The Arctic tundra is one of the great frontiers to be mastered. It can be done. Would mean a great change in the environment. Now, how are we going to decide what is good and bad about changing the environment? Well, what people think today about the environment is pretty stupid. It's wrong, doesn't make any sense, they don't know what they're talking about. And you see the kind of education you get, it's not no wonder they believe that nonsense. Especially people with physics degrees who don't know which end is up. But the great theory of the environment was established by a Russian of Ukrainian credentials, Vladimir Vernadsky, with his concept of geobiochemistry. See, what you're taught, the problem here is you're taught in most universities and elsewhere about science is nonsense. It's a damn lie, most of it, to put it frankly. What you're taught as basic physics is mostly a lie. Because we know from, as Vernadsky demonstrated this in his own way, and others have known it and shown it, that there are actually three principles involved in man's physical relationship to the earth and the universe. Three categories. One, the category we call non-living processes. What most people who aren't well educated call physical processes. Yeah? The second one, which some people don't understand, those in molecular biology, they refuse to understand it, is called the principle of life. You will never get life out of a non-living process. Life is, as Pasteur insisted, is a principle unto itself. But how it's a universal physical principle, which, as Vernadsky demonstrated with his biogeochemistry, is that the history of Earth is what? The oceans and the atmosphere were produced by living processes. Down several kilometers in the Earth's surface, most of the Earth that we are in touch with as humanity was created as a byproduct of living processes. What Vernadsky calls the natural products of the biosphere. We can measure it. We can measure the power of the biosphere over the non-living process. We can measure it. Living processes are superior to non-living processes. They're more powerful. They're apparently weak, but their long-term effects are more powerful than the short-term effects of the non-living processes. Now there's a third thing, which again Kant won't let you know. Immanuel Kant. That's why they call him Kant, because he can't do anything. If you believe him, you can't do anything either. The essential nature of man is that we are capable of making discoveries of universal physical principle. Discoveries we can validate in known experimental ways. By applying these principles, we increase our power in the universe in ways that can be measured physically per capita and per square kilometer. We can measure this in terms of the demographic effect of this kind of action. That is, does the human species improve its life expectancy, its power to exist in the universe as a result of this? Yes, it does. That's good. Mankind actually is primary mastery of nature has occurred in terms of man's mastery and development of the biosphere. So actually, the biosphere is including what we call basic economic infrastructure, such as waterways, power systems, transportation systems. These are the development of cities, of good cities at least. These are natural products of cognition which are reflected as improvements in the biosphere. The biosphere is weak. It is stupid. It does not know how to deal with the deserts it has. It does not know how to deal with the tundras. It does not know how to deal with other problems that it has. But we as human beings can come to our poor, stupid slave, the biosphere, and say, we will educate you and we will make you stronger and better. So mankind intervenes in the biosphere to make the biosphere better. And so the principles of discovery, the application or discovery of principles applied to the environment creates the natural products of cognition in the biosphere, which improves the biosphere, which increases the potential for human life. So this is not a mysterious, arbitrary area. This is an area of science. It's an area of scientific precision, which would mean that the job to do is not to say, is it good or bad to tamper with the environment? It's very good to tamper with the environment if you know what you're doing. But you have to develop the science of water management, the science of transportation, the science of reforestation, the science of how to change and control the atmosphere and the climate. You can't make big mistakes. These mistakes will live with you for a quarter century or longer. You can't make big mistakes. Therefore, you have to have competent people, competent groups of people making the determination of how we do this. But by changing the biosphere of Central and North Asia, and changing the biosphere in the arid areas of China and so forth, we will create the greatest boon for humanity in any part of this planet. What we need is a task-oriented mission task force to undertake the policy planning for precisely this, and it must be international. Now, the peculiar part of this is the case of Russia. Russia has gone from communism to liberalism without passing go, and certainly without getting $20 or $200. It got nothing. As a matter of fact, it lost money on the deal, as anyone knows. So Russia, the problem in Russia is to define itself, again, intention. This will work if Russia adopts the intention of playing that role for itself in a Eurasian development program, which means leading people in Russia must adopt such a perspective. And the Russian people must increasingly participate in that vision of the role of Russia in changing the situation in Eurasia and in Russia itself. Under those conditions, therefore, the role of Russia as a pivot with other parts of Eurasia is crucial. How? Well, first of all, there are conflicts of a historical and cultural nature among most of the nations of Asia. China and India, for example. China and Japan. Korea with China and Japan. And so forth and so on. So that on a bilateral basis, long-term agreements among these nations are very difficult to manage. However, if you have a common mission with a common interest, which involves a great number of these nations together, then you can bring them together in the system of cooperation. This is the natural role in which Russia can play a mediating part throughout Eurasia. What came up with Primakov when Primakov was prime minister on the triangular cooperation which we boasted very much and pushed for among Russia, China, and India to bring the nations of Asia together in this form. That is a viable idea. It has to be given more legs to walk on and a mind to direct it in that sense. But now in Western Europe, which is potentially a place we can revive the kind of high technology export potential which once existed in Germany, Italy, and so forth. Western Europe has to adopt a mission. Central Europe has to adopt a mission of participating in this development of Eurasia as a group of sovereign nation states through instrumentalities which they create among themselves to facilitate this cooperation. The object would be to bring the United States in to cooperate with that great venture. And when you look at Africa, as you'll have some discussion of that here, Africa has no chance. It's been too looted unless it has help. The help it requires is of the same nature. The primary needs from the outside for Africa, the crucial needs are in the area of basic economic infrastructure, particularly large-scale, extensible systems of large-scale basic economic infrastructure. Transportation links, power grids, water management. The redistribution of water in Africa can make a revolutionary difference in Africa. They needs assistance on this. If Africa is allowed to have the room to undertake its own development with that kind of assistance, Africa can develop. This assistance must come from viable other parts of the world. Prime case, Eurasia. If Eurasia is developing prosperously, then Eurasia will help Africa. But if the Americas and Eurasia are not developing, there will be no help for Africa. And the penalty of what has been done to Africa, like an infectious disease, will continue to destroy Africa, internally and otherwise. And therefore, we should see this connection in the world. Eurasia is the great center of human population. On it, there's a frontier. The conquest of inner space of Eurasia is a great focal point for a mission out of this process. When we then turn from Eurasia development to look to Africa and see the misery there, then we see a larger mission which exemplifies humanity as a whole. That's our chance. In the United States, we find in this process, as around the DC general fight, which we have not won, but we're fighting as nobody thought we could. In the fight against this deregulation of energy supplies, we're finding a great response from within sections of the American people who have been disregarded and cast aside, the lower 80% of the family income brackets, and who've been out of politics essentially, or out of control of politics for much of the past quarter century and longer. They're responding. They're responding why? Because my friends and I are intervening with people in the Democratic Party, all kinds of people, to bring them together around the idea of establishing the general welfare as a principle. The reference for that is easy. The general welfare principle, as Helga will indicate tomorrow, is an old principle in European civilization. It's one of the characteristic benefits of European civilization to all humanity, that concept as developed. The idea of the sovereign nation state as the alternative to empire. That's the great contribution. But in a most recent period, in a period which is most comparable in immediate recollection to that now, was the period of the Great Depression of the 1930s, when stupidity similar to that which rules the United States today, the stupidity of Teddy Roosevelt, that fascist, the stupidity of Woodrow Wilson, that Ku Klux Klan racist, the stupidity of Coolidge, who talked too much. That's why he didn't talk. He got himself into trouble every time he opened his mouth, so he didn't talk, at least not in public. These people, along with Mellon, destroyed the United States and destroyed much of the rest of the world. So Franklin Roosevelt came in very simply. Franklin Roosevelt had poliomyelitis, was crippled. He fought against the crippling effect of polio, and during this period restudied his own roots. He was a descendant of one of the collaborators of Alexander Hamilton some centuries before. And he studied found again his roots in the American Revolution, and brought forth as governor of New York and as candidate for president of the United States, brought forth a conception which transformed that traditionally ultra-racist party called the Democratic Party. Remember, the Democratic Party was conceived as a racist, treasonous party, and remained so until Roosevelt became president, even though there were some decent people in it from time to time. Roosevelt changed that. Roosevelt transformed the Democratic Party from the party of racism and treason into a party which is committed to the promotion of the general welfare. Not that he was able to act with a sweep of the hand to install the general welfare, but he fought to establish the principle. And most important, he fought to establish the principle in the minds of the American citizens. See, we are not emperors. We cannot, with our wave of the hand, declare a principle and then impose it by our will on people. The way we convey a principle is as philosophers in action, who convince people that that principle is the way in which they ought to live and act. And when a people is aroused to act for that principle, then the great good comes. The great good does not, no man is a god. No man can decree by a wave of the hand and give the world something according to principle. What a man can do is what a man can do. An individual human being can develop and transmit ideas, utilize ideas, convey these ideas to others. The function of leadership is essentially that of a philosopher, which few politicians seem to understand. It is the philosopher who conveys and implants ideas in people, ideas of principle, like a scientist who conveys discoveries. It is the implanting of those ideas in the social process, the creation of political and other institutions around ideas, which mobilize humanity to do a great work. So that's the lesson for today. We are in the worst crisis in world history, and the good side of it is there's no way you can cheat. You either do it my way or you're doomed. That's the good side. The other good side is that we can win. But to win, you have to think of philosophers in action. Not as agitators, but philosophers in action, who take people who are living in a depraved way, mental state, who are being selfish. Let me just give you an example of this. What's the principle involved? It may occur to all of you that we are each have been born, and that has a point in time. You weren't born and then you were born. Right? And it has occurred to most of you that all of us are going to die. Even George Bush, who may be already dead for all I know. There may just be a mechanical device up there they use instead and pass them off to us. All right. So therefore, when somebody talks about my self-interest, what is their self-interest? If you're going to die, what becomes of your self-interest the minute you die? Your self-interest in pleasure? Your self-interest in gluttony? The self-interest in riches? What happens to those things? They go. What's your self-interest? Your self-interest is in having lived and having your life mean something to humanity. So you live for your self-interest. Now, most people aren't capable of doing that. Not yet. Given the educational system, it's not surprising. They're not capable of rising to that. But when people are inspired to rise to that sense of their personal self-interest, that what they can do for mankind while they're alive is their self-interest, then they're capable of exerting leadership. If they can do that, they can arouse in people who all have this potential, at least for a moment, the ability to see that in themselves. In the old time, when people used to believe in having babies, long before, people would express that in a very simple way. They would say, all right, I'm living, I'm sacrificing, I'm living, we're working for our children and grandchildren. And the idea of children and grandchildren was not something in itself, it was something that gave you a way of focusing upon concretely what your life meant. And you would joyfully sacrifice for the sake of the future of these children and grandchildren. You would vote and support actions by society. Soldiers were willing to die for their society to save it. They didn't want to die, but they're willing to take the risk. Because they had a sense of there's something that's more important than their mortal life itself. It's what they do with it that's important. Like any great scientist, how do you measure a scientist? It's by what they contribute to humanity. People whose names we know from thousands of years ago. What was their self-interest? It's to be what they were. Great discoverers who benefited all humanity after them. Great artists who uplifted all humanity after them. So a few of us have that. A few of us have that developed commitment. In former times, there were more people who had that kind of commitment, which they expressed in terms of their obligation, improvement of their society, their family, and so forth. Those values have more or less passed away under this decadent period in which we've lived, this decadent cultural period. We've come to a time when people suddenly realize that my money is not the essence of humanity or life. The essence of the ability to buy is not the essence of life. It's being human that's the essence of life. And when people have taken away from them some of the false values to which they've clung too ardently, sometimes they're forced to look and say, what is really valuable? And sometimes, for that reason, it's the poor who are the best fighters for freedom, because they have the least to lose. And freedom means everything to them, because they have nothing else except the fight for freedom. And so when we come to a time of great peril and depravity and whatnot that we are now, in that time, the secret is leadership. The secret is the development and spread of ideas, sound ideas, which enable people to mobilize themselves about actions which will address the problem. And in such a moment, when that occurs, suddenly the majority of people are able to decide on how to run this planet. And those few tyrants who dominate us become pitiful wrecks running into places of refuge or hiding or changing their identity. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. On behalf of Executive Intelligence Review, I'd like to welcome you to this third of 3 post-election broadcasts that we have decided to organize here in Washington. I say broadcast because at the same time that we are gathered here, today's proceedings are being broadcast live via the internet. They are being listened to in capitals all over the world. There is a group gathered in New York City at the United Nations that will be participating in the discussion with us. And I'd certainly like to welcome all of you here. Today's seminar obviously takes place as the 107th Congress of the United States is being sworn in. It takes place several days before President-elect George W. Bush is to be certified by the United States Congress. As we gather today, a call to Congress, which was first issued by Mr. LaRouche at the last seminar we hosted, calling for a congressional review of the manner in which America conducts its elections, including the manner in which the primary elections, where Mr. LaRouche was a candidate for the Democratic presidential nomination, was conducted, was issued. In the 2 weeks following that seminar, several hundred prominent Americans, most of them elected officials, joined Mr. LaRouche in that call to Congress. And as the 107th Congress takes its seat today, that call will be one of the first orders of business on their desk. Certainly in the days since the U.S. presidential election occurred, we have seen a series of dramatic, although not unanticipated events on the global financial markets. And there is little question that as we begin our proceedings today, the world is careening toward the worst financial crisis, certainly in the history of this nation and possibly in modern history. It is a very timely moment for Lyndon LaRouche to be addressing an international audience, not only because of Mr. LaRouche's role as a presidential candidate, but most especially because he is recognized without question as the most prominent physical economist alive in the world today. Also, since our last webcast, because of the terrible vacuum of leadership in the Democratic Party, Mr. LaRouche has also announced his intention to seek the Democratic presidential nomination in the year 2004.
Hooray.
Without further ado, I'd like to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to present to you Mr. Lyndon LaRouche. Lynn?
Well, obviously, in talking about 2004, my immediate concern is not what's going to happen in the year 2004. My concern is what's going to happen now and whether we shall ever get to 2004 as a nation or not. There's presently a meeting, I understand, occurring in Austin, Texas, among the party reporting to the president-elect or putative president-elect down there. The problem today is that from everything you can see about what this team, not only Mr. Bush, but the entire team, his team, has said about policy, that the incoming president promises to be the greatest catastrophe in American presidential history, not some years down the line, but in the next weeks and months immediately ahead. The problem is, which I shall outline today, and also indicate what my role in this business is that we are not only in the worst financial crisis in modern history, the biggest one, we're also in globally a potential global economic breakdown crisis. That is something qualitatively worse than a depression. If the Bush team occupies the presidency and sticks to the policies which it has stated it is firmly committed to, the United States will very soon be destroyed as a nation. Not years down the line, but perhaps in a very short period of time. Why? What you've seen recently is a collapse of one of the greatest financial swindles in modern history. It was called the Y2K swindle. Now, knowing about 1996, what they planned to do, Wall Street, typified by our dear friend Greenspan, who is about to go down like the famous Rumpelstiltskin who disappeared, and Greenspan is going to be doubling for Rumpelstiltskin when he goes down some hole someplace and disappears, which will be fairly soon, because his end is nigh. Not his mortal end, but at least his identity as a leading figure of the United States. What happened with Y2K was that the United States government, in collaboration with Wall Street, created one of the biggest swindles in world history. The swindle was based on the argument that come the year January 1st, 2000, the danger would be that the world's computers, which are operating on the basis of a final two-digit symbol for year date, would crash when 99 became 00. And that this was the thing that could blow out the entire system. So what happened over these years was a vast amount of money was poured in on the basis of the panic of fear of a Y2K blowout. It was poured into software rewriting, it was poured into financing new computer systems which otherwise would not have been bought the way they were. It was also to create a vast pool of money, of financial power, ready to stand ready on January 1st, 2000, to assure that the system didn't go belly up when the computers failed to report the accounting figures for January 1st, 2000 on. Now, of course, that never happened. There never was any danger of that. The problem was being fixed in the meantime. But what happened is that through this swindle called the Y2K swindle, they built up a fake industry using the image of so-called new economy and internet-related industries to build up a vast bubble where you saw people who were worth nothing becoming billionaires based on stock appreciation. And now they've gone back to being non-billionaires because their stock went back towards zero. And they're out in the street saying, I was a billionaire. And they look like a bum, and they were a bum beforehand. But these things have collapsed. The dot-com crisis. We've seen the internet collapse, the NASDAQ stock collapse around the world. What they did is they fought like the devil throughout the year 2000 to try to keep this so-called new economy or Y2K bubble alive. They were determined to keep it alive until after the November 7th general presidential elections, which is what they did. But the election came, and it was a bummer. Nobody was really elected, so the Supreme Court get in and decided who was elected when nobody really knew. We still don't know. So at that point, the system, for various reasons, crashed. And the will to keep the system going also crashed. Now, why? Well, in the meantime, what had happened to the U.S. economy was something similar to what happened to Germany in the year 1923. Now, some people who are old enough to recall or read about it, that when the French troops occupied the Rhineland after World War I, in order to collect the so-called war reparations debt, the German government got the French troops out of Germany by promising to pay this reparations debt, which they tried to do by printing money, Reichsmarks. This went on until the year 1923, where they were still printing Reichsmarks, German press. The spring and summer, a change occurred. The amount of money that was spent to roll over the war reparations debt by the German banking system in printing money was greater than the amount of the total debt. At that point, the inflation in currency exploded as price inflation in commodities. And you had the famous German hyperinflation of July through November 1923, at which the German Reichsmark disappeared. It vanished. It exploded. Now, during the year 2000, we came to a similar point, in which the vast amounts of money which Greenspan and company were printing in various ways to pump up the U.S. markets had reached the point that the amount of money being poured in to subsidize the U.S. debt, accumulated debt, was greater than the debt it was trying to roll over. And you began to see, in the course of the year 2000, you began to see a commodity price inflation of a type similar to what happened in Germany in 1923. You saw it in petroleum prices. You're seeing it now in the California energy crisis of South California Edison and PGE. You're going to see it all over the country. You're going to see a blowout of entire systems of utility systems, electrical utility systems, and others as a result of this. You already are seeing a hyperinflationary, inflationary process in home acquisition. That is, in some areas of the country, it's cost 200 or 300% as much as a few years ago, simply to find a place in which to put your family. You're seeing a rise in price in the order of magnitude of 20, 30% and more of price inflation in the commodities which people buy, as manufacturers buy to produce products. So you're seeing a general tendency toward commodity price inflation of the same type in general that you saw in Germany in 1923. Now that began to hit strong over the summer of this past year and into the fall. The figures are there. There is despite the lies from Wall Street, despite the lies from the government, there is a hyperinflationary tendency in commodity prices in major categories inside the United States today. Now, obviously, the attempt to keep pumping the system up the way they had pumped up the Y2K bubble before was no longer tolerable. November 7th had come, the election was over. They didn't want to have a financial crisis before the presidential election. So they kept the system floating until then, and then they began to back off. You now have an impossible situation. If Alan Greenspan, the idiot, for example, and I say idiot because people are calling him a genius. He's not a genius. He's an idiot. He's a fool operating according to script. And he's going to be disappearing very soon because he's going to come to the point very soon, with this depression running on fast, people are going to start demanding that he drop interest rates. They're going to demand that he inflate the economy still further after he's already hyperinflated it. And Alan Greenspan is just going to find himself in a position where he wants to disappear. And like the famous Rumpelstiltskin of the fairy story, he's going to stamp his feet in the ground one day and just plain disappear for his own good. This thing is finished, it's over. Now, on top of that, we have another crisis, which is a global crisis. When I talk about a breakdown crisis, I'm not exaggerating. Over the past period, the United States, which ceased to become a major exporter, beginning with the Carter administration. Remember, Carter shut down infrastructure, he shut down the savings and loan banks, and similar kinds of things. He destroyed the kind of industry that is the small high-tech industries on which productivity depends. Began to gut the farmers, gut the small producers, the small entrepreneurs, who were the gut of productivity and growth in an economy, not the big corporations. The big corporations sometimes used to produce a decent product, but they were able to produce a decent product because they relied upon vendors, largely in the machine tool category, who produced a high-quality technology product, which you saw reflected in automobiles and other products. These people were put out of business by Carter and by Volcker and by what followed during the early 1980s. So the United States went from a position of being formerly the most successful economy in the world over the period from Roosevelt's recovery from 1933 to 1945 and into 1965. Despite all our mistakes, and we made a lot of them, we were still the model economy of the world in 1965. We began to destroy that when Nixon started to revive racism in America with his Southern Strategy campaign in 1966. And Carter took over and continued the racist Southern strategy when he became president during the late 1970s. Under these conditions, the traditional policies under which the United States had become the world's model success were torn down step by step. Whole sections of industry, small businesses, farms, so forth, were destroyed. Infrastructure was gutted, as you see in the shortage of electricity today. The economy was destroyed. What happened is over the course of the 1980s, especially beginning 1989, 1990, the United States became a net importer. We used to be the high-tech export leader of the world. We have become an importer. Worse, we have become the importer of last resort for the world. In Mexico, other parts of South America, in Asia, Japan, Korea, China, Southeast Asia, we are the importer of last resort. We are running a current account deficit recently estimated at about $600 billion a year. Current account deficit. A large part of that is simply our import-export deficit. We are importing most of our goods from the world, especially from the areas where cheap labor is abundant. China and so forth. From the yen carry trade area, from the euro carry trade area. We have been importing, and we've been going into hock to do it. But the world has depended upon the United States, as China, Japan, Korea, others have, to continue to buy our products from them to keep their economies alive. Now we've reached the point with this crisis that that's not going to happen anymore. You're going to see a tragedy is going to occur in Mexico. Mexico will be the country the worst hit by this. There will be a collapse in the maquiladoras and other export industry, and Mexico has become highly U.S. export dependent for our imports. You're going to see it in Asia, hard crashes throughout Asia. You're going to see a hard crash in a whole section of the economy of China. as a result of this process, because the United States can no longer afford to finance this flood of imports from cheap labor markets in other parts of the world, which means that those parts of the world which have been counting on selling into the U.S. market are going to face tremendous cutbacks in their export levels. Cutbacks which will throw them into a bankruptcy, a deficit position. This means that the collapse of the U.S. market as an importer of last resort for the world is going to set a chain reaction of collapse loose around the world as a whole. Now, how do we maintain this position? We maintain the position because of the speculative bubble, that foreigners who had money in the United States or had money they could invest in the United States could get a high yield on short-term by investing in these short-term markets such as the internet market. Therefore, they kept their money parked into the United States and moving into the United States, thus pumping up the U.S. financial bubble. The fictitious profits generated by this speculation inside the United States was keeping the United States going. And as long as this bubble continued, the United States thought it could continue to support this level of imports as the importer of last resort. Other nations of the world continued this policy and supported the United States, not because they liked what we're doing, but because they wanted to export their products to us. We were the importer of last resort. Other nations, the Euro bloc, the Euro carry trade bloc, the yen carry trade bloc, others, supported the United States for fear that if they didn't, their exports would collapse because the U.S. as the importer of last resort would collapse. What's happened now is since the collapse which has occurred at the year end, and now is occurring this week, because of this collapse, this means that that game has come to a screeching halt. We can expect major percentile collapses immediately in the U.S. economy. The fact that Bush plans an arms spending binge of at least modest proportions through Donald Rumsfeld, his designated Secretary of Defense, does not mean that arms spending or non-arms expenditures are going to bail the U.S. economy out. They're not going to. Then the chain reaction effect of the United States no longer being the importer of last resort is going to have a chain reaction effect on other parts of the world. South America, Central America, Africa is already suffering. Europe, Asia are all going to collapse. This collapse of these parts of the world economy is going to again come back and hit the United States in a new way. This is all coming on fast. Now, technically, we are bankrupt as a nation. The entire banking system of the United States as a collective unit is bankrupt. The Federal Reserve System is bankrupt. The European central banking systems are bankrupt. The central banking systems, or the equivalent of Central and South America, are bankrupt. Africa is totally bankrupt. The Middle East is on the edge of a potential war, which can become a religious war spreading throughout the Muslim and other parts of the world. There are explosions potentially in South Asia. Crises of these types. There's a crisis in Europe. Europe is bankrupt. England is bankrupt. Continental Europe, Western Europe depends upon the German economy, and the German economy is operating at a loss under these conditions. They've destroyed their export market, though they're thinking of getting another one. These are the conditions that we face. Now, what's George Bush going to do about it? What can he do about it with that team he's got? What can he do about it with the number of Democrats on the Democratic side of the aisle who think like Bush? The Gore people, who you had trouble finding the difference between a Gore supporter and a Bush supporter when it came to policy. That's the problem we face now. What are we going to do about it? Well, it's obvious. This didn't start yesterday. We didn't get into this mess yesterday. From 1933 to 1965, the U.S. was rebuilt from a depression caused by the policies of Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson, and Calvin Coolidge. Was saved by Roosevelt. who understood the nature of the problem. Roosevelt carried the United States through the Depression without setting up any kind of dictatorship which would upset our Constitution. Roosevelt got us through World War II, and the programs of Roosevelt, even though they were chopped down after his death, nonetheless continued to support the United States and Western Europe in recovery from the wartime and Depression conditions. So that over the period 1933 to 1965, despite all the mistakes we made, we were the model economy of the world. So that if we take away all the bad things we did between 1933 and 65, there were lots of them, we still were, in net effect, a nation dedicated to improvement. The general improvement in the conditions of life, improvement in productivity, improvement in quality of product, all of these things together. If we look back then, what we did between 1933 and 1965, in net effect, was successful. We were still a successful economy despite all our mistakes. Since 1965, since Nixon started with his pro-racist Southern strategy and his wild free trade policies, the United States has been going downhill. Take the points. We collapsed in 1971 with the drop into a floating exchange rate world monetary system. That was the first catastrophe. As a result of Henry Kissinger and similar efforts in the causing a Middle East war and some other crises, we were in worse condition by 1975. In 1976, the Southern strategy took over the Democratic Party. The same racists that were policies behind Nixon took over Carter. Carter did more damage to the U.S. economy in his one term in office than all other presidents combined since 1965. He deregulated, he destroyed infrastructure, and he unleashed what he called, or what his administration called, controlled disintegration of the U.S. economy. And the U.S. economy has disintegrated. 1982, under Bush-Reagan, we had Garn St. Germain, which picked the bones of the banking system that Carter had bankrupted. We had Kemp Roth, which told Wall Street to steal, not to invest in real industry. We had junk bonds, a form of theft, a form of swindle. We had derivatives, which took off in the 1990s, but were already there in the 1980s. Then in 1989, 1990, Margaret Thatcher, George Bush, and Francois Mitterrand pulled a bigger swindle on the wake of the process of disintegration of the Soviet system and moved to set up a world empire based on financial speculation, not production, and to eliminate the powers of the sovereign nation state in the United States as well as every other nation. It was called globalization. It's a return to the Roman Empire and to the slavery that implies. So over this period, the period from 1966 to the present time, the United States, which was once the world's leading economy, is now become one of the worst, but the biggest failure among economies. We are now at the point the whole shebang is about to collapse. Now, what's the problem? The problem is not only George Bush, because I don't think George Bush knows anything or could understand anything of this stuff, but he's got a bunch of people around him who do have some intelligence. And they do understand some things. But they, as a machine, are committed to the policies which were built up step by step under Nixon with the Southern strategy, under Kissinger, under Carter, under Brzezinski, under George Bush as vice president and president, and so on, down to the present time. So the Republican Party in the majority, and a good deal of the Democratic Party as well at the top, is the party of the great mistake. 35 years of a bad mistake. These are parties which in their present policies are committed to making their mistakes bigger and better. More mistakes. George Bush is committed to defending the great mistake of the past 35 years and making it bigger and better. Gore was committed to continuing the bad mistake of the past 35 years, making it bigger and better. He and Newt Gingrich and Al Toffler, back during Carter days in Georgia, were working together to push off this third wave thing, which is part of this present insanity. So the problem is not that we don't have solutions. We do have solutions. We could go back to things that worked. We could agree with other nations because there's a depression. We could agree to convene a new international monetary conference to establish again the kind of fixed exchange rate system that got us out of the depression in the post-war period. Establish capital controls, exchange controls, regulation, reinstall regulation of our industries, such as the power industry, which is now in a crisis, to make sure we get power regulated, to restore our healthcare system, to restore our educational system. We did these things before under depression and depression-like conditions, and we can do them again. Other nations would agree with us. So why do we do it? There are solutions. Yes, the crisis is much bigger than Roosevelt faced, but the lessons we learned from the success of Roosevelt and his legacy shows us how we should approach these problems today. Now then ask yourself, where do people stand on the question of Roosevelt versus Coolidge? Where do they stand on Kennedy versus Nixon? Where do they stand in the parties? Do they propose the policies of Coolidge, the policies of Bush, the policies of Nixon, or do they propose the policies of Roosevelt and Kennedy? Which?
All right, we'll have more traffic here before too much longer, 13 minutes after the hour. Now, what we're getting now is it appears that one airplane hit each of the two towers. And, I mean, that's beyond coincidence, some organizational thing. Many of you have already turned on your television sets. You have the advantage over me because we don't have a TV here in the office, though we should. But the picture that I'm looking at right now of MSNBC is just incredible. Who was that? Oh, okay. Well, we just had Mr. LaRouche. He will be calling back on the other line here quickly, and we will go from there. So what I think I will do is, he's here now. We'll go ahead and address this, and I want to give out a number several times here, because a lot of you, during the course of my discussion with Mr. LaRouche, or at least towards the end of the program, will want some more information. So I'm going to give you a number now, 1-888-347-3258. And if you will call, there will be people on the other end of the line who will be happy to talk to you and clarify some of the discussion that we're having. Also, information regarding videos, pamphlets, anything else regarding what we're going to be discussing will be available by calling that number, 1-888-347-3258. Well, I'm still sitting here looking at this incredible picture, this incredible image in front of me of this burning World Trade Center as these two jets have just slammed. One jet has slammed into each of the two towers. So we'll go ahead and get my guest on here with me, Mr. LaRouche.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jack.
Well, what a pleasure and an honor to have you back on my program again. I was hoping to move the discussion initially with what we were going to do here into the area of the sublime.
Yes, right.
But now with what has just happened in New York with this, which, you know, it's interesting enough, just yesterday I received, I think it was just yesterday, a bundle of leaflets from your organization in Leesburg that I regularly pass out of my office, warning of terrorist attacks in America here very shortly.
Yeah.
And here we have, the morning that you're on my program, what's happening in New York at the World Trade Center. I don't know if you've seen these images or pictures yet on the television.
I haven't yet. I was sitting up here working and just heard about it before I went and called you.
Yeah, well, the smoke is billowing out of the one tower here. My wife called me a moment ago, and apparently they caught live on film the second jet smashing into one of the other towers.
So obviously this is not exactly an accident.
No. No, sir, I don't believe it is.
It's not a coincidence. It's obviously, this is so remote a probability that there has to be intention in this thing.
Well, it's one thing for somebody to strap on a jacket made of dynamite and walk into a diner in downtown Jerusalem. It's another thing to jump inside of a Learjet and go smashing in the side of a building.
The thing you have to look at in the context in which this is occurring is two things. Now, first of all, the first suspicion that's going to be on this is Osama bin Laden. That name is going to come up prominently, whether as suspicion or just suspicion.
Certainly.
And the second thing, which is not unrelated to the Osama bin Laden question, is this festival, which is planned, really a terrorist festival for Washington, D.C.
At the end of the month.
Yeah. We have a global process, but the financial system's coming down. That's always a dangerous thing, because when the entire system is being shaken up the way it is now by the financial collapse, political things happen because various people try to intervene and orchestrate events by spectacular interventions, which will change, shall we say, get public attention off one thing and put it on another. So this is obvious. I cannot draw a conclusion except the circumstances tell me something rather evil is behind this. And I don't know which, but they're both connected, because I know the Goldsmith brothers, for example. Jimmy Goldsmith was key in helping to create, he's now deceased, Osama bin Laden and people like that, the Taliban and so forth. And at the same time, his brother, Eddie Goldsmith, who is still very much alive, is sort of the spiritual godfather of this movement, which is planning to inundate Washington, D.C. with some pretty nasty stuff at the end of this month.
Something to a much greater degree than what happened in Seattle.
Oh, absolutely. This thing went from Seattle. Seattle was was basically a terrorist operation. But, you know, if you look at the history of how terrorist operations were run, you would run a hardcore terrorist operation, and they would run sympathizer operations, which were not necessarily wittingly connected to the terrorist operation, but they were run coordinated simultaneously. In Seattle, you had the so-called legitimate protest, which was largely trade union-backed. But into the same scenario, you had coming out of Canada, based in Canada, and the Canadian-U.S. border is rather leaky, you know. And they were coming across in droves over there to do funny things. Then you had the key operation, which a conference in Porto Alegre, Brazil, just a short time ago, which Teddy Goldsmith chaired. And this cuts into the people who are generally the ambiance of international terrorism. Then from there, from Genoa, we went to some other things, but the big thing from Porto Alegre to Genoa, where they staged an upscale terrorist operation. Now, from what I know of the details of the terrorist operations being prepared in Maryland and Virginia, Washington, D.C., where they're being pre-staged, this is intended to be much bigger than Genoa. So what you have is a challenge to the integrity of the nation's capital, of what is ostensibly the most powerful nation, nuclear power on this planet. That is not funny.
If you can, the FBI is now saying that a plane was possibly hijacked for this attack. If you can do that with the World Trade Center, what could you do with the White House?
Absolutely. I've been very concerned about this. You know, I'm not very sympathetic to what some of these agencies do. I'm concerned not just as a presidential free candidate, but I'm concerned with the security of the United States and the peace of the world. And this is not good for the health of the nation or the world. These things should not happen. We could prevent this kind of stuff, but we just don't do it. Because someone says, let it happen.
How would you prevent terrorist activity?
Well, the thing is, if you dispense with the myth if there are a number of unknown people up there coming out of the myths and nobody knows where they come from, then you would say, how can you stop the terrorist operations? If you know how the world is actually organized, you know you cannot organize a sustained preparation for terrorist operations in any country without the backing of a powerful government or governments. So that if you know what the operation is, and I would say, I've been warning against this Teddy Goldsmith operation all along because I know what it's connected to politically. It's extremely dangerous. And if I had been president or in a similar position during this period, I would have had an all-out, very discreet, but very all-out and effective discussion with some other governments in the world, and we together would have taken appropriate steps to try to neutralize this kind of danger. Of course, you can't be 100% in this sort of thing, but you can do a pretty good job. And 2 planes, now that's pretty big. That's one plane that might not be preventable. But 2 in the same shot, no, that's not small time stuff.
No, this is pretty serious. Hold on a second here, Mr. LaRouche. I have a traffic update I need to give my listeners. Don, go ahead.
Good morning. That accident in northbound traffic.
Thanks a lot, Don. Lyndon, is there any reason to assume that this would be something other than Osama bin Laden doing this?
Osama bin Laden is a controlled entity. Osama bin Laden is not an independent force. Remember how he came into existence? Osama bin Laden was a wealthy Saudi. Back in the 1970s, during the Carter administration, or shall we say the Brzezinski administration, the idea of running an Afghanistan war on the borders of Soviet territory was cooked up by Brzezinski as a geopolitical operation. Well, Brzezinski was responsible. They don't necessarily cook it up. But all right, this thing started, and an Anglo-American unit running together with a certain section of the Pakistani military, the funny boys in the Pakistani military, set up this operation. The United States government, the British government of this, that is our funny boys, went out and recruited a lot of Islamic people to fight communism and defend holy Islamism. That's all right. They recruited in many countries, and they deployed them. Now later, they killed some of the same people they deployed. They're expendable. So they don't really have an insurance policy because when they recruit. But they were deployed in there. Osama bin Laden was one of the big funding agencies, funding conduits, which was used by people, among others, then Vice President George Bush. This is Iran-Contra. It is what's called Iran-Contra, which I called it by other names, which I wouldn't want to put on the air. But, so this thing is left behind, and suddenly now we find Osama bin Laden becomes the name. But Osama bin Laden could not last the way he's running around if he didn't have big protection. It's not just from the section of the Pakistani government or Afghanistan. It's from other governments who would like to see the effects that Osama bin Laden produces thrown around. So now you can blame Osama bin Laden. At some point you go in and kill him, and you say the problem was solved. But you never considered who created Osama bin Laden, and who protected him, and deployed his forces and name for these purposes. And as we saw in terrorism in Italy in the 1970s, for example, the people who were running the so-called terrorist operations in Italy were not really the groups that had the credit for it. They were actually runaway NATO asset organizations at very high level. Same people that killed the former Prime Minister Aldo Moro in that period. So, in a case like this, don't assume that the popular names that everybody knows or the FBI quotes and so forth, this is the real problem. They may be part of the problem.
Well, our minds, especially in our degenerating Western culture, always runs for the simple answer. We want the kind of answer that will free us from our guilt and our responsibilities of the neglect of our government and our fellow man all these years. And so we run to the simplistic. And the simplistic, of course, is well, there it is, the big bad boogeyman from the Middle East who has caused us so many problems before. And I certainly understand what you're saying there, that the more simple we can make the presentation, then the less obligated any of us are. Anyway, why would they be doing this? I mean, is there some, I mean, here we have a market crashing. We don't just have a market crashing. We have an entire economy crashing within the arena of a culture that's crashing. We are, if massive war were to break out in the Middle East any second, nobody would be surprised. If Putin were to be assassinated, if Arafat were to be assassinated, if Sharon were to be assassinated, nobody would be surprised. I mean, we're sitting on the powder keg of powder kegs. And with all of the other provocations that could occur around the world to stop a lot of the economic unity and development that is beginning to gain some momentum between the large powers on the other side of the planet, why in the world fly a jet in the World Trade Center?
And this is to create a provocation inside the United States. I mean, that's the only reason that would be done. You probably, for example, stories may come out that this is done by some Arab group which is protesting the U.S. government's sympathy for Sharon or for the Israeli Defense Force. I don't know if the Israeli Defense Force is going to kill Sharon tomorrow because there's real conflict there, and these guys tend to shoot. But it could be some story like that. But what we're into is a period where the word is not terrorism. Terrorism is a part of the picture. The word is destabilization. And the problem part, from my standpoint, is look at our own government. Now, we are, in a sense, still a sort of a superpower. I think the term probably is not quite appropriate for a present state of affairs. But we used to be a superpower, and we still have a dominant position. What kind of a government do we have? Well, the Bush administration. And you hear the system is crashing. You see poor Treasury Secretary O'Neill babbling around. See, Rumsfeld has become a joke in his own Defense Department.
Well, I think the newspaper slug, the one I just most recently read, was that he's going to take on the Pentagon.
This is all a sideshow. The point is, the President George Bush doesn't function. He's been in there, and as I said this January 3rd, when I first announced and made a prognosis to what his administration would be, it's been one catastrophe after another. Nothing he's proposed has actually worked. Some of the things he proposed have been done, but they are disasters. And he's not capable of being a president as such, except unless he were controlled by a group of advisors who would give him good advice and solve his problems on how to deal with situations. But he doesn't have that. He has a nut like Volfovitz over there underneath Rumsfeld normally, who's actually run the Defense Department. You have Armitage in the State Department. There's similar kinds of things. These guys, as I know them, are nuts. And they're not in there. Then you look at the Democratic Party. You have the statement from Daschle, who's the Senate majority leader now, saying he can't do anything. It's up to Bush, the president, who Daschle knows can't do anything.
Yeah, well, Daschle is saying, I think he said over the weekend, something like, well, you know, they got control of the House and they got control of the White House, and we have a very slim majority in the Senate, and boy, there's just nothing we can do.
Well, he's wrong, because he knows it. Because I've got a certain position in the Democratic Party, despite what Al Gore would like to think. And I could be in a position very easily to steer these guys into doing things that would begin to work, even with the limited strength the Democratic Party has today. And I think that if the party would do some of those things, we would do two things. We would not only be able to move and shake the population a bit into leaving there somebody up there that might help them. You'd also find a number of Republicans who are not nuts, and who are simply patriotic and will listen to reason, who would cooperate with the Democrats in doing some of the things we have to do.
Yeah, well,
so we have a vacuum of leadership.
Well, all of the ills and the evils and the mistakes and the corruption that might have been involved with the Clinton administration at least when you called the White House, there was somebody there that would answer the phone.
And especially when Bob Rubin was there helping out, helping Clinton. I may have not approved of what Bob did many times, but at least he was competent.
Yeah, exactly. Now we've got a situation where I'm afraid there'll probably just be a recording inviting you down to the ranch. Now, there was a recent comment here on the television a few moments ago that Bush would be making comments relative to this terrorist attack. This is the biggest thing since probably Oklahoma.
Much bigger.
Well, yeah, I think the implications of this will be much bigger.
Oh, it's much bigger.
I'm just waiting. You know, when Oklahoma first happened, the first 2 or 3 days, now remember I was glued to the television set, the first 2 or 3 days, there was a large implication towards the Middle East and the Arabs that were running around town. And then they kind of covered that up, and that was out of the picture, and they never mentioned it anymore.
Well, this was largely it was a domestic covered operation.
Yes.
Which we had word of beforehand. Everybody had the word. And if I had been president, on the basis of just what I knew, I would have taken certain actions immediately, which would security surveillance actions, in anticipation of exactly that kind of problem. So we were not mystified. The problem is we have the fun and games is being played by various institutions, and we don't have anybody really effectively in charge.
No. Bush just made a comment, said, well, the plane was an American Airlines Boeing 767 out of Boston. And they don't know whether there were any passengers on it or not. They think that it was a hijacked airplane. But a Boeing 767 from Boston was the plane that did it. And the president has guaranteed everybody he's going to bring the terrorists to justice. And he's talked to the governor of New York, and they're going to bring him to justice. And he said, God bless the victims. It's a little late for that.
Well, as a matter of fact, that is the worst thing he could do. If he was said, of course, we are going to go get to the bottom of this and deal with it in an appropriate way, that would be the right thing to say.
Yeah.
But to say that he's going to solve the problem by bringing somebody to justice, that is the worst thing he can say.
Yeah, because, again, it goes back to just underscore what you were saying at the very beginning, that if we can find a couple of guys running around New York right now trying to get out of town, or Boston, or wherever the thing took place, trying to hurry up and get on the next ship back to Saudi Arabia or whatever, like that was the end of the problem. But as you were pointing out there at the beginning, it's just part of a network that can only exist by the support and the organizational strength of some major superpower on the planet.
I can make a flat statement on that, Jack.
Please.
If I were president of the United States right now, I would have already acted before this happened, not even knowing that this was going to happen. And I would have had the following cooperation. I would have had cooperation from Russia, from Germany, from France, from Italy. I probably would have gotten a good deal from certain forces in Britain as well. And we would have, and Japan, and China, and Arab countries, including Egypt, and we would have put our heads together real quick, pooled our resources, and said, whether we agree on other issues or not, this kind of thing is not going to happen, and we're going to see to it it doesn't. That would work. The problem is, you've got the foolish president of the United States, and I say that advisedly. Now, a friend of mine just said in Massachusetts, and he's running office up there for a congressional seat. He said, Bush can't even defend his daughters from being bombed.
Oh, that took me a second. Bush can't even protect his own daughters from being bombed. Well, out of respect for these, what's just happened here, still that's hilarious.
I mean, well, you've got to have a sense of humor even in the worst situation. If you don't, your head is not cool, and your judgment will not be clear. I always advise my friends, the worse it gets, the more laughter you better be able to generate. If you haven't got a sense of humor about any situation, no matter how serious. Remember what Roosevelt did? Roosevelt did two things. In running for president, after the disaster that Coolidge bestowed on Hoover, Roosevelt started his campaign in West Virginia with a famous statement talking about the the forgotten man. And then when he entered office, he addressed the American people with the theme, there's nothing as much to be feared as fear itself. And the key thing, we've got a citizenry, a frightened citizenry, a frightened and confused world. We're in a state of denial because they're frightened. They wish to deny that this crisis, they wish to believe that the thing is going to bounce back miraculously tomorrow, that suddenly the Nasdaq will suddenly jump out of its grave and suddenly become prosperous again. The time that now is needed is to reassure, in particular, the American people that somebody is in charge. They know what those in charge know what they're doing, and they're going to fix the situation, and they will call upon the American people for support as needed. That would work. This kind of thing of vengeance seeking and snarling and growling to prove how mad you are, this isn't government. This is a sideshow. This is Bozo the Clown putting on an act.
So we've got a situation here where this could just be the beginning, especially with what we've got coming up with the Jacobin terrorist activity that a lot of people are expecting in Washington at this big summit at the end of the month. Because, I mean, we are so vulnerable now. When you were mentioning all these other countries that could get together and stop this, any one of them are vulnerable. But there seems to be an increasing vulnerability within the United States as we sink deeper into denial and bury our heads in the sand, and then go back to the old tried and true methods of fear-based living that we've always done with before, where our millennial fears and our Armageddonist concerns and all these things start coming back to the surface, and we get our old barking dog outfits out of the closet and get them back on again. Incidents like this in the midst of an economic crash, in the midst of a morality crash, could be the beginning of a provocation of some serious setbacks in this country, just from our own Justice Department, just from, anything like this could get to a situation where we could find our own liberties in this country in serious attack just because of the level of incompetence that exists in the government in leadership positions, backed up or at least undergirded to some degree by some very malicious personalities that have been in the Justice Department and in the Defense Department for decades, waiting for the right provocation to occur to move in to their crisis management operations.
And it won't work. The point is, they're idiots. And I really pity the current president. Because he's not a friend of mine. His father certainly was not a friend of mine. But he's president. And I think of him sitting in the office. And I realize the poor man has no conception and no capability of understanding what the world situation is or what's actually hitting him. He's got a Treasury Secretary, O'Neill, who certainly does not inspire confidence in any sane observer. You've got Wolfowitz, who's a nut. You've got Armitage, another nut. You've got problems that there's, and then you look at the Democratic Party. You see this crazy Lieberman running around with this faith-based initiative. This is silly stuff. You see Daschle ducking, bobbing and weaving, so he doesn't take a punch. Here we are in a crisis, a financial crisis. Now we've got this terrorist thing, which probably indicates that more things are on the way, but maybe a different variety, but on the way. We have no leadership. You have the American people sitting out there being more and more frightened as this kind of thing occurs. And they look up and they go into the cockpit to see who's flying the plane that's in trouble, and they find a 3-year-old kid sitting in the pilot seat and nobody else there.
Yeah.
That's what our problem is. That's our biggest problem.
Yeah.
We have the means to deal with the worst kind of problem that I can envisage is likely to happen now. But if we don't have the leadership, if we don't reach out to the kind of cooperation we could have, that I know I could have, with key parts of the world, other countries.
Yes. All right, I've got another traffic update to grab real quick. Don, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Hello.
We're getting some other reports here we want to confirm regarding some more terrorist activity occurring at other sites.
Okay.
Yeah. but I don't want to mention it over the air because I would like to have that confirmed before I say what somebody just called in and said.
Okay.
But gee whiz, this is
What a day.
what a day. What a day. We're sitting out here in the middle of this vast emptiness in the West, and we're removed from the East Coast culturally. We're removed politically. We are removed economically. We've kind of got this. We've got this Marlboro man attitude out here in the West that well, hell with New York, and they're all a bunch of queers anyway, and as we go into deeper denial, trying desperately. I have been reporting to my listeners for some time now the every step of the breakdown that I've been able to investigate and report and get clear in my own mind of the economic collapse, of the political collapse, and we've seemed to escape it to a large degree. But now we're starting to have significant layoffs occurring in Utah, and it's finally becoming very real around here that we aren't a separate people. We're not this unique group of pioneer progeny that tame the West, and we can tame any other kind of a problem. We are in the same ship. The ship has hit the iceberg. We don't have enough lifeboats. And what we need right now desperately is a captain who knows how to keep the ship alive long enough to keep it on the surface of the water. And as we get more and more of these indications constantly, I like the comment you made there a moment ago about the NASDAQ jumping back out of the grave. The implication, of course, is that it's dead. The little kind of, what, a plane? A plane has flown into the Pentagon. They've had an explosion at the Pentagon now.
That's confirmed.
I don't know if that's confirmed or not. It must be coming in from another. What's the source of that? CBS is reporting that a plane has flown into the Pentagon.
I hope that somebody's got some reports of where these planes were coming from.
Well, the one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center was definitely confirmed as an American Airlines 767 hijacked out of Boston. They haven't announced yet whether there was anybody on the plane or not.
Must have been. It must have been. The point is, unless it's really a goof up, because how can a plane take off without clearance?
Yeah, exactly.
And if it's taking off without clearance,
everybody will know it.
It becomes an immediate security problem.
Yes. Yeah. It's the Pentagon. It is confirmed now on several news sources that the Pentagon is experiencing explosions right now. My goodness.
They mean business.
They're evacuating the White House at the moment. And yes, they mean business. This is This is a very systematic operation. If they're snatching planes, if all three of these planes, the two we have from New York and this thing on the Pentagon, to get that kind of thing, to snatch planes like that, that's a pretty sophisticated operation. Oh yeah, this isn't a bunch of malcontents of some grassroots organization finally striking back. You're going to have some rather heavy-duty intelligence network and some real intelligence experience with this.
The question is, where were the relevant intelligence agencies who are in charge of monitoring this problem? Now, I've been putting this out some time. Not this, I didn't know this airplane thing, but I assumed that anything could happen. But on the Washington, D.C. targeting. So obviously the Pentagon means this is obviously clearly Washington, D.C. targeting. This is obviously intended to imply something coming out of the Middle East. Okay? This means that there's been some kind of either incompetence or a fix on the whole security operation. Because you can't get this kind of thing without a real goof on the security side. So somebody in charge of security was not really very effectively in charge. You can't go around snatching planes in a coordinated fashion. You can't do it. Somebody has to be really sloppy.
Well, we've got, if this were arising from some Middle East effect, it's been almost a year now since the Clintons did their about-face with the Palestinians in order to secure election for Hillary with the Jewish vote in New York. And ever since then, I don't know what the death count is, between 2,000 and 3,000 maybe in the Middle East, just because of Hillary's need to get the Jewish vote.
Well, I think that was something that fell in there.
Well, that's probably true, but then Sharon's march up the Temple Mount stairs.
But it's not Sharon. Sharon did. It's not Sharon's operation.
No.
The thing is, it comes from the inside of the Israeli Defense Forces, and that Sharon is virtually a civilized human being compared to some of those guys in there. And I've been afraid that they might kill him in order to use his killing as a pretext for using, shall we call them, weapons of mass destruction against places like Baghdad and Damascus and Tehran.
Were they the forces behind Rabin's assassination?
Yeah, these same crowd. Absolutely. And they're people in the United States who politically, in a sense, are authors of the production of some of the nuts who have been shipped into Israel to increase the problem. Then, of course, you have the operation, which is you have in the Arab world, you have some of the same people who are running the Israeli nuts are also running an operation by recruiting certain Islamic nationals, people of Islamic persuasion, to do similar kinds of things in order to rub two sticks together to make a fire.
All right, these aren't isolated events. There's some orchestration, some intelligence behind all of this. This isn't just the IDF. It isn't just Osama bin Laden or somebody wanting to bring down the infidel in the name of Allah. We've got confirmed now the White House is being evacuated. The Pentagon is evacuated. It was just a fire. It wasn't a bomb, but they have a record of a U.S. military helicopter circling the Pentagon, and then there was a massive fireball. Where does this? What? I'm sorry.
Could be a truck or something.
Yes, it could be another truck bomb. Those shape charges have proven to be very effective in the past. So, where does this end then? Not in the sense of in the future. Where does this end in the sense of organization? Where's this going back to, Lyndon? Who's doing this?
This goes back in a sense to me. Because what's happened is the United States no longer has leadership. That is officially. The present presidency, the Republican Party as an organization in the Senate and the House, it's a complete moral and intellectual disaster. There are some good people in there. But there's not a leadership, a unified leadership, or anything like coherence. In the Democratic Party in the Senate, which has the slim margin of majority in the Senate, has no leadership. It has no response to the reality of the present period. And when you have the leader of the Senate Democrats, the leader of the House, saying that he's not going to do anything because it's up to George Bush, when he knows that George Bush can't do anything of significance, it's complete irresponsibility. And then all the other institutions, political institutions, party institutions. The problem is that people have, for so long, have believed so deeply in the kind of changes in culture which were introduced over the past 35 years, especially since Nixon ran his Southern strategy campaign, that we have lost our sense of leadership in the nation. We've lost our sense of what the United States' leading role must be, not because of somebody's ego, but because of our responsibility in the world at large. I know from my direct personal experience, I have, Jack, in a lot of countries, South America, Central America, different parts of Asia, Russia, Germany, Eastern Europe, Italy, so forth, England even. I know people in these countries I were in a position of leadership in Washington and either president or advising a president, I know how to deal with this kind of problem. We and the world have the resources. The United States has the ability to get cooperation on those resources. But what I fear now is that some fool is going to say, "Oh, we're going to go along with the existing team." The existing team is what caused the problem.
I got to go to another traffic update, but the FAA has just grounded all flights in the United States. This hasn't happened since World War II. All flights are now grounded in the United States. Don, how's our traffic?
We've got an accident westbound I-215 on the south side near Union Park. It is off.
Apparently, what we got here, Air Force. There are FAA flights in the air, of course, that are being brought down or being told to come down. President Bush is currently in Washington State at an elementary school talking about education.
I suppose that's
Well, you know.
not so much for education, but maybe it keeps him calm.
Yeah, but he says he's going to get to the bottom of this in a hurry. There were pictures of Air Force One. All flights are halted except Air Force One, and it's coming back to Washington. Maybe he's already on the plane. But the Pentagon's evacuated. The White House is evacuated. Gosh, maybe Leesburg better evacuate. You know, this is. There's been a history of distractions that have been perpetrated to try to keep, all of this Gary Condit stuff, things like this, just distractions to keep people's minds away from what is taking place of a much more serious nature, not the least of which is what is happening in the marketplace, the stock exchange, and all the exchanges for that matter. This, I guess, is going to be the distraction of all time. It's hard to imagine this. I mean, we've got a break coming up here shortly. I think we have you scheduled for another hour, don't we, Lynn? Yeah, good. Because we can all take a look at the television during the NBC News break. I can imagine what they're going to be talking about on the radio. And then we can get back together at 8 o'clock and get that going. But we've got just a couple of more minutes here. And that is, we're dealing with a mindset here that is certainly not oriented towards the preamble of our Constitution. And in fact, I don't know that they're even oriented towards any basic Judeo-Christian thought in the divine nature of man, but more in the sense of some misguided Darwinian concepts that we are part of an evolutionary tree that needs to be curbed and culled and husbanded, and who will stop at nothing. Who else? What else? I mean, I have no reason to. There's no way to substantiate it. But jets into a building is one thing, but there's a lot of other things that can be done with our water supply and our air and the biological chemical stuff that could be going on right now that isn't quite as obvious as an exploding office building in downtown New York.
The bad problem is now this is going to generate, obviously, just as you indicate, it's going to generate whatever happens really, that is in actuality. The paranoia is going to produce effects just as if it had happened, even if it didn't.
Yes. Yeah, yes, because that's how we work, isn't it? And the thing that worries me the most about this is not that the initial attack may be over with, but what will be a leaderless government's response to this?
That's your question. This could be the worst thing the United States could do to itself.
Yeah, it's
nobody trusts the United States abroad right now. The election, what happened on November 7th last year, what happened in the Supreme Court.
Well, it was a coup. It was a Supreme Court coup for the White House.
But all these things, from the standpoint of Europeans and others abroad, looking at the United States, but Japan is on the edge. It's taken about all it can take in terms of blackmail from the United States. China is reconciled itself to the fact that the United States is the market of last option.
Same with Mexico.
Yeah, same thing. Mexico, the president of Mexico, presumably the one guy who George W. Bush would know where to find him, came to Washington to meet with the president, brought up an agenda which the president should have been informed about beforehand, undoubtedly was. And the president meets with President Vicente Fox, on this question of immigration, which we ought to have a working understanding on. If you don't have the final solution, at least you can be working at it and say we're going to work on it. We don't. He turned it down. The president publicly turned it down. Sent the president of Mexico, presumably the only president on this planet who really liked or tried to like George Bush, and he sends him packing to Mexico in desperation about a political crisis which the United States, in a sense, is imposing upon its neighbor Mexico. This is the kind of thing that people around the world, seeing this happen in the United States, if the president reacts in, we're going to get revenge, we're going to teach everybody a lesson method, the president will have the worst possible effect for the United States. This is not the way to react.
All right. Why don't you take a break for about 5, 6, 7 minutes, Lynn? We are going to go to the NBC news break. Yeah, you just hold on, sir. I'll be right back with you very shortly. This is K-Talk, KTKK, Sandy, Salt Lake, Ogden, and Highland. Stick around. We've got another hour of this. I can't, in all honesty, I can't think of anybody I would want on the radio more right now at this moment in history than Mr. LaRouche. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Apparent terrorist act. That's what President Bush says about planes that hit the World Trade Center towers in New York City.
2 airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
Traffic reporter Tom Kaminsky flew nearby after the first plane hit one of the towers.
Are now looking at flames shooting out of the north side of number 1 World Trade Center, but there are at least some windows blown out and smoke billowing out of the opposite side.
About 18 minutes later.
Right, oh my God, another plane has just hit another building, flew right into the middle of it. Explosion.
The second plane hitting the other tower. U.S. officials are saying the first plane was an American Airlines 767 hijacked after leaving Boston. So a fire reported at the Pentagon, an aircraft down there. The FAA has ordered airports closed. I'm Steve Kathan.
Boy, I'll tell you, that ought to just really give you some hope and confidence that George Bush Jr. would be directing a world war.
Well, imagine somebody, the myth of the thing about Pearl Harbor was that Roosevelt planned it. You have some people who spread that myth.
Yep.
They don't, they say that because they wish to believe it, not because they have any evidence. The evidence is quite contrary. The British had organized Japan to bomb Pearl Harbor, to attack it, a naval attack on Pearl Harbor, back at the beginning of the 1920s. When the British were allied with Japan against the United States on the question of the naval power agreement. And this is a thing that Billy Mitchell talked about in his court-martial. And he wasn't particularly liked for that. But what happened is contrary to what the U.S. expected, because they did send the aircraft carriers out to sea, just because of the tension with Japan at that time, in order not to put the aircraft carriers at risk from the Japan Navy. We saw what happened at Midway later as a result of that wise decision.
Yeah, and the Coral Sea.
This kind of, some people would like to think that if you convince the American people that Pearl Harbor has been bombed again, that you can use that effect, which I saw on the streets on Sunday, that famous Sunday of December 7th, 1941. You can use that event to mobilize the American people, particularly under the conditions of present denial and hysteria about the economy and so forth. They can do something and mobilize the United States in a foolish direction. This will drive the world berserk. Think that you have lunatics in the United States who would even threaten to go to world war over a thing like this. And Instead, we should recognize we've made some mistakes and correct them real fast and coolly.
Yeah.
With as little panic as possible.
I got another one for you. The smoke in downtown Manhattan is clearing, and there is no second tower.
Okay. That I can understand. But that also is very... Remember,
My God.
This is awful. But those of us who have... what response can the United States possibly have now? The United States needs a Franklin Roosevelt. I would say we have nothing to fear as much as fear itself. Yes, we have things to fear, but nothing as much as fear itself. Nothing as much as panic itself. This is a time for cool heads. You do not win wars by panicking, by flight forward. What I'm afraid of from this White House is because of its very weakness, it will tend to go into flight forward. I mean, actually, W. Bush is not exactly a combat veteran. So you don't expect him. I mean, he may have been in the National Guard down in Texas. But he's not the kind of guy you want in charge of a military major unit in a time of war. You want somebody with a cool head. You want MacArthur's time of war. You want commanders like that. You want leaders like that who do not blow their gaskets. And even in the face of the most horrible penalties, do not lose self-control. I'm afraid that there are people in Washington who are going to delight in having a sexual fantasy about losing self-control. They're going to pull out some kind of a Hollywood horror movie and try to act that out as a scenario.
This advice of nothing to fear but fear itself goes right down to the last man listening to this program right now. I mean, we have people in Washington right now who I can see them sitting at a table saying, we have got to have the president order martial law immediately.
Absolutely.
That kind of crazy thinking.
Absolutely. The worst thing they can do. It's the worst thing for the security of the United States to pull a stunt like that. Whoever would do it has to be a real certifiable historical idiot.
Well, what can be, what should be the U.S. response in the next 24 to 48 hours to this?
I would hope that some of these guys get smart enough to call me up.
Well,
because there are people that I would think of as the kind of team that could be pulled together as a special team to advise the president and other institutions on how to respond to this, and to reach out to other governments informally. For the informal kind of cooperation, which will make the formal cooperation work.
All right, I've got a couple of people with some questions for you, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm going to go ahead and bring you folks on the air along with Lyndon LaRouche. Ryan, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Hi, Lyndon. It's exciting to talk to you. I really haven't been introduced to your movement until I started listening to the Jack Stockwell Show. But I find that you have quite a few interesting things to say. And boy, Jack's been talking about this crap for a long time. And I'll tell you, it's really scary. I've wanted to see if maybe you thought that maybe this was an oligarchical ploy to gain power at a key time. Or if you think maybe this is just a random terrorist attack.
It's not random. This is obviously a highly planned attack by a very capable agency. This kind of thing is, if it is coordinated as portrayed, and I see no reason to work any other working hypothesis at this time. If it becomes less, fine, be grateful. But this already is a horror show of first magnitude.
Oh my heck, I can't believe it. I mean, I can't believe they even collapsed the tower.
But this couldn't happen, but this is not amateur night.
No.
This is big. Therefore, the first thing we need is cool heads.
I agree, and that's what I'm afraid of. Just like Jack said, I'm afraid of them declaring martial law. I can just see it as plain as day. Them saying they need to come and
that would be the end of the United States. The United States could not take martial law.
No.
Disintegrate.
I know they couldn't take it. And that's what I'm afraid of. I mean, it just, oh my gosh, I can't believe how scary it is if they, and I guess I just see them doing it as plain as day. That's the thing that terrifies me.
You get some Ku Klux Klan mentality to think that would work, but anybody who knows anything knows that this country right now is morally very fragile. This country can disintegrate as a nation. It's very fragile as a result of what's been done to it. As a result of the entertainment that supplied it. What appears on television, other forms of mass entertainment.
Well, and I think it's all been a ploy over the last 50 years by the oligarchy to obtain the power that they want over this country.
Well, it's actually to change the world in a certain way. But I'm not drawing any conclusions beyond what I know, because I have to be cool at this time, because I'm vindicated in a sense.
Yeah.
Therefore, I have not got the luxury of indulging myself in any wild speculation. I have to be cool. Anything I say, I have to be right.
I'm glad that we have one person who's going to be.
So I'll say what I know, but I'm not going to leap to conclusions. I'm going to see what the facts are. But in the meantime, I know the first thing is keep cool, especially those who are in leading positions.
I agree. I appreciate your time, Lyndon.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
What happened, what they're saying now, Lynn, is that the second plane flew into one of the structural corners of the second building, knowing that it would bring that. They think that's what brought the second one down. Was that the plane? Obviously, well, I don't know, obviously, because I don't know either. But I would suspect that anybody that would be going to that kind of an extreme move would have those planes loaded with sufficient explosives.
Understood. Well, the fuel alone is something.
Yeah.
They shortly have to take off. A fuel plane has a certain amount of explosive potential. No, I think we just got to get more evidence. But obviously, what we know is that this doesn't conform to any coincidence of any kind.
All right, I want to get another traffic update. Then we come back. I want to talk about what the IDF would be trying to accomplish with an act like this. All right, let's get Don on here. Don, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Good morning. I'm Don Levitt, K-Talk Traffic.
Thanks, Don.
You bet.
It's interesting here. 23 minutes after the hour, my guest, Lyndon LaRouche. I've often told you, ladies and gentlemen, that my source of information that I use relative to my radio programs comes from a majority of sources from around the planet. Newspaper headlines out of Germany, out of China, out of Russia, out of South America, France, Italy, the British Isles. And one thing that is predominant in international media that you do not see in the United States media is the discussion of Mr. LaRouche and his ideas regarding a new Bretton Woods, individual state sovereignty, the end of this economic system in the sense that it has to be completely reorganized, or what has happened, these are my words, what has happened in Manhattan, what happened to the rest of the world financially. And I have often talked about that. I have given you phone numbers where you can check in the information yourself. I've had information in my office that you can come by in my clinic to pick up additional information. And what is going on right now, I've been talking about 3 to 4 years, ever since my association with Mr. LaRouche, in the sense of the orchestration of events leading in this particular direction to force the United States to come to war in the Middle East. And I've talked about that. I've talked about how I don't want to see my sons going to war in the Middle East. But I can't help but see that day materializing before me. Lynn, is the American government crazy enough right now to have a war response to this?
Well, they try stupid enough.
All right.
Then that's possible.
Who would they go shooting at?
Well, they would just react.
You know, more intensified bombings of Baghdad or something stupid like that.
Or some foolish thing. They would react out of stupidity. See, the problem here is that years ago, we had certain criteria like industry, agriculture, science, physical reality. And therefore, you had a population which would look at things in a practical way, in the way a progressive farmer, the way a small entrepreneurial industrialist would look at things, an engineer, so forth. We don't have that anymore. We have a population which lives more and more in fantasy land. And you have leaders who are selected. Look, let me be frank. I think this is a time we got to be very honest, no strained politeness. Look, we had two idiots running for president as of up to November 7th of last year. One dumb with a real bad combination around him. And he had the other one who was a mental case of a different kind. Sure. This is a fact. I mean, this is a reality. This is not the time to be polite or to be diplomatic. And therefore what happened is the institutions, including the mass media, the money bags of various parts of the country, put their money behind these two specimens. Now, I was the best qualified, but put that aside. You had other people, like Kerry in Massachusetts, for example, and other people who were more qualified. They were sane. And even if they had shortcomings, if you put them in the Oval Office and put a good bunch of advisors around there, you might get a good process of government out of them. We don't. So what we have is we have an American people which sat there and watched while what they knew to be a mental case and a dummy were the only available presidents of the United States. And anybody who understands what the presidency of the United States means as an absolutely unique quality of institution on this planet would realize the importance of having a qualified president in that office at the time when the financial crisis, the global monetary crisis, was inevitable. And these two clowns, and Lieberman as well, the vice presidential candidate, didn't say a word about the crisis, the financial crisis, which was then oncoming. People have lost tens of trillions of dollars globally from the collapse of this system. In one sector of the U.S. financial market alone, $3 trillion, which hit a lot of poor people, as well as others, who were putting their savings in there, hoping to get that extra nickel to stretch their pension. That sort of thing. We have a bubble that's about to bust in real estate now. So these issues are facing, and nobody was paying attention to any of the obvious, massively obvious real issues coming up. So now you've got a population which, if you read the print press, you look at the so-called television news of various kinds, including the stuff that's on this website, and you see absolute gibberish and idiocy. So what do you expect? The American people have no sense of what the reality of the real current situation is. And therefore you have leaders who don't even want to know what reality is. They want to have a fantasy. And it's extremely dangerous. We've got to get cooler heads together now and put some direction into this. But I'm really afraid of what would happen if you leave the decision to be made in the hands of just a few who are the obvious ones right now.
Well, this could, I'm thinking that it's almost impossible for the United States to not do anything. When you looked at what happened in Oklahoma City, nothing on this. I mean, nothing against, I'm sorry for the people whose lives were lost and family and such, but this, if it is as bad as I think it is, what happened today, the United States can't just do nothing.
Well, the United States, first of all, the President of the United States or someone who's next to him, who's intelligent, should immediately call President Putin of Russia. And between the two of them, they should talk to all the key leaders in France, Germany, Italy, and so on. Japan as well. Bring the Chinese in on it. The Chinese will have their own reaction, but bring them in on it. Through a group of leaders. And say, this has happened in the United States. You guys all know what this kind of thing means. Now let's put this genie back in the bottle. That's what has to be done. Then tell the American people you're doing it. Okay? Say, we are not going to allow this kind of situation, which obviously had roots, to continue. We and other nations are going to cooperate to bring this under control. That's what the American people have to hear from the president, or somebody around him, or somebody else in charge. We maybe Don Rumsfeld, maybe Powell, Colin Powell is the guy to deliver that message. Somebody's got to deliver that message.
A conjoined effort among the now. This is just in. Another plane has been hijacked, and it's en route to Washington, D.C. right now.
Probably shoot it down.
Well, they're going to have to. If they're aware of that, they'll have to shoot it down. Oh, my goodness. My
this
goodness.
Is like wildest of your Hollywood
well,
scenarios.
yeah, I mean, Orson Welles and his War of the Worlds thing out of New Jersey back in the 30s. Could it have been any more real than this? This is absolutely incredible.
I think they're probably, then if this is happening, they're probably all the more reason for somebody to do what I suggested. The president, who would accept the call, of course, from Bush. Bush say he's calling on his behalf, put the right people in the phone. Get right to, it's still daytime in Moscow, or evening time. 10 hours difference. So to call them right now, and to call the relevant people in Germany, France, somebody in London, I don't know if that Prime Minister is any good for me, but in Italy, and Japan, and China, and a few other countries, consult with them, send up a consolidated arrangement, say we're going to stop this thing now.
Do we have the leadership, though, to support that? Do we have the orientation? I mean, we've got three different basic levels of thinking that exist inside Washington right now. You've got this Brzezinski, Huntington, Clash of Civilizations kind of concept. You have Ashcroft and Armitage in that group. And then you've got another group that is a little oligarchical in their design as well, in the sense of bringing everything in totally under control of Wall Street. If you had, I can't think of a Sergeant York mentality in Washington.
I think it's perfectly legitimate the President of the United States has certain constitutionally inherent emergency powers.
Yeah.
I would not really declare a national emergency. That's probably the wrong thing to do because it would activate the wrong things. But I would use the emergency powers of the President, and I would use the person of George W. Bush. He's President after all. But forget how he got there. He's President. He has got to, as President, to enter into an emergency discussion with prominent leaders of other nations and to try to bring the world community more or less into agreement with it. But quickly. And report that agreement to the American people now, preferably within hours.
To bring down that fear factor.
To bring it down that he's got to do something for change. This guy has done nothing so far as president. This is the time for him at last to shoot that, bolt and do something. All he has to do is, he doesn't have to be a genius. All he has to do is call Putin. And I'm sure that he'd get cooperation from Putin. And on that basis, if those two powers, which are the former superpowers, come to an agreement to bring other nations together as a consolidative basis, what are we going to do to stop this show right now to make sure it doesn't happen?
Yeah, exactly.
And then report that back to the American people. That is exactly my druthers. That is what should happen within hours.
The numbers that are coming in right now between the two buildings, 50,000 people work in those two buildings. And they're showing a shot from the Statue of Liberty right now, and you cannot even see Manhattan because of the smoke.
This is big. Somebody went for a big.
Well, this is the financial capital of the world that we're dealing with here.
Actually, runs the financial capital.
Well, okay.
It's the image of the financial capital.
Right. I agree with that.
Sometimes the image is bigger than the
That's right. That's right. And because the image of the United States and the position it holds in the rest of the world and what New York means to the United States, it's like going for the jugular, or in this case, the carotid.
Some somebody wants this thing to go out of control. That's why they did it. But this is not an attack. This is a provocation. It's a provocation with an intention behind it. To create a programmed reaction from the institutions of the United States. This is not some dumb guy with a turban someplace in the world trying to get revenge for what's going on in the Middle East.
Yes.
This is something different.
Those of you who are interested, you're welcome to call in here and talk to Mr. LaRouche yourself. You won't get an opportunity like this very often. Locally, 254-5855. Utah County, 470-5855. And North Davis, Weaver County, 670-5855. I'm going to give you, again, a toll-free number where you can get some more intelligence on all the stuff that we're talking about. 1-888-347-3258. 1-888-347-3258. About 25 minutes before the top of the hour. Randy, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Yeah, I was in Washington less than a week ago, and I just went there with the feeling that I probably wouldn't see it intact again.
Well, that was prophetic.
Well, I've been feeling this, and I have feelings now about the Olympics here, and I want you to comment on it.
Well, what we want to do here is, I don't want to step on anybody's feelings, Randy, but at a moment like this, what we have to be using is knowledge, fact-based knowledge, common sense, and a cool head.
Well, I think we need to have some thought what's coming, too.
What's coming is what's going to come in the next days, in the next hours. If the President of the United States, with support of people, makes the wrong mistake, the world's going to be in hell. That's the hurdle we've got to get over. If the President of the United States and people around him panic and react to this, as some of the press leaks so far that I've heard of are indicating, then this world is going in hell. Therefore, we have to worry about the next hours.
Yes, and what our response is going to be those next few hours. Randy, thanks for your call. Richard on a cell phone, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Kind of repeated what I don't want to repeat this. I was worried the Olympics and the security and the risk that we're going to be at in about February. The whole thing is worrisome to me. Everything. But the Olympics was on my mind. That's what I was going to say.
That's fine. That's all right. But the point is, the next hours are going to be decisive.
Yeah, I understand that.
I mean, the point is, sometimes when you go to the Olympics, think of yourself maybe as in denial. Here, the next hours, the existence of the United States is in jeopardy.
Yeah,
and
that's
security
true.
about the Olympics, to raise that as an issue, is typical of what people react to. It's like the, fight forward or go into a foxhole under conditions of warfare.
Yes.
Well, if you're in for president again, I'm voting for you because you get more common sense than anybody I've heard in government any place. So
Thanks, Richard.
thanks.
Well, there's one vote from Utah for you, Lyndon.
Thank you.
Yeah. Helen, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Thank you so much, Jack. Mr. LaRouche, this system, capitalism here in the developed countries, has become very expensive for them to invest. They need quick returns on their expensive investment, quick big returns, so that it is cheaper for them to invest in a foreign country and they can wait for long-term results. Do you think that this system has become so expensive? I used to think a collapse nobody wanted, but now perhaps they think a collapse would bring this system, would consolidate their gains. What do you think about that?
No, I think they're all crazy.
I consolidate these people who are establishing a global
they don't have any sense of
government.
They don't have any sense at all. They'll grab assets, but they don't have any sense about it.
May I hang up?
Yeah, go ahead, Helen.
Thank you.
They don't have any sense about the future. They're that proud. And I don't see, I deal with Washington, I deal with these circles, and they just don't, there's no sense in the leadership of the Republican or Democratic Party. There may be individual exceptions to that, but I'm talking about the party as an organization and the federal government as an organization. They have no sense of anything in the future. They are in lollipop land when it comes to economics.
You have made the comment in the past that one of the clear-cut more obvious descriptions of somebody who simply cannot be trusted in what they have to say regarding economics as someone who has been to economic school?
Well, generally, there are a few exceptions of people who studied economics who have the sense to know what they don't know.
Yes.
That's where I find sensible people. Those who think they have all the answers based on what is taught as generally accepted doctrine, they're dangerous.
All right, we're going to go to traffic really quick, and then we'll be right back. Craig, up in the north, you'll be next. Questions regarding martial law. Don, to the traffic.
Hey, thanks.
This means there's no panic on the streets in Salt Lake. We've got reports coming in right now of a plane crashing in Pittsburgh. We'll get more information on that here in a moment. Craig, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Thanks, Mr. LaRouche. With your knowledge of the protocol for the institutions of government and their reaction to something of this magnitude today, do you have any feelings of martial law?
I think it'd be the wrong thing to do. I think we should have a quiet emergency where law enforcement and other agencies act on alert, pull in their reserves to have them available, double check security, pull security officers who were on off-duty today back in, go over the files, check, because we don't know what, you're going to have things that are going to go off, not necessarily as a result of any centralized plan. Things that go off simply they are ignited by the kind of atmosphere. You're going to have people going crazy.
Yes.
You're going to have all these kinds of problems. So therefore, I would say the United States should be mobilized to have a heightened sense of security, but not martial law and not a national emergency. Despite the horrible degree of awfulness of what happened in New York, New York has an emergency. We have a physical emergency that is going to require a lot of assistance. There are going to be other places, if they get hit, are going to require assistance. All right, that kind of mobilization, yes. But keep it calm. The worst thing that can happen to us now is that the nut factor turns loose and complicates what is already a terrible problem.
Oh, and the thought that comes to my mind is the Gulf War and the way, the president's father reacted to that. Knee-jerk reaction like that right now would be terrible.
We got too many jerks already. No, we need calmness. That's why I emphasize that somebody has to, I think, press on President Bush, who's not his father, and may have a different reaction.
I just left my office building, and the whole office is down, glued around the television, and the fear in the room is just incredible.
Thanks, Craig. Craig,
thank you.
Then you go back there, Craig, and institute a sane, calm mind, and make sure that they don't panic.
Right.
Give them the Roosevelt inaugural address. Nothing to fear but fear itself.
Give them what I told you. What I told them on the air.
Yes. Thanks, Craig.
Honor talking to you, Mr. LaRouche.
Thank you.
Good. All right, about 15 minutes before the top of the hour, there is a line available, 254-5855, if you'd like to talk to Mr. LaRouche, an announced candidate already, a pre-candidate for the 2004 presidential election in the Democratic Party. I reported to you a year ago in the Arkansas, I think it was the Arkansas primaries, where the votes were stolen, the kinds of things that were done in Michigan, the things that were done within the Democratic Party to make sure Mr. LaRouche never made it to the convention. And so that they could deliver the cigar store Indian to you, Mr. Al Gore. I don't know if they're ready yet to listen. It's like the old Don McLean song on Vincent. Perhaps they never will, but one thing is absolutely certain, of all the things you've had to say this morning, the thing that smacks me with the greatest amount of truth and reality is this very calm response that must be taking place in all of our minds and hearts right now. Fear can drive people into some of the most bizarre, most ridiculous, most murderous, suicidal behavior imaginable. And they're probably already a certain sector of the country heading for the hills, which is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing at this point in time. And those of you who are listening to this program, listening to Mr. LaRouche, who haven't gone to work, or you're talking to people at work, or talking to family. See, I have a brother-in-law right downtown Manhattan. He's the first one that came to my mind. Well, not downtown. He's a little north up near Cornell. But still a little, my concern, I'll be talking to him as soon as phone lines can be established, but still, wherever you're talking to family, wherever you're talking to coworkers or whatever else, you must keep a cool head at this point in time. Boy, we have so little facts as to what's happened, and we've been dealt a heavy, heavy blow. 50,000 people work in those two buildings. They're both the buildings are now on the ground. It's probably going to take a month before all this information comes out. Let's go on here. Sharon, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Hi, Jack.
Hi.
I was just commenting on an observation that today's date is 9/11, actually.
Oh.
It's kind of coincidental. Seems like in tragedies, things like that are coincidental.
Yeah, 9/11.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The other thing I was going to say is I live here in Park City, and I don't think the Olympics is a topic for worry. I think our economy and our stock exchange is what we need to be worried about and more immediate.
Yes.
And I have a future son-in-law who works for Legg Mason in Florida, and he said from what they've heard, it's going to be closed for the whole week.
The market?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go to a stock market report here in 2 minutes, and I suspect that's probably what they're going to say, that there is no market.
Well, I'm very concerned about the economy, and I know that Mr. LaRouche is very expert in that area, and if he would expound on some of that, we'd be interested.
All right, thanks, Sharon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. One good thing we can say about this, if it does close down the market for a week, that it'll take another week for it to crash.
Well, the other thing, what you say is, the system is going to crash, the financial system. Accept it. Don't say it never will happen. It's going to happen. It's happening right now. What you do is you say, what do we do to save the economy? And to save the economy means do something that may not have been too popular in much of the Salt Lake community recently. Go back and think about what Franklin Roosevelt did in a situation which is admittedly less severe than the world faces today in terms of economy. But what he did worked. He took an economy that had been ruined by Teddy Roosevelt, by Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge. And with all the difficulty he had in doing it, and the mistakes he made in the process, he got the economy out. What we have to do is take that approach. We're going to keep the jobs functioning. We're going to keep the economy functioning. There are ways to do it. Roosevelt pioneered in that direction. We know a lot more of how to do that now than we did when he was president. We're going to have to do it. It's simply that way. Think clearly. We can always, as a nation state, with the powers of our government, the powers of our presidents, there is no financial or monetary crash which this government cannot bring under control and cannot use the situation to bring about a recovery. So that's the way we have to think about it.
All right, we're going to go to the Wall Street Journal report here in just a moment. I don't know if there's, what they're going to be. If it's only for a second, we'll be right back, of course. But I got about 30 seconds. Lynn, who was it that fired the missile into the MI6 building a while ago? Do you remember that? Yeah, in London. That.
Oh yeah, well that's a little bit mysterious, but as to who did what to whom. But obviously it was an operation. These things don't happen.
Yeah,
The British system, the British have through their Privy Council apparatus.
All right, let's. We're gonna jump over here really quick to the all the news web pages. The pages can't be displayed. This is interesting. I keep trying to go to these news web pages I was going to before. Maybe it's because they're updating them. But let's see what we can pick up here, or if we can pick up anything. No, I'm getting an empty signal here. There is no Wall Street Journal report. Oh, the building has been evacuated. That's why. All right, the stock exchange has been evacuated. All right, well, that takes care of the market for today. Well, at least it'll last for another day. Lynn, you were saying there a moment ago that the system was over. Now, what a lot of my listeners need to understand, Mr. LaRouche, is the difference between our economic systems of this country that's driving this market crash and basic economics. But there's a difference you can go in right now and change the economics to save the system, rather than leaving the same system of economics that's currently afloat and watching it crash on the shores of absolute bankruptcy. There are things that can be done right now to save our system and leave it intact, or not the system, but the economy of this country, with a drastic change in the system.
Very simply, you just use the principle of general welfare, which is as it's actually intended in the preamble of the Constitution. As Roosevelt used that authority, you declare bankruptcy when needed. For example, most of the banks in the United States are potentially bankrupt if they're not already bankrupt. Well, do you let the banks shut down? If you don't, you have the Treasury Department move in on the Federal Reserve System, which is the mother of these things, take over the Federal Reserve System under bankruptcy reorganization, under the authority of bankruptcy reorganization in cooperation with the states, who also control banks. You make sure that banks that must keep their doors open will keep their doors open. You must ensure that employment is maintained. You must ensure that actually it grows. You must ensure that pensions are paid. You must ensure that communities function. And you must also have some growth. Otherwise, how are you going to reorganize out of bankruptcy if you don't have some real growth? Which means that certain projects, like infrastructure projects, necessary ones, are put into place to absorb some of the unemployment which is inevitable and get the economy moving again. On that basis, using nothing but the precedents we have in our national law, national history, we could reorganize this economy out of a virtually total monetary and financial collapse by the will of government and the cooperation of the people. Good leadership in a very short period of time.
Well, I'm thinking of about 2 or 3 different directions I want to go here, but we've only got a few minutes left. I want to get Max on here real quick. Let me give you another number again, ladies and gentlemen. 1-888-347-3258. 1-888-347-3258. For more information on what we've been talking about today. Max, you're on the Stockwell Show.
Whoa.
Hey.
You know, we've seen the world economy fall pretty far. I think we just, with the World Trade Centers both collapsing, I think that was the last domino to fall to world collapse. Seriously. And I got quite a bit of money in the bank. I sold some land recently. I'm thinking, do I need to go pull that out? Or would it do me any good to pull it out?
I would think that's the question. Would it do any good to pull it out? We're going toward a gold reserve system in various countries, including Russia. 12 countries that now have gold coins, which are more or less a monetary unit, and the gold is going to increase. So I think we're headed for a gold reserve system. I think our basic option, above all things, is apart from being prudent, just plain prudent. Be conservative. Don't go for the bucks. Go first to save as much as you can. Diversify your risk, and try to keep something there so if something goes down, you have something else. General good sense. But the point is, we have to get the government to use its powers, start a reorganization and recovery program with an understanding that we have to save the American people and the economy and their future. That's it.
I think the cow's out of the barn now. You know what I mean? I'm talking, what do I do right this moment? Because I'm scared.
Diversify. Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, it was a big.
Go for at least minimal risk.
Okay, so you're saying go pull some out and get it diversified right now, or?
Diversify.
That's about the only chance I got, because there might be a run on the bank tomorrow, right?
Diversify your risk. Buy some government bonds if you can.
No, that's one of the safest things out there.
That's right.
Is government bonds.
Oh, yeah.
Short-term government bonds.
You deposit, you insure deposits, and the regular banking system. And
Absolutely.
Two of the most secure things. If you don't have a lot of good gold there that you can turn into a monetary asset.
Right.
That's a good idea.
Thanks, Max.
Thank you.
Appreciate your call. Just a few minutes left here. I can't tell you how much of an honor this is to have you on my program.
It's fun to be with you, Chuck.
Well, yeah, it's fun to have you here. I've got, we're going to try and squeeze in. Oh, he's not going to come on? Oh, I thought we were going to squeeze in another caller here for a moment. The latest now, fighter planes are scrambling to this hijacked plane. I guess they've got a hijacked plane on its way to Washington.
They're going to
shoot her down.
Or blow it down or shoot it down.
or force it off, to a path different. But boy, I'll tell you, this is this. You know, ever since you mentioned this at the very beginning of the program, Lynn, it's been keeps coming back up in my little prefrontal cortex here, and that is that the Arabs don't have the ability to pull something of this level off. You feel pretty strongly about that.
I know the Arab governments. I've been talking to them. Directly, indirectly, over some period. These are the key ones. And they don't want, they do not want this kind of thing. But I know who does want it.
All right. Now, you were talking about possibly the IDF, the Israeli
There are
Defense.
certain factions in the IDF.
Certain factions within it. Just like there are certain factions within the Pentagon that would love for us to go to war in the Middle East.
And so, or things like that. Exactly. Like Wolfowitz, for example.
Yes.
I don't think the world is safe for someone like him in the Defense Department. Frankly.
Yes.
He never served in the military.
Wolfowitz?
To my knowledge, he never had actual service in the military. I don't think he knows what that means psychologically. I think people who have some experience in war times, service or something like that, may have some sense of what the reality of military operations are. Particularly if they got some higher rank or some intelligence, or if they've studied military history with that background.
Yes.
They might have some sense of what they're talking about. A guy like Wolfowitz impresses me. The kind of things I've seen him do. He doesn't know what time it is. He's dangerous. He's dangerous not because he's capable. He's dangerous because he's incapable. It's a very bad idea to put that in that engine. I think a lot of generals would agree with me too.
Yes. Yeah, well, we have about a minute left, Lynn. We got a minute left. Can you bring something sublime out of this?
Yeah, I think the point is, when you get a crisis, which is like a war. I mean, this what is reported in New York, you're talking about 50,000 people possibly killed. You realize that's in the order of magnitude of the official death toll?
Of Vietnam. Yes.
So this is not a minor thing. This is not something that happened. This is not a terrorist incident. This is something much bigger. But when you get into a crisis like this, the first thing you have to do, especially terrible crises, the more terrible they are, the more this principle applies. Do not panic. Do not shout fire in a crowded theater. Get the people safely out. And what's needed now is to recognize that we got to this mess because the institutions of our government, forget who did it, forget who did whatever's done. Think about this could not have happened if our government functioned. And the reason our government didn't function and doesn't function, I hope that changes quickly now, is because nobody was paying attention.
Yes.
Therefore, let us pay attention and recognize that when we were running the economy the way we were running it, the things we've been doing, we have set ourselves up for this kind of crisis. The thing to respond to a crisis like this is to remove long-term and medium-term causes of the crisis itself, of the situation which allowed this to happen, come to this pass.
Lyndon, we've got to go. Thank you so much, sir, for being my guest today.
Thank you, Zach.
We'll talk to you again.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
So let's go live right now to Lyndon LaRouche speaking to the nation from his studio in Leesburg, Virginia on the evening of September 18th, 2001.
Lynn, it's 1 week after the attacks on the Pentagon and on the World Trade Center. You have been making comments over the whole week about that, starting with the events as they were going on last Tuesday. What do you have to say to the American people now?
Well, the point is, the first thing is people are frightened. The first consideration. The nature of the events is frightening, especially for this generation and most of this population. They are showing signs of great anxiety, of course, most acute in the D.C. area and the New York area. Under these conditions, people tend to become suggestible. They tend to have fantasies, exert bad judgment. Now, the first thing a commander does under conditions of war, and there's certain things about this situation which are analogous to war in real sense. You must have your troops, the fighting troops, not panic-stricken, calm, realistic, don't try to pump them up with false confidence, but a realistic view of the situation and a sense that you are effectively in charge. And that's what the American people need now, as opposed to what CNN, for example, and Fox News have been doing with their television broadcasts. Mm-hmm. The worst possible thing you can do to the American people to cause the worst kind of crisis. Look at the situation. First of all, what has happened to the United States is on last Tuesday, it came under, on the 11th, it came under attack by a mysterious force, which I know is some kind of rogue operation inside the security screens of the United States. This did not come from the Middle East, it didn't come from Europe, it didn't come from South America. There may be people who are nationals from other parts of the world who are involved in this. But the operation is very sophisticated, and no one could do an operation like this from outside the United States at present. There's no one who could do what was done here then. So we know it's a very high-level rogue operation inside our own country. Now, that's not the only problem. When something like this happens, many other things begin to go wrong. People who are crazy begin to do crazy things. People who are frightened can be set off, shall we say, by these kinds of events, will do crazy things. So you have a general insecurity situation inside the country. So you've got to calm the thing down. The president doesn't know who's behind this yet. I think that's a fairly safe thing to say. But we have to approach this from a command standpoint as like a hunter. What a hunter does, as opposed to the bang-bang guy who goes out with a gun and shoots in all directions hoping to see something, a hunter stalks his prey in a very systematic way. What the hunter does is reads the spoor and try to read the mind of that species of animal. Identify the species, identify the spoor, read the spoor, find out what kind of an animal you're up against with an animal. Now, we're trying to define the perpetrators of this crime, not just to punish them, but to prevent them from doing what obviously they intend to do, something similar, worse than they did on the 11th of September. So therefore, you have to have a sense of a government which knows what it's doing in defining who the enemy is, reading the enemy's mind from his spoor and from his capabilities, going at the problem in a systematic way, and turning to the American people and saying, here's what our situation is. Yes, we have an enemy within. It's a very powerful, very dangerous enemy. We don't know how far he's prepared to go, but we must conclude he's prepared to go further than he did on the 11th of September. But we're in charge. We're taking the following measures, that kind of a thing. You've got to give the American people a sense, particularly the American people, a sense that you care for them, that you understand their problems, that you're in charge and you're taking responsibility. And you've got to calm them down with a sense, that kind of approach. That's what I tried to do in the course of the broadcast. I was talking to Jack Stockwell during this broadcast. And Jack and I, in a sense, were talking to each other. But we were both aware of the large listening audience on the radio from that station at that time. And we knew that would be picked up and relayed to other parts of the country. And therefore, my job as, for example, a presidential candidate, someone who knows what it is to be president, is to say to the American people what I would say as president, and hope that would be echoed by the actual incumbent sitting president in the next phase. And that's what's needed this time. There are no guarantees. I think we can lick the problem. But if the American people go crazy, or if they're terrified by what CNN and Fox News and others are doing to them in the mass media, then we're in real trouble.
Do you think the president is going to follow your advice?
I think there are probably by now, there are indications that there are a number of aspects of the institutions of the United States who probably agree with me and probably are thankful for what I did. I certainly know that many governments abroad, or leading circles in those governments, do agree with me. I think that some of these people who are experts have the ear of the president as his advisors. I think that they are reporting to him the kinds of things that I would wish them to report to him. There's still a lot of confusion. Still a lot of things are being said by him and by others, and things aren't being done that should be done. But I think that to some degree, some of the message is getting through. I just hope enough of the message, and I hope in time.
On another question, there's obviously a large, at least according to the media, a large buildup for some kind of military operation in Afghanistan as a punishment for Osama bin Laden, or it seems. Do you think the United States should go into Afghanistan?
No, not at all. There may be a reason to do something like that, but at this point, there is no reason to anticipate going into Afghanistan or any other country at this time. Practical things would be to get the Middle East peace immediately, to end this war which is going on in Israel, in the area of Israel, to bring about peace there. We would hope that Sharon would cooperate with us and realize that what he's doing in avoiding the kind of peace process which Oslo set into motion, that he's actually contributing to a great danger to the United States and many other countries at this time. Therefore, we would hope he would come to his senses with other Israeli leaders and work to calm this thing down, because that's our major danger. Our major problem is inside the United States. There are two things we have to consider. It is not accidental that this attack on us occurred at precisely the time that the ongoing international monetary and financial collapse was reaching a peak point, a point of crisis. And things like this happen in times like this. So obviously some very powerful group of people inside our country, perhaps with some cooperation from outside, but essentially inside our country, decided to do the equivalent of a coup d'etat against the United States, which meant methods of terror to make the population malleable, to accept what they're planning to do, and at some point come forward and actually represent a new kind of government of the United States to replace the present government. That's their objective. So therefore, one of our things we have to do is we have to preempt this by dealing with the financial and monetary crisis now. For example, right now, the airline system of the United States is crashing. Not that the planes are crashing, but the finances are crashing. Well, we can't have that. We cannot allow the essential airline industry, which is a part of our national infrastructure, to collapse. Therefore, the government must step in, not with a bailout of Wall Street, but with a plan to supply credit and reorganization, that is government-protected reorganization of the airline industry, to ensure this thing functions, and to give them a plan which perhaps over a year or 10 years or 20 years allows the industry to come back to full self-sustaining stability, and that kind of protection. There are other things we must do. So therefore, the first thing is to realize we must act upon the general nature of the world situation, the effects of the international monetary and financial crisis, which is a point of danger, things like the Middle East war, which must be calmed down, a point of danger. We must win the confidence of the American people for measures of this type, and we must act. In that process, we will weaken the potential of the enemy who is now preparing to strike again. And if we make the American people aware of this, then no coup d'etat could be successful in the United States. Then the enemy is morally and politically defeated, whatever power he represents. Those, I think, are the immediate objectives.
I see. So you have talked a lot in the past about a Pearl Harbor effect in the population as being the only way to get the American population to effectively act to realize the kind of solutions that Franklin Delano Roosevelt was able to implement following Pearl Harbor the last time. So you're saying that this crisis, which some people have also compared to Pearl Harbor, could also have that effect?
I had hoped to avoid anything like a Pearl Harbor effect. My view was that I'd made certain proposals. Numbers of people around the world, including people close to the Vatican, for example, leading Italian politicians, senators, and members of the House of Deputies and others, people from all over the world had endorsed my proposal for a new Bretton Woods, which means address the present financial crisis by admitting that the system we've had for the past 30 years has failed. What Nixon set into motion in August 1971, the so-called floating exchange rate system, measures taken by Carter afterward, have been the biggest catastrophe the United States has faced economically in the 20th century. It was a mistake. So between 1945 and the middle of the 1960s, despite all the mistakes that were made in that period, we had an economy that worked. Europe recovered from a war and depression. South America survived. Japan was rebuilt. Other parts of the world benefited. Some didn't. We didn't have cooperation with everyone, but some, it worked. The old system. So I said simply, the American people are not prepared yet, nor other nations, to experiment with some newfangled kind of approach. They are prepared to say, this system isn't working, hey, please, let's go back to the one that did work. And therefore, if you would have enough political figures would make that decision and announce it to the American people, you would find a sudden change in the attitude of the American people. Because people like our Americans, they're frightened people. They don't tell the truth. They deny things that frighten them. They pretend that something else is the problem rather than the thing that frightens them most. They will not face up to the idea of a general financial collapse, which threatens their bank, which threatens their employment, which threatens their community. They will not face this reality unless first, as Franklin Roosevelt understood this very clearly, you have to say, we know your problem, we're going to deal with it. At that point, when people have a credible offer of a solution for their problem, they will now admit the problem exists. Under those conditions, if enough American people, leaders, had said to the American people during the year 2000, during the presidential election campaign, this is the situation, this is what we have to do about it, this is what we have to be prepared to do, the American people would have listened, or most of them. And the politicians would then have the support of the American people. And we would have this thing under control. If you don't deal with a problem like this in a timely fashion, if government says, as the Gore campaign and the Bush campaign said in the year 2000, we're not going to talk about it. Not a single one of them said a word about the worst financial crisis in history, which was coming on down then. Not a word. They're running for president. The biggest thing anyone's going to face as president in the year 2001 is the worst financial crisis in modern history. Not a word. Not a whimper. They left the American people exposed psychologically to the impact of something for which the American people were not prepared, psychologically. If you try to run an operation like that, and you don't, you keep postponing. You pretend it's not true. Oh no, the market will always rebound. Things like that. When it hits, the shock will drive people into a state of anxiety where their behavior becomes unpredictable, highly irrational, and dangerous. And that happened. So now we've come to a Pearl Harbor effect. As I saw in that famous Sunday in December 7th, 1941, as I was walking the streets of New York that morning in Manhattan, and it was a strange atmosphere in the streets. It was Sunday. The streets were largely deserted. I walked into a hotel lobby where I had a business appointment, and I found out what was happening. Pearl Harbor had been struck. And during the rest of that day, people were running, looking for the recruiting officers, military recruiting officers, in panic mobs. I want to join up. I want to join up. And so there was a Pearl Harbor effect, which changed the behavior of the American people in one day. And we've come to that kind where we have a Pearl Harbor-like effect, not a good one, but an effect. And therefore, we have to change now. So therefore, the leaders have to respond to this reality and reassure the American people, not with phony promises, but reassure them in a way that makes the American people ready to face the problem and then work on the solutions.
You said that the enemy is within. Do you expect further attacks? And if so, I mean, it's hard to imagine, but do you expect further attacks soon? Or will the enemy wait for things to calm down?
No. This attack that was done in New York and in Washington was targeted the people of the United States. What do they hit? They hit New York City. New York City is the symbol of the financial power of the United States. That's only a symbol. It's not really the financial power of the world. But it's a symbol of that in people's mind. It's the greatest concentration outside of London of the financial center population. They attacked the personnel in the Pentagon, which is the command of the military forces. These were psychological attacks against the U.S. population. There was not an attempt to kill the president. No sign of it. And as I read the mind of the enemy had no intention to kill the president at this time. Maybe later, yes. Though the people who said there was a threat to the life of the president were right. Anytime something like this happens, the Secret Service and other agencies have to assume there's a threat to the president and act as if they had actual knowledge of a threat under those conditions, even if there's no actual threat known. The very fact of an attack on New York City in that way indicates there is a threat to the President of the United States. You don't do that to the United States without representing a potential threat immediately to the life of the President. Because what do you want to do with it? Why do you want to attack the United States? Obviously defeat it. How can you defeat it with an attack like that? Well, maybe bring down its government. Attack its centers of government. They weren't at that this time. This time they were trying to panic the American people. Now that means that they're not ready to make the coup d'etat yet. That means that they'll be looking for a next operation, which will probably, knowing the mind of the animal, will be different than this operation that just happened. But it will be a larger scale attack on the American population. Then if the population is sufficiently malleable by being terrified by this, then they might go for the actual coup d'etat. But we're looking at a threat of a coup d'etat against the United States government. Now, therefore, I know how these things can be done. I've just been at this counterintelligence for a long time. So, we're playing a mind game against an animal in the forest, an animal whose spoor I have read, and whose necessary species I know. I do not know the names of the animals. I don't know where they're located. I can guess. Therefore, we're playing a mind game against the enemy, which is this animal, the coup potential, the rogue element inside our security forces with whatever allies it has and accomplices it has. Therefore, we have to conduct our policy not merely to find him and neutralize him, but we also have to take measures which will frustrate his ability to achieve the effects for which he aims. Therefore, we have to do, as I say, first of all, you have to calm the population. You have to say what the enemy's nature is. Stop talking about Arab terrorists. This is not our problem. There are problems of that type in the world, but this is not our problem here. Name the names. Name the kind as much as we can. Say what the danger is. Say we're determined to stop it. And say that the enemy, if he tries to run a coup d'etat, the American people will rise up and destroy him if he tries it. That's the first thing to be made clear, because we don't know where he is. We don't know where to hunt him out. We don't have his name, but we know what kind of an animal he is, and we know what his game is. Therefore, we maneuver as you do in warfare, where you don't see the enemy's eyes, you know his troops are there, and you deal with them accordingly.
Okay, well, let's get this a little bit clear, though. I mean, there are people in the United States now who are arguing that it's the U.S. government that did it. I mean, I've heard arguments going so far as to say that George Bush did it himself. Now, you're saying that it's rogue elements inside the government.
Oh, we don't know. Yeah, there could be. They're inside the government probably, but you have Mr. X. See, Mr. X on the one hand is a government official or a member of some part of the security establishment, maybe a retired general officer acting in some other capacity. So you know him by his right name, his ordinary name. But he has another identity as a member of this organization. Also, in these kinds of things, an operation like this has a very tricky command structure. The command structure is designed to be an efficiently centralized command structure, but on a need-to-know basis, so the various elements that are being deployed really don't know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. We've seen this before.
But inside the United States?
Inside the United States. We have to look, the danger lies inside the United States. An outside attack on us would be dangerous to anyone. any enemy. We don't have much power left, but we have that kind of power. Nobody better attack the United States from the outside. We are vulnerable to an attack delivered by an agency from the inside. And that's something I think frightens some people in government who may suspect I'm right on this one. How do you tell the American people they have to look for the danger from the inside? Isn't it convenient to say we're going to go out and hit somebody, particularly when you have idiots like CNN and Fox News clamoring for the United States to go out and run a clash of civilizations to turn the planet into a global religious war, in attacking 1 billion Muslims on this planet, stirring up you know what not else? They're nuts. And the first thing is to shut these guys up. Don't take away their civil rights, but come out and say, these are clowns. Don't listen to them. The President of the United States says, don't listen to CNN, don't listen to Fox News. They're a bunch of irresponsible clowns lying to you, just trying to drive you crazy. Probably a very good thing for them to do.
Yeah. Because okay. What should then you're asking? You've gone through what Americans shouldn't fear. What should your average American do under these circumstances?
First of all, is face the truth. Now, he needs some help. I found that what we're doing, what I'm doing and my associates are doing, and others, is working. That people to whom we speak, first thing to do, how do you speak to American people? Speak in a calm voice, even level, calm, relaxed friend. Let's think about this. Think about what you're saying. Think about what you're being told. Do you really think it's true? Get people from panicking, get them to think. We find it works. You'll have a few people who are crazy already, driven crazy by this stuff. But most people will tend to think if you approach them in the right way. So first of all, we have to, my associates, and others, have to approach the American people calmly, saying, look, it's a terrible threat. We don't deny it. There's a terrible depression coming down. Don't deny it. But we say we can lick these things. Mm-hmm. We can defeat the enemy. We can control this depression. We can survive this quite nicely. We did it under Roosevelt. We've learned lessons. We can do it again. So we don't need to worry about that. What we need to worry about, can we get ourselves together to get the government to do what it has to do? Mm-hmm. That's what has to be done, essentially. If you've got the American people mobilized behind you on the basis of that kind of voice, that kind of determination, you now have an army, the army of the people of the United States. The army will mobilize as an army to fight the enemy it has. And I think this army will do fairly well.
Mm-hmm. In 1995, your magazine, Executive Intelligence Review, put out a special report which discussed in great detail the British intelligence involvement in all sorts of terrorist activities internationally and domestically. Do you think there's a British involvement in the current operation?
Well, yes. There are probably two sides of Britain on this one, as there are in this country. For example, terrorism, modern terrorism in the present form, was unleashed as a mass phenomenon in Europe, the United States, and elsewhere in 1968. Some of the same people who were leaders or key participants in terrorism in 1968, such as, for example, the Basque terrorists in Spain, have been continuously functioning as terrorists to the present day.
The ETA.
ETA.
Yeah.
Right? They're part of this operation. They were part of the operation. Remember, we had this planned terrorist deployment in Washington, D.C. for the end of September. This was headed up by an international intelligence figure named Teddy Goldsmith. Teddy Goldsmith is the brother of the deceased Jimmy Goldsmith, who was a key part of Iran-Contra. Mm-hmm. What we called Iran-Contra. Part of that created the Afghazi operation, mm-hmm. which created Osama bin Laden. Created him. So this was a British, American, Israeli operation, essentially. This terrorist operation. And it was used for political effects. It was not a bunch of independent terrorists running around organizing terrorist organizations. These things were organized from the top by the so-called secret or special warfare branches of governments or similar kinds of government agencies and powerful agencies, financial and so forth. So part of this was British intelligence. You had an element in the United States. Or take the United States in the past 25 years. The terrorism which created the Afghans was first launched on behalf of the United States by Zbigniew Brzezinski, the man who designated Jimmy Carter to be nominated as President of the United States and who became his national security advisor. It was under Brzezinski that the Afghazi was created as an Afghan operation against the Soviet system. It was sort of like a Vietnam War operation against the Soviet system. So this kind of terrorism is that. That has continued to the present day. In the 1980s, on the name of counterterrorism, operating out of one branch of the National Security Council, you had what became known as Iran-Contra. This was another level. Now, you had the 1970s terrorism, which is organized out of government agencies in Italy, in France, and so forth. You had the 1980s terrorism, which was organized by the same forces. British and the British, Israeli, and U.S. forces were key in this stuff. Certain elements of NATO, funny departments of NATO were involved. Today, with this crowd that is now training and directing the operational aspects of the terrorism planned for Washington, D.C. for the end of this month, this crowd is trained by people who are part of the generation of the 68 terrorists, part of the generation of the 1970s terrorists, part of the generation of the 1980s terrorists. So you have a terrorist capability loose on this planet. And this is known, it can be identified, it can be dealt with, it can be exposed, and if you expose it adequately, you can neutralize it.
So you're saying that the enemy that committed this act 1 week ago, although U.S.-based or based partially in the U.S., could be using these elements like bin Laden.
Well, so I think bin Laden is not too important anymore. I don't think he's particularly significant for this particular operation. But the same people who, as a command group, were operating in things like the terrorism of the 1960s, 70s, 80s, who were involved in Iran-Contra, which is actually a terrorist operation, if you want to. It's an irregular warfare operation. The same people are loose, and it is in that command structure that somebody could pull together a group of people who have access to all kinds of resources and know how to do these things. Because this is the mind that runs this kind of special warfare operation is a special kind of military mind. So you're looking for top-grade military strategic specialists who know how to set up an operation as skillful and technologically polished as this attack on New York and Washington was. No amateur is going to do this. No rough-and-tumble terrorists can do that. They can do certain things. They're part of the auxiliaries of the operation. But they're not the people who can set up the kind of operation we're concerned. And we have this element, the command element is still here. Nobody's exposed it. It's not been caught. It's ready to strike again. And where the behavior of CNN and so forth is being given all the encouragement to strike at its choosing. The only defense we have now is an increasing awareness in some part of the political command structure and elsewhere, possibly including key people in the White House, who, while not saying much about it publicly, are aware this kind of problem exists. And therefore, they probably are beginning to act. The only thing that will prevent the enemy from acting is our taking some kind of preemptive action of that type. If you expose the problem, or a terrorist problem, a covert problem, you largely weaken it, if not destroy it.
Do you think that this has anything to do with the Oklahoma bombing?
Well, it's the same kind of operation. The Oklahoma bombing was obviously, it required a capability which Timothy McVeigh did not have, nor his associates. And somebody decided to put the lid on it. he was willing to have himself killed as a martyr for the cause. Now, what about these guys who flew planes into the Pentagon or into the two buildings in New York City? They're willing to be martyrs for a cause. They had such pleasure in killing themselves, they could do that with precision. Timothy McVeigh advertised himself as a man who was willing to do what was done at Oklahoma City with precision. Well, not precision, he didn't have the capability. But you have organizations like that. And obviously McVeigh came from an organization like that, which is why I protested so loudly against the way in which he was railroaded into a quick conviction. What we needed was counterintelligence against whatever was behind really what he did. The problem was, from my standpoint, when this had happened at Oklahoma City, very soon higher authorities stepped in and put the lid on all the leads that might lead to other consider. We got the man, try him, hang him, get rid of him. Cover it up, like a cat covering up what it just did.
What do you think foreign governments could do right now in order to help the United States? I know that there are a lot of foreign governments that are very, very wary of what they think the United States is about to do with the Middle East, a Middle East adventure. They're terrified.
They're afraid of that. They think the United States is proposing to do things that are crazy for the United States and for everyone concerned. Is launching a so-called revenge attack. Revenge is the worst idea in military science. You never practice revenge in military practice. Never. You win wars. War means a peaceful, successful conclusion to a conflict. And your objective is to achieve that with the least expenditure of time and effort possible, especially life. You never go to war for revenge. Only we had that in the European experience from the period from 1511 to 1648, which is a period in which Europe was dominated and almost destroyed by religious war.
That's the 30 Years' War, right?
Yeah, well, also 1511, all the wars of the 16th century, most of the major wars, the wars of the Netherlands, all the other wars, were largely religious wars. In these religious wars, the character of the warfare was revenge. In the Crusades, there was an element of the same thing. The character of the warfare was religious warfare, revenge. There are other things in history of the same kind. You never fight war for revenge. You never chase a defeated enemy and try to make war on him. You try to induce him to surrender or to come to an agreement which ends the causes of the war. And if you have a peace agreement, you honor it. You don't look for victims. You don't look for revenge. Revenge is a motive which leads to new dark ages of civilization. People who oppose it don't know what they're doing and should be kept out of political and military command. Fire them. Don't keep them in there. They're a menace to peace and civilization. So so that's one concern. But there's another aspect to this. The governments of the world are afraid not of terrible things that the United States might do. That's not the fear. The fear, as expressed in France and in Germany in the past week, for example, is the fear that, and they use the language, that this kind of attack will cause a clash of civilizations. Now, clash of civilizations is the language of Zbigniew Brzezinski. Now, Brzezinski represents the kind of mentality. I'm not saying that Brzezinski is behind the terrorist attacks on New York and Washington. But Brzezinski represents the state of mind of the kind of person who would want to do that. He might not intend to do that, but his state of mind would lead at least other people to do that. The point is that
as an attack against the Soviet Union?
No.
I mean, or against the former Soviet Union?
No. No, the purpose is very simple. If the possibility now is that, and it's coming rapidly, that the Eurasian continent and its adjoining islands has been moving into a step-by-step cooperation of economic cooperation for rejuvenation of that continent from the conditions of ongoing financial and monetary collapse. This would mean that the continent would tend to be united as an economic force for economic purposes. Western Europe, for example, which is bankrupt, would now have a market opened in China, India, and elsewhere for export of high technology. You would have long-term agreements, large-scale infrastructure projects, which would create vast new employment opportunities and new wealth in Eurasia. This would make Eurasia a power. Now, there are certain people in the United States and Britain who see themselves as the English-speaking maritime power that rules the world. And they see any such development involving Japan, Russia, China, India, Southeast Asia, Western Europe, that kind of cooperation, they see it as a threat in the long term to their continued ability to rule this planet as a maritime financier power. Therefore, there's some people like Brzezinski and Kissinger who say, break it up. How do you break it up? Well, you start wars. We've had 2 world wars over this issue in the last century. The British organized World War I, and they're solely responsible for it. Other people were idiots, but the British monarchy specifically organized as a geopolitical war to prevent France, Germany, Russia, Japan, China from cooperating around ideas such as the Trans-Siberian Railroad or the Berlin-Baghdad Railroad. To break that up, the British ran an operation to put France and Russia against Germany, Austria-Hungary, and so forth. We finally got in, but in the war. But that was a geopolitical war. World War II was started as a geopolitical war. Some British interests and some financial interests in New York City, Averell Harriman and Company, put Hitler into power in January of 1933 with the intent that Hitler would move Germany for an attack on the Soviet Union, and then France and Britain would attack the rear of Germany while Germany was deeply involved in conquering the Soviet Union. That was their plan. It wasn't going to work. So therefore, the British got the United States to get in the war. We got in happily because we wanted to defeat Hitler. But that's how that war happened. Mm-hmm. We're now headed for the potential 3rd geopolitical war in 100 years. And Brzezinski wants to start it to prevent the nations of Central Asia as being a fulcrum point for bringing East Asia and Western Europe into contiguity. My view, of course, is that it's in our interest that Eurasia should unite in that way for an economic recovery in Asia, in which we would hope that the United States would participate and find that as a market for what we should go back to producing and exporting into this part of the world. But some people in the United States and Britain think differently. Now, the key weapon these guys have, they say, could they induce Israel to start a religious war in the Middle East? But Israel could not win a war in the Middle East now. They have the conventional ability to win a war, but they could not occupy and hold the territory. They would be destroyed by the attempt to occupy and hold adverse territory. So they would be forced to go to so-called weapons of mass destruction. Mm-hmm. That would be sufficient to throw the whole continent into flames. Some people say we don't want the Israelis to do that. Other people say the United States has to do that. We have to keep the Israelis out, the way it was done with Desert Storm. Keep the Israelis out, we'll do it, the job on Iraq. Mm-hmm. And the same thing is coming back now. So there are people who have a mentality which tends to push them into schemes of this type. You have a war game that was run in July of 2000 in New York at CFR, which
Council on Foreign Relations,
which ran this simulation of what do you do in an economic crisis along these kinds of lines. So we have people, typified Brzezinski, people like that, who in the establishment are talking and thinking in these terms. So therefore, why assume that there are not other people in the establishment, maybe with general flag officer rank or retired and others, who think the same thing, share the same thoughts, and say, well, we're men of action. We're going to do something about it. How do we get the United States to go that way? Well, you terrify the United States, you overthrow the government, you establish the equivalent of a military dictatorship, and we go gung-ho, right? And that's the kind of danger. So therefore, what happens in Russia, which is key on this thing, the key nation for cooperation with the United States is Russia. Russia is on bad times. It does not have the degree of military power it had 10 years, 12 years ago. But it is a great power still. It has the command structure at the top, including military intelligence and other elements of command structure, which are that of a great power. And besides, it's the greatest power on the planet after the United States in terms of this capability. Russia wishes to recover. It has a president, Putin, who around him is oriented toward recovery and a Eurasian cooperation, who has sought and is willing to cooperate with the United States. If we and Russia, if the President of the United States and the President of Russia agree on this problem and say we're going to outflank it, under those circumstances, the nations of Western Europe will rejoice and will cooperate. And much of the rest of the world will cooperate. And then we can, as a global force of allied nations or nations which are acting as partners, we could bring this problem under control. That's the possibility. So therefore, yes, they are concerned. What they're afraid of is that if we don't get that kind of cooperation between the United States and Eurasia, between the United States and Russia, and with Western Europe, with China, India, and so forth, Japan, and so forth, unless we get that kind of cooperation, this world is headed for hell. So therefore, the immediate obvious danger is the United States would do something foolish in military adventures in the so-called reprisal warfare. The more general danger is that we don't cooperate for a much higher purpose of bringing this world into order where this kind of threat no longer arises.
To change the topic a little bit, on the question of the financial situation, there, yesterday was the stock market opened. It had went down quite a bit. I think today the airlines went to the White House, hat in hand, asking for a huge amount of government aid, direct aid, to help bail them out. The government seems disposed to giving large quantities of money for obviously the reconstruction of New York, the World Trade Center, but seems to also want to give a lot of money elsewhere. Is this the right direction to go, or what would be the effect if they just continued to just print money this way?
A bailout is absolutely wrong. You have two tendencies in the United States on this issue. I mean, there's a general understanding we have to deal with this financial collapse. The Wall Street is about to go under. That's no question of it. Greenspan and similar like-minded idiots are hitting the panic button. Bail out, bail out, bail out at any price. Bail out for tomorrow, bail out for tomorrow, bail out for tomorrow. We don't care about the next week. Bail out tomorrow. They're crazy. The men of desperation. There are other people in the woodwork who are key bankers, political influentials, who disagree strongly with Greenspan and say we've got to do other things of the kind that I've been proposing. Now, the government should not pour out money to bail out bankrupt corporations. You don't do that in a private bankruptcy, do you? You have a firm. You want to save the firm. The firm accounts show that it is technically financially bankrupt. What do? You put the firm under bankruptcy protection. You want it to continue to function. You freeze certain things. You come in, give it protection against foreclosure. You come in, and now you get a line of credit organized by the government. Not money, but a line of government credit, like store credit. The government creates a line of credit, which is a guarantee that this company will be able to function, or this group of companies, this industry, will be able to function in its normal fashion over the next 10, 20 years. It's undergo reorganization. We'll find a way of dealing with this pile of unpaid bills, which you can't handle at present. Which is largely, so you don't want more stock speculation. You don't want to boost the stock by a big infusion of money. What you want to do is walk in and say, okay, boys, we'll give you bankruptcy protection as an industry. As an emergency has been created, an emergency created by the world financial crisis, an emergency which has been aggravated by what has happened here with this incident in New York and Washington on travel. Therefore, under the conditions of emergency, we will give you protection. The power of government will protect you. You will also be given, we'll go to the Congress, we'll get you a long-term line of credit. What do you need? 10, 20 years to rebuild? You'll get it. Not as cash, not as payment to your stockholders, but insurance that you continue to do that job that you're doing, that you will function, that you'll maintain your equipment, you'll maintain the flights. just the same way you used to protect the railroads. It's a national asset. It's an essential part of our national infrastructure. We need it. Therefore, we're not going to sit back and watch it go down the drain. It's ours. It may be private companies, but the benefit these private companies are giving us is ours. Therefore, we protect our interest in what they're doing and keep them functioning. We have a number of cases like that. We have a situation like that in much of the energy industry and the utility area. Same thing. We're going to have other sections of the economy that are going to go under. The same thing. What we have to do is reorganize the finances, put the shebang under bankruptcy reorganization, organize lines of credit, not pour money out, to get people back to work. And what we have to do above all is put the U.S. economy back among break-even. Look, for the past years, the United States has been running a massive current account deficit. That is, we have been earning less than we have been spending in buying from the world. Therefore, for a great number of years, this means that we have been operating as bankrupts, been operating at a loss. We no longer have the ability to generate the wealth to pay our own bills. We have been borrowing money from the world, from yen and other parts of the world, flooding in as financial capital. We've been printing paper money in a hyperinflationary rate lately as a way of going. We can't go on like this. The solution is we can reorganize everything, but how are you going to have a viable company or viable national economy when you get through with all the reorganizing? You have to have a growth factor. It means you have to put people to work, producing wealth. We have a vast infrastructure gap in this country and in the world. Must do two things. We must have an export drive in cooperation with Eurasia especially, in which we are now going to commit ourselves to produce products that the world needs for the development of its infrastructure, rail system, other kind of things they need, technology needed for local communities around the world. We're going to produce that on long-term arrangements. We are at the same time are going to increase our internal domestic employment by cranking up some of the infrastructure development we desperately need, such as the utility industry. Right. So we'll crank it up. So we will now bring the economy above a loss ratio, which we're now operating at a loss, as the current account deficit teaches us. We must now go to the profit side, where we are actually producing more and earning more than we're spending. Now, the way to do that is not to cut the number of people who eat. The way to do it is to put a number of the people who are unemployed or inadequately employed into producing things we need. So that's what government has to do.
Do you have any final comments?
No, I think it's just what I said at the beginning. We're in a terrible crisis, the worst crisis we've faced probably since the Civil War in our country, and since a long time in the history of European civilization. It's a terrible crisis. It's awful. We saw what happened in New York, what happened in Washington. It's awful. It could become much worse. Some of us think about what our lives mean for the future of humanity. And we act not because of what benefit we calculate for ourselves personally in the here and now. We estimate what we should do and what we do for future generations of humanity. When people used to have children and maintain families and then get divorces every time they didn't like the dinner that one or the other cooked, you had long-term perspectives on the basis of children and grandchildren. People would locate their connection to the future in terms of the family. That has not become so fashionable nowadays. Usually the children are taught in school to hate their parents and so forth. It's not a very good situation. But there's some of us around who still think that way. That the importance of our lives lies not in what we get, but it lies in what we give to the future of humanity. People who think like that, as I do, are leaders. They're not only leaders because they're qualified to be leaders, because that does qualify them to be leaders. But they're just committed to be leaders. It's like a profession. It's like being a doctor. It's like being a teacher. You don't do it because you want to get money. Some do, of course, but you do it because you think that's what you as a person should do with your life. The teacher looks at the children and says, what's going to become of these children as a result of my being a teacher? The physician thinks, what's going to happen to my community as a result of my being a physician. They have a sense of identity which reaches beyond their mortal life. They're leaders on all levels. We who are leaders, or who have the capacity to think as leaders, must take the crisis of our time, think as leaders, and try to impart our sense of building the future to the rest of our citizens, and say to them that no matter what happens to any of us, we guarantee that your life will not be wasted. That whatever good you do, the rest of us are dedicated to perpetuate for the benefit of future humanity. And you can smile because your future, in that sense, is assured. Your sense of identity.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaRouche.
Good afternoon, dear Lynn. For me, it's a great honor and to present you before this distinguished audience. As you all are aware, Mr. Lyndon LaRouche is a great statesman, and he is the founding contributing editor of our magazine, Executive Intelligence Review. In addition to that, Mr. LaRouche is a Democratic Party pre-candidate for the presidency of the United States for the year 2004. I would like to thank you, Lynn, for granting us this time, because we know that your views and your advice at this moment is now more than ever needed and solicited from all parts of the world, so we know how valuable your time is. Before presenting you to the auditorium, I would like to simply recall a few words of what Friedrich Schiller said, which is that there are great moments in history which sometimes find a people that are too small for those moments. I believe that the terrible moments we are facing today present us with a very palpable reality, and that is that our governments, the people who govern us, both here and there, and with very few exceptions, truly are showing a smallness before the circumstances that we are facing. Regardless, your presence here at this moment makes this historical moment, this current moment, a very different one. You warned us, going back to 1994 and even earlier. You advised the world that not only was this crisis, this economic crisis that we are facing, this was not simply yet another cyclical crisis, but rather it was a systemic crisis. But you not only warned us about the crisis, you also made proposals, various programmatic alternatives and solutions to the crisis. For example, your proposal for a new Bretton Woods. You, along with your wife Helga and your organization, your international organization, we have persisted along with you in this effort to clarify the characteristics of this crisis and the alternatives which you have presented along with us to solve the problems the world is facing today. However, you also warned the world, and this was reiterated most recently in a speech which you gave in New York, in a Washington and New York auditorium in July of this past year, that we were facing an imminent war in the Middle East. You warned us at the time that there were certain international oligarchical financial interests, one worldist interests, that were promoting the perverse theory of a crisis of a shock of civilization, a conflict of civilizations, as a way of avoiding or taking control of the financial debacle. We are now facing, unfortunately, that all of your warnings have come true. That is to say, the facts have confronted us with the reality of today. And I think even the most obtuse at this point will have to recognize at this point that not only were you right, but that we have to pay very close attention to what you are saying as to how to face this crisis. So, Lynn, once again, I would like to thank you for your time and leave you with an auditorium paying close attention to what your words are today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lyndon LaRouche from the United States.
There are several things we should go through in series. First of all, the crisis. We're in the final breakdown phase of the existing world monetary and financial system. Not one part of it, but essentially all of it. That means the Americas, it means Europe, it means most of Eurasia, it means the world. Nothing can be done to save this system in its present form. It will go into a phase of disintegration during the present and the next quarter, before the beginning of the year. It may limp along in some form after the first of the year, but the system is essentially finished and cannot be preserved in its present form with its present institutions. This is also because of this crisis. It's also a very dangerous period in history in other respects. We have now the threat of generally spreading warfare throughout the world, particularly since the September 11th terrorist attacks in the United States, which are largely an internal operation, but obviously may have involved elements from other parts of the world as participants in the operation. We have not seen the end of it. No one has stopped the terrorists. No one has identified yet the terrorists, the actual ones. So they're sitting there ready to strike again. Now, this is not unusual in history for times of great financial and economic crisis. For example, 1932, 1933, we had a world crisis which at that point centered on Germany, because Germany was a pivot strategically of the effects of the crisis. At that point, you had in Germany an effort to stop Hitler from inside Germany. This effort was led by a chancellor of Germany, Kurt von Schleicher. At that point, certain bankers in London, headed by the former Bank of England head Montague Norman, and by groups in New York City, including the Harriman interest, including the grandfather of the present president of the United States, Prescott Bush. These people with Norman, with people like Schacht in Germany, with the von Schroeder banking interests, with von Papen, conspired to overthrow the von Schleicher government, which was done on the 28th of January, 1932. On the 30th of January, at the instigation of U.S. bankers, Norman and Schacht, Hitler was put into power in Germany as a chancellor. His power was not complete at that point. A month later, the Reichstag, the parliament of Germany, was burned down in what would be called a terrorist incident. Immediately, the Nazi Party took measures to declare emergency laws, and then through the parliament enacted new laws extending the emergency. Less than a month later, Hjalmar Schacht became head of the Reichsbank and became the controller of the arms drive of Germany leading toward World War II, which was already planned. We're in such a time of crisis now. Danger, coups d'etats, overthrows of governments, revolutions, violence, terrorism are the characteristic of a period in which a financial system collapses. Because it's a time of desperate men. You have men who have dominated the world with the present financial system. That system is now doomed. They're desperate. They're blind to reality. And they're determined to hold on to their power by any means possible at this time. They don't care about the future. They care about what they consider their way of life, their power, their commanding position in world affairs. So therefore, there's a struggle between some of these financial interests who refuse to face reality because they don't wish to, and the interests of sovereign nation states and peoples. It's a dangerous period. My concern is to do several things. First of all, to try to bring together forces which, as political forces, internationally, including governments and others, will bring this danger to an end. Secondly, we must have a reform of the international financial and monetary system immediately. This means bankruptcy reorganization. Now, most of you probably are familiar with the procedures for bankruptcy organization applying to corporations, to large firms. But the bankruptcy of a government, and we're going to have many bankrupt governments around the world in the coming period, in South America and elsewhere, it's inevitable. It can't be prevented. The debts are beyond any possible means of paying the debts. Therefore, a state of bankruptcy will exist. But this is bigger than a bankruptcy of government. This is the bankruptcy of a world system, a world financial system, the IMF system. And therefore, you must have a concert of power, of political power, which has the authority to put an entire international monetary and financial system into bankruptcy reorganization. The principles are not much different than they are for the bankruptcy of an important firm. In a nation, there are certain firms you do not want to have collapse at any cost because they're too important to the country. And therefore, somehow, you will arrange that these firms will continue to function because they perform an essential function for the nation. When you're dealing with the bankruptcy of a nation, the authority of this principle is even stronger. You cannot bankrupt a nation. You cannot foreclose on a nation. That would be mass murder. You must keep the essential institutions of the nation functioning. You must keep the levels of employment high. You must keep all essential institutions functioning. You must have a program for recovery. When you have an international crisis of this type, an international financial and monetary system, you have a similar situation. You cannot liquidate countries. You cannot decide which country is going to survive or not. All nations must survive, and they must survive together. But most of the debts will never be paid. And really, they shouldn't be paid, because most of the debt was not earned honestly. With the system established in 1971, with the collapse of the old Bretton Woods system, the debts of many parts of the world, as in Ibero-America, for example, the nations of Central and South America have paid more on the debt they owed as of 1971, far more than they owed. And they have far greater debts today than those they owed at the beginning. Much of this debt was absolutely fraudulent. In an attempt to maintain the system, vast amounts of credit have been poured into things that should not have been subsidized. And this now is debt. We have the international derivative speculation, more debt. We have hundreds of trillions of dollars of above board and below and secret or hidden debt around the world, which can never be paid at the present level of about $42 trillion equivalent of total world product. You can't pay the debt out of that amount of total product. And the amount of total product produced is collapsing. In the United States, we have collapse every day. New firms are cutting back 10%, 20%, 30% of their employment. It goes on and on. In Europe, it's the same. Around much of the world, it's the same. So the means to pay this debt does not exist. So we will have to put the entire financial system into bankruptcy reorganization, cancel whole categories of debt, freeze other kinds of debt, that is, suspend any interest accrual and so forth on this debt. But nonetheless, keep banks open because they're essential, keep governments functioning, keep pensions paid, keep the economy moving. That we can do. We did something similar in the United States in 1933 under Franklin Roosevelt and beyond. That's a precedent. We know how to use that precedent for today. We formed at the end of World War II a monetary system, the Bretton Woods system, which worked in the parts of the world for which it was working. It worked. Not perfectly, but it succeeded. The world under the IMF system that was part of it grew. The incomes of people grew. The economy grew. Conditions became better. Despite all the things that were wrong, it worked. We can go back to that kind of thinking, starting from scratch with a new monetary system and a new financial system. And we can live. But we need something else. We need a growth program. The system made a lot of mistakes. The system is now bankrupt. In fact, most bankruptcies, the management made a mistake. So you reorganize the management, bring in competent management, and use as a model things that did work as a way to start the economy of the firm or the country going. What are these projects? Well, first of all, we must create large amounts of public credit in most parts of the world, which will have the effect of increasing employment. That is, the state would use the authority of the sovereign nation state to create sovereign state credit, which will then be used to create employment in essential areas of employment that can be organized. This will be, to a large degree, infrastructure. It will be, as much as possible, reviving industries that have been closed or partly closed, which should be reopened. Because we cannot collapse the level of production of wealth in countries. We must do precisely the opposite. We must increase the production of wealth in every possible way. We must manage it, of course, but we must increase employment and production. Fiscal austerity methods are suicide. They're murder. Fiscal austerity as a method must be canceled. No more bleeding economies to try to roll over debts. It won't work. You'll destroy civilization if you try. But we need special projects which will do this. Now we have one class of project which is immediately available to all governments. It's called basic economic infrastructure. There are always water systems, transportation systems, sanitation systems, healthcare facilities, and so forth. These things are always needed. Governments have well-defined projects, every government does, of things that need to be done that should be done, including the increase of production of power. In Peru, for example, you have water potential of development of water resources, which is crucial for the country, for its future. These things can be done immediately, as we used to do it in the United States with the Military Civil Corps of Engineers, to launch large-scale projects conducted by engineering groups, sometimes as military employees, sometimes as civilians working with military groups, and so forth. We built large-scale infrastructure. By building the large-scale infrastructure, we put people to work, useful work. These people were paid. They bought goods for their families. Communities prospered as a result of the infrastructure works. Subcontractors would obtain contracts to assist and participate in large-scale infrastructure, and the economies would grow. But we also need something more. We need two other things. First of all, we need the obvious. We have in Eurasia today a program which I've called a Eurasian land bridge, and my associates and I call this. It is now, in a sense, being adopted or in the process of being adopted in Eurasia. That is, Russia, China, other countries are coming together in cooperation around large-scale development projects, including transportation projects. Modern types of rail transport, including in China, magnetic levitation rail systems, are now being introduced. The idea is to create from the Atlantic to the Pacific a system of communication and development which enables us to take the areas of Central Asia, which are wealthy in terms of natural resources, but poor in development. And by introducing development across this area and transportation, we can make this an area of growth. And this would mean that countries such as Japan or Western Europe, and countries which normally were producing high technology capital goods, will find in this arrangement a market for increasing flows of production of goods into countries like those of Central, South, and East Asia. China, for example, is a great market if the proper kinds of assistance are given to it. A great internal development. This area contains the largest population of the world, part of the world's population. So this is a great opportunity. If, as is also being proposed, if from Eurasia, not only do the Americas participate in the market in Eurasia, not only if Americans participate in the market which will also develop in Africa for development, but there will be the building of a bridge, a tunneled bridge from Siberia to Alaska. That bridge will come down through the Americas, through Central America, into South America, all the way to Tierra del Fuego, Cape Horn, to unify the Eurasia in that way and in other ways with the Americas. We have in South America, in particular, we have large areas which are undeveloped, lack of infrastructure to develop them, with vast resources. Patagonia, for example, vast resources. Other parts of South America, vast resources, undeveloped. We have to convert the opportunity of development of these areas with their resources, to convert that into a great market for investment. Now we need to do something else. We need to have some science driver programs for the world as a whole. We need to set some objectives in terms of scientific objectives, new technologies, breakthroughs, new forms of energy, higher density forms of energy. These kinds of things we must have. We must use our universities and develop our universities to produce the cadres for these projects, to produce the skilled people to implement them, to do the scientific research which will feed these kinds of scientific projects. And in that way, we can create a new kind of national economy. Not really new, but a qualitative improvement. If you look at the history of mankind, especially modern European civilization, the history of mankind is based on something in which where man differs absolutely from all animal forms of life. Man is the only creature which can discover a universal physical principle, can replicate that discovery in the minds of other people, can cooperate to use those principles to increase man's power over nature. Through this means, man is able to increase the productive powers of labor, to improve the demographic characteristics of population, to increase the potential size of populations that can be supported, raise the standard of living, and conquer areas which could not have been conquered beforehand. Why don't we just take that lesson, especially of modern society, and use that to reform our economies? That is, mobilize our universities and educational systems as science driver institutions, where old discoveries are reenacted for the students, where research is done on new principles, where the research work on new principles is done together with engineering programs to test new principles, to convert them into new technologies which can be used, to connect our economies, the productive sector of the economy, with these university centers in order to create an economy in which we are increasing the percentile of the labor force which is employed in fundamental research and in engineering, in creating new technologies. To increase the percentile of the population employed in industries which are of high technology operatives, who are able to assimilate an outpouring of new advanced technologies to make them real and to bring them into general practice. So these, I think, are the things which we should do at this time. These are the things which can lead us out of the world mess. What we need is essentially the political will to understand that this has to be done. To bring nations together and other forces to say, we are going to put the system into financial reorganization, into bankruptcy reorganization. We're going to generate masses of public credit by governments and by cooperation among governments to expand employment, especially productive employment, on a world scale in each country. We're going to take other measures to promote the expansion of employment in useful forms of production. We're going to maintain social stability and the general welfare. Now we're going to reach out beyond that to pioneer in great infrastructure projects, which will be transcontinental in their significance, to unite the continents, to unify the human race in cooperation. We must mobilize our population around the theme of education, of scientific education, to elevate the meaning of nation state to sovereign states which are concentrating on developing their populations through education to become science driver economies, to upgrade the quality of work for which people are employed, and to create a kind of world which we've been trying to build ever since about the 15th century in Europe, with the great Renaissance there. I think that we have to say we've come to a time where humanity faces the greatest danger that the human race has ever faced in all known history to date, right now. We're in a period where if we don't do something to correct the problems, we could go into a new dark age of all civilization. We're vulnerable now. We don't have the resources we used to have to live through a depression. The rate of death, which will result from a continuation of this collapse with no solution, would amount to a new dark age for humanity. But looking at the danger of great wars, a new dark age, and great convulsions and chaos, perhaps this will alert us to the fact that we cannot behave as children anymore. We have to become adults. We cannot think about our convenience, our personal interest in a narrow way or a silly way. We've got to think about what are we doing about a future humanity, our children, our grandchildren, who are threatened by this great crisis. We're becoming older. In the course of time, we'll die. What are we going to leave to those who come after us? Are we going to leave a dark age, or are we going to be the giants who created the opportunity for not only a revival and preservation of civilization, but who in our time did something of which we can be proud in the eyes of our deceased ancestors, something of which we can be proud in the eyes of those who come after us? We must use the great crisis and the fear it strikes in many people as an incentive to grow up, to grow out of small-mindedness, and to have the imagination to see solutions, and to devote our lives to the purpose of bringing those solutions into being, so that when we die, we will be able to say, we lived and it was good. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. LaRouche, for your presentation. While we prepare the questions we have so far are very varied. They go from the situation economics, some on the crisis, global crisis, some refer to the Peruvian economy. There are also questions that we have received regarding the national security policy, armed forces. We also have some questions regarding certain specific development projects on the continent, and also two questions regarding the cultural question. Obviously, there are many. I don't think we can deal with all of them, but I'm going to try to summarize all the questions, although undoubtedly I'm going to try to represent all of them because of taking into account the amount of time Mr. LaRouche has. I believe that we should start with a question that has to do with the global situation. In the 21st century, what importance what importance do we give to the security and ecology, and how these two aspects, ecology and security, influence international economy and the life of individuals and nations? This question comes from a German journalist, a correspondent from the Frankfurter Dat of Alemania, I think, Germany, I think that's how you pronounce the name. I'm not sure.
The Venetian School of Ecology, which was started formally by a fellow called Botero in the last part of the 16th century, and continued through the last influential Venetian on the subject, Gian Maria Ortiz, the man who wrote the book that was plagiarized by Thomas Malthus, that this Venetian school of ecology is essentially fraudulent. But it has always insisted that populations must be culled in the way we cull cattle herds. When the population becomes excessive and no longer desired by the cattle owner, you kill them. When they tend to breed too much, you don't want them, you get rid of them. If they have a color you don't like, you get rid of them. If the cow doesn't give milk, you cut its throat, and so forth and so on. So these kinds of ecology, these ideas of Malthusianism, as they're called, or neo-Malthusianism, are always incompetent. But there's a real issue of ecology, which is far different. The best modern definition of ecology was given by a Russian scientist, Vladimir Vernadsky, who defined the terms biosphere and noosphere. We live on a planet where there are certain conditions which are created by living organisms. That is what we think of as resources generally, the oceans, the atmosphere, the forests, the mineral deposits we have accessible from sedimentary rock and so forth. These things were all created by life. And therefore humanity, which comes into the picture with cognition, depends upon this living part of the planet, the so-called biosphere. We're able to improve the biosphere by use of technology. We can create fertile areas where deserts existed. We can have forests where there were no forests. We can improve the management of water. We can improve the weather. So we should do it. So therefore, our objective in ecology, strategic question of ecology, should be we should promote those measures of infrastructure development and maintenance which are necessary to improve the conditions of life, the biosphere. Yes, we should do that. We also need to spend more on hospitals, on medical systems. We need to deal with the diseases of animals the same way we deal with human diseases, because they spread, diseases of plants. So therefore, we have to have a policy of managing the biosphere for the advantage of humanity. But the idea of ecology, of saying, let's leave nature alone, let's not tamper with nature, let's not change nature, that's a mistake. It's an unscientific and incompetent. It's the old Venetian school. The way to approach the ecology is to say, this is the biosphere. We have to improve it in the same way that a farmer improves raw land, which is unproductive, and converts it into productive land. That should be our policy.
We also have a set of questions that have to do regarding a subject that has been debated a lot here in Peru. It has to do with the interoceanic highway. The question says, Brazil is interested in building, along with Peru, a bioceanic highway in the south of Peru. In the framework of the New Bretton Woods, do you think that this is feasible to build such a highway? And who should be in charge of the building of such work? Should it be the states or should it be done by private?
Well, it's obviously it should be done by primarily by governments. The governments must control it, because the building of any such highway system, and I think a rail system is also crucial. I don't think there should be just a highway system. I think a highway system is good. But look, for example, you have, in this area, in Peru, you have a mountainous area. Now, what are the gradients for going up those mountains? You're not going to take a friction rail system and go up those mountains. Nor is it efficient to use trucks to take large freight up and down those mountains. The kind of system which will do that effectively is a magnetic levitation system, a substitute for rail system. If you want to get into areas of Peru, for example, which are higher, which are sparsely developed in terms of what the resources are, to get over to the other side, down toward the Amazon side, and develop that. So we do need large arteries, not just of highways, but arteries of corridors of transportation and development. Looking at what we did in the United States, for example, in the middle of the 19th century, we developed a system of transcontinental railroads, which were not just transportation systems, they were development systems. We took a nation which had two principal oceanic frontiers, the Pacific and the Atlantic. We brought the Pacific and the Atlantic together in the middle with the development of development corridors, which were initially agricultural development corridors, things like that, based on the transcontinental railway system. It is obvious when you look at the geography of South America, you look at the vast resources which are not accessible for efficient use now, for lack of development corridors. It's obvious it's necessary. Even the internal Peru, it's obvious to all of us who discussed Peru that this is needed. To realize the economic potential of Peru, this is needed. To realize the economic potential of the hemisphere, this is needed. It's needed from the Pacific to the Atlantic. It would be, in my opinion, insane not to do it. The question is, can governments agree on how to do it? But I think the directions are needed are not really political in choosing routes. I think the routes follow the natural geography, which indicates what the proper routes are for development corridors to connect the Atlantic with the Pacific. I think it's important. I think that this is maybe essential to accelerate the rate of economic development of South America. That kind of project may be something of the highest priority.
Señor LaRouche, hay una pregunta.
Mr. LaRouche, we have a related question related to the previous. It comes from Mr. Alexis Toledo from the International Organization of Fujimoristas. The question is the following. How do you get cooperation among governments to carry out great projects? How do you come up with standardized policies among states? The benefits of carrying out these projects will be long-term. That is the question.
Well, first of all, I think we're going to find a fundamental change in the world political situation, for better or worse, coming very soon. If it comes for better, this will mean that in South America in particular, that the role of the sovereignty of the sovereign nation state will be much greater than has been in recent years. That is the tendency toward globalization, the tendency toward denationalization, if you call it. This tendency has to be reversed. Otherwise, no economic solutions are possible. People who think in free trade terms, think in terms that we want the lowest price. And the lowest price is had by having competition without any subsidies or without any regulation. Well, that's not true. The key way in which you get economic growth is through long-term investments. Remember that basic investments on which an economy is based, a modern economy, is a generation. Now, this is the same generation it takes to raise a child. You have to invest from birth to up to 25 years to produce a child who is professionally qualified for work. It's a 25-year investment, approximately, more or less, to develop any kind of large capital infrastructure involvement. Again, we're talking about the period of a generation or even 2 generations. Now, how do you do things which take 2 or 3 generations to bring to fruition, where they pay for themselves? You have to have a source of credit. Now, you can't have private credit because you're doing things on a larger scale than the present economy provides for. So borrowing money is no solution in the ordinary sense from private sources. The state must be sovereign, must use the state authority to create large volumes of credit. Take a case in point. Up until 1982, Egypt had a large-scale project to move the populations which were congested in Cairo and Alexandria and to shift them into new cities, which would be irrigated locations through large-scale water management projects. The project was going along very nicely until the United States and IMF stepped in and forbid the Egyptians to continue the project. Otherwise, it would have continued quite successfully. Now, in this project, the Egyptians actually required 5% of the total input to that project came from foreign sources. So that to do a project, for example, in Peru or in Brazil, does not mean that you have to have vast external resources. The primary way to do these projects is by mobilizing internal resources, using national credit, then turning to neighbors who are doing the same thing and to cooperate with them and bring in a few partners from outside of the Americas who are interested in participating and bring them in too. That way this can be done. We need grand projects. Grand projects require large-scale public credit. Large-scale public credit can only be organized by sovereign governments. When this present globalized tendency in government ends, the trends of the past 35 years end, and we are forced to go back to the sovereign nation state. When the banking systems, including the IMF, are bankrupt, when the World Bank is bankrupt, when private banks are largely bankrupt, how do you keep an economy going? You go to the government. The government, as an act of sovereignty, creates a system of public credit which maintains the essential functions of finance, including the private banks and other institutions. You then pick large-scale projects which are national priorities. You seek large-scale projects which are also priorities with neighboring countries. You use your own people to build the projects, maybe with a handful of specialists coming in from the outside. You build a project thinking about the next generation and the generation beyond that. And when you look at South America, you look at the vast wealth, which I'm sure many of you know of, buried in South America, untapped, unutilized, great potential. When you see how thin the population of South America is, you realize that it is precisely through great projects of that type that you create the circumstances in which the potential of growth, not only growth in quantity, but the potential for rapid improvement in the standard of living, the demographic characteristics of populations, the welfare of the individual human being. This is the way it'll work. It takes inspiration and, of course, intelligence.
Aquí hay dos preguntas que se pueden
Thank you.
contestar.
There are two questions that we would like you to answer at once. This has to do with the international situation. The first question is, what will happen what will happen in the world situation if a change is made from one worldism to a bipolar situation, having Russia, China, and India on one hand? We'll see that on one side, and on the other side, the United States. The second question, which is related to this, is the following. With regard to the role played by China today, what's the role they play in the current world financial situation?
Well, first of all, I think the idea of a bipolar world is not a very workable proposition, because a bipolar world, under conditions of insanity, which threaten to break out around this terrorist incident, terrorist matters, and what's happening in the Middle East, will be a world at war. What you would have on a planetary scale, you would have something like the 1618, 1648 30 Years' War in Europe. You would have mass slaughter. You would have a collapse of population, the extinction of entire nations, the breakup of the United States into several who knows what. So the idea that of a long bipolar world in conflict may be a nice science fiction fantasy, but under the present conditions, it will not happen. We will either have cooperation or we'll have general war and chaos. That's the world situation now. You can see this in the way the conflict is broken out around the Middle East conflict, combined with these incidents of September 11th, the reaction to that. We're in an extremely dangerous period. The world can blow up. And the only way we get out of that is cooperation. What we have now, an example of that, is you may have noticed recent discussions between the president of Russia and the president of the United States, and the circles of the president of the United States. That there's a very interesting dialogue going on between Russia and the United States. In a sense, I've been walking in that territory and know a good deal about it. Not everything, but a good deal about it. The only hope is that somehow the United States, realizing that it has a great financial crisis, realizing that the present financial system is a hopeless disaster, will turn to cooperation with Eurasia in the vital interest of the United States as well as Eurasia. Now, to build Eurasia, you have to include Western continental Europe with Russia, with other countries of Western Europe, and Central Europe. You have to include China. You have to include Japan. You have to include India. You have to do something about peace and development in the Central Asia region. You have to do something about Southeast Asia. So you must bring in a system of cooperation on which you can launch a large-scale development project in which countries which produce more high technology will produce it and sell it on credit to countries which, like the interior of China, which need this supply of technology, or India. And that market, and the United States' opportunity to participate in that market, is the best hope for the United States. So if we don't cooperate, if we can't cooperate at a time that Russia is willing to cooperate, that China is willing to cooperate, that India wishes to cooperate, that Europe wishes to cooperate, if we don't cooperate, we are insane. And therefore, if we are insane, then what we're going to have is the price of insanity, which is a new dark age. That's the way it is. If when humanity does not have the sense, when empires have not had the sense to stop being insane, they have generally destroyed themselves, like the Roman Empire and others before. And we're at the point where I realize that in Peru it's difficult to think of these things in some respects, because Peru does not have the power to walk into Washington and tell Washington what to do as such. But those of us who know, whether in Peru or elsewhere, should realize this planet cannot go in the direction it's now going. We cannot continue this system, which is about to disintegrate, nor can we have a conflict of the type which is threatened by the Middle East conflict, or by the ways in which some people are trying to approach this terrorism question. We cannot have that, because this planet won't survive under those conditions. And therefore, I think that's the way you have to look at it. There is no solution except a global solution. It is the need for cooperation between Russia and Western Europe and China and Japan and the United States, which is the urgent question among all sane people at this time on this planet. If that idea is clear, and if we can help to make it clear in more places, that's the solution. Because in the answer to your question, the other alternatives are unspeakable. They are not acceptable, just not acceptable. Take it over. Thank you. Thank you. On the 12th of October, August, a Saturday, a Russian major vessel, a submarine, the Kursk, was sunk in the Barents Sea. Some hours later, the location of the sunken submarine was located, and in the following hours, the president of Russia, President Vladimir Putin, telephoned the President of the United States, Bill Clinton. They met by phone. There were discussions with the respective military groups, advisors on both sides. The two presidents discussed, and thermonuclear World War III was avoided. That's the fact of the matter, the essential fact. Now, this situation, which still continues, a continued and escalating threat of thermonuclear and other war, now spreading about the planet, is a condition which I addressed a little more than 11 months ago in a film which was produced in this country in October of last year, and just to see the beginning of it at this point. What you're seeing is a war in the North Caucasus region on southern Russia. What you're also seeing is a war which is broken out simultaneously in the border between Pakistan and India. The forces behind these attacks on Russia and on India are the same. They are a mercenary force which was first set into motion by policies adopted at a trilateral commission meeting in Kyoto, Japan in 1975. The policies originally of Brzezinski and his number two man there, Samuel P. Huntington. The policies which were continued by then trilateral commission member, that is back in 1975, George Bush, before he became vice president. These are policies which were continued by George Bush as vice president. This is under Bush, this became known as the Iran-Contra drug finance link operations of mercenaries deployed with private funding all over the world, recruited from Islamic and other countries, and targeting Russia's flank. In that film, I did not, of course, indicate the sinking of the Kursk. And though I did, the crisis associated with the sinking of the Kursk, which if Bush had been president, or George W. Bush Jr. had been president, would probably have led immediately to World War III. So obviously you don't want George Bush for president at this time, under those conditions. But what I forecast was a condition which already existed, a condition which in the later part of the films I indicated would continue, has continued, would worsen, had worsened, and we are still headed toward some kind of catastrophe, which could be thermonuclear World War III, or something equally bad. And there are things which are equally bad. The point is that what has happened now was the inevitable consequence of policies to which I referred then. policies which have a deep root in U.S. foreign policy from the 1970s. These were the policies of the Carter administration. These were the Bush policies of the Reagan administration, as far as Bush was running part of the show then. These were the policies of the Bush administration. These have been the policies of the United States government under the Clinton and Gore administration. Continuing. Clinton may have objected to this. Clinton may have acted this recently to prevent this from becoming an aggravated crisis in conjunction with President Vladimir Putin. But Clinton has done nothing to lessen the danger of this global warfare. If Gore were to become president or Bush, war or similar kinds of global catastrophe would be inevitable. That's the problem we face, because the policy structure which is in place in the United States and generally in the world today ensures a drive of civilization toward a collapse, worse on a global scale than the New Dark Age, which struck Europe during the middle of the 14th century. Now, contrary to some people, you don't bet on wars. You don't go to your bookie and say, I want to make a bet on whether war breaks out or not. War is not an event. A condition like the sinking of the Kursk is not an isolated event. This was not an incident. There was not a Kursk incident that provoked a crisis. There was a crisis in which the sinking of the Kursk occurred, a strategic crisis. There was a response to the crisis. There was a response by two presidents, that of Russia and the United States, to the accentuation of the crisis associated with the sinking of the Kursk. But do not speak of a Kursk incident. History doesn't work that way. World War I, for example. World War I began in 1863, 1865. It began after the Battle of Gettysburg, in which it became apparent to people in Europe, including England, that the Confederacy was going to be defeated by the continued determination on the part of the President of the United States to crush and destroy the Confederacy. At that point, the British monarchy, which was then and is now still the mortal enemy of the United States, for reasons I shall explain, the British monarchy had a queen, Queen Victoria. Queen Victoria had a son, who was later known as King Edward VII. Not long after the end of the Civil War, the husband of the Queen died. Queen Victoria, who was not particularly a mental giant or an emotional or moral giant, went into a state of crisis. She went up to Scotland, had an affair with a man up there, and spent a good deal of the time amusing herself on drugs. The records of the local pharmacy next to the castle up there indicated there were some very strange goings on at the castle when the Queen was in attendance. Increasingly, when the Queen is in this depraved condition, that's why she was called Queen Victoria. She conquered depravity and made herself the empress of it. But her son, the Prince of Wales, actually acted as the monarch of the British Empire. And the British Empire wished to destroy the United States. But first, realizing they could not conquer the United States by means of war or by civil war, they resorted to other means. And the first means was to isolate and attempt to destroy the United States in its influence globally. Because the success of the United States, not only in defeating the British puppet, the Confederacy, and these were nothing but British puppets, And by launching a great industrial revolution worldwide, which began in the United States in 1861 and reached a high point in 1876, the United States was recognized worldwide as a leading world power, as the most powerful of individual nation states on this planet economically, the most advanced technologically in terms of production of any nation on this planet. And nations began to imitate the United States. From that, about 1875-76, Germany, which already had close relations with the United States, began to adopt under Bismarck some of the policies of the United States. And Germany began its great industrial revolution in 1877, modeled upon the United States. In the same period of time, a Russian, Mendeleev, the great Dmitry Mendeleev, the great scientist, also brought back to Russia, with the association with his Tsar, Alexander II, the attempt to implement the economic policies of the United States in Russia. Similar developments occurred in France, related, different. Japan, in the same period, adopted the United States as a model for the development of the economy of Japan. A friend of Kerry's, the economist who advised Lincoln and who helped to create Lincoln as a political figure, Henry C. Carey, sent his representatives to Japan, E. Peshine Smith, to educate the Japanese imperial circles on how to create an economy. The development of the economy of Japan from that time to the present time as an agro-industrial power is entirely the result of the influence of the United States and the Lincoln legacy upon the economic development of Japan. Other countries joined as well. There was, as a result of this, a revival and a direct influence of the North American model, the model of the Lincoln model, throughout South and Central America. It was during the latter part of the 19th century that all the progressive forces, economically progressive forces and politically progressive forces in Mexico South to Argentina adopted the United States model, the so-called Hamilton-Carey List model, as the policy for national economic development of their country. And that generally continued until 1901, until the assassination of McKinley by the friends of Teddy Roosevelt, then vice president, sort of the George Bush of that period, who changed U.S. policies. Now, Teddy Roosevelt was an asset, President Teddy Roosevelt was an asset of the King of England, because by that time, Victoria had finally gotten around and found her way to dying, and thus finally, her son, the Prince of Wales, had become the monarch. So Teddy Roosevelt was a puppet of the British monarch, Prince Edward VII. Prince Edward VII was out to destroy the power and influence of the United States globally by putting the nations of Eurasia, which had been attuned to the United States and its policy, by turning them against each other. This became known as World War I. Japan, for example, in the 1890s, which had been a friend of the United States, was taken over by the British monarchy. And under the British instructions and British direction, Japan launched the first Sino-Japanese War in 1894-1895. Under British direction, as an anti-American move, the Japanese later launched a second war against the interests of China, the second Sino-Japanese War. In the meantime, the Japan war against Russia, which was organized also from London, directly with a British agent on the scene to help the process along, was used as a stunt to get Russia into the hands of those who were against the United States, who were willing to join the British and French in a war against Germany. And Japan, of course, took the side of the British in World War I. And that's how we got World War I. This was made possible because the President of the United States in 1901, Teddy Roosevelt, the man who rose to position by accession by assassination, was a tool of the British. And because Roosevelt's designated successor, Ku Klux Klan enthusiast Woodrow Wilson, the man who launched the second birth of the Ku Klux Klan from the White House officially and openly, a great Democrat of the type we know, was on the side of the British. And if the British had not had the Americans on their side for World War I, Britain would have lost World War I. So at that time, we had the emergence of the Woodrow Wilson, the Teddy Roosevelt, Woodrow Wilson tradition, which took over control of the United States effectively until Franklin Roosevelt. But once we got rid of Franklin Roosevelt by death, then the British were able to triumph and get the United States again back as a puppet of London, which the United States has been essentially to the present time. The importance of this in terms of the strategic situation is the issue then and now, and the time of the American Revolution remains the same. The British Empire, the British monarchy, was created by a rentier financier interest which consolidated its power over the English monarchy with the accession of George I as first king of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. From that time on, the establishment of an independent republic in North America became the central interest and cause of all of the patriotic, Republican-minded people in Europe. As a result of this, European forces in France, especially France, in Germany, Italy, England, and so forth, united to help make the United States independence a success. The United States became an independent republic only because of European direction and support for this cause. The intent of the Europeans up until the French Revolution, and even at the beginning of the French Revolution, was that France would become the second nation state, modeled as a state upon the policies of the United States as expressed by the Declaration of Independence and the Federal Constitution. The Jacobin Terror of 1789, that is from the 14th of July, 1789, until the beheading of Robespierre and Saint-Just 5 years later. The Jacobin Terror demoralized Europe and isolated the United States, which no longer had friends in Europe, or these significant nation-state friends. And thus, the United States was isolated. The United States recovered from this isolation with the victory of the United States under the leadership of Abraham Lincoln over a British puppet, the Confederacy, an institution which, like the French Jacobin Terror, had been orchestrated from London. Specifically, in the case of the Jacobin Terror was organized in France under the direction of the first head of the British Foreign Office's Secret Intelligence Service, the Secret Committee, by Jeremy Bentham. And all of the leaders of the 5 years of the French Terror, the Jacobin Terror in France, were operating under the personal direction of the head of the British Foreign Office Intelligence Service, Jeremy Bentham. The purpose was to destroy the chief ally of the United States, France at that time, to prevent it from coming back as what it had been before, and so forth. Once, after the War of 1812, the chief effort Britain was to destroy the United States from within. To this purpose, traitors in the United States, centered in Wall Street and similar locations, organized what became known as the Confederate Conspiracy. You had President Andrew Jackson, who was a traitor, So was President Polk, a traitor. Both great Democratic, these were the founders of the Democratic Party. Martin Van Buren was the puppet master in charge of the traitor Andy Jackson. Polk was a British agent. President Pierce, another good Democrat, was a British agent. President Buchanan was a British agent. These are the people who, with Polk's initiative, organized and prepared the military conspiracy which became known as the Confederacy. The United States war against the Confederacy was a war to defend not only the United States, not only the Constitution, not only to eliminate the slavery institution. It was a war to defend upon this planet the right of a republic to exist, free of the domination of the British Empire and the British monarchy. That was the great world cause, the cause of all humanity, for which the greatest war ever fought by the United States, the Civil War, was fought, led by Lincoln. The defeat of the Confederacy was the defeat of the British Empire, a change in the strategic situation, and the bringing back to European civilization of the hope of a form of society free of control by the kind of oligarchy which then and now has been represented worldwide chiefly by the British monarchy and by the bankers, the financiers of the City of London, and by the British Empire. The British Empire always was and remains to this day the chief enemy of all civilization and of the United States in particular. So therefore, the power of the United States, achieved through the victory of Lincoln over the Confederacy and over the British, became the chief thing which the British were determined to eliminate, going first at the admirers of the United States by organizing what became World War I. The United States became a patsy, in that a tool and instrument of the British Empire in World War I. Franklin Roosevelt, changed that. Franklin Roosevelt was a patriot of a patriotic family tradition who moved to restore the United States step by step toward what it had become. Roosevelt became the indispensable ally of the British for its survival against Hitler, the Hitler the British put into power in the first place. But Roosevelt was the greatest threat to the British Empire once the war had been won. Unfortunately, at that point, he was dead. And Truman was a stooge. Because what was Roosevelt's policy? Why did the British wish to be rid of Roosevelt? Why did the British spend the past period since the death of Roosevelt trying, among other things, to destroy the United States the way we are half destroyed today? Why? What's the issue? What underlies this whole history leading up to this so-called Kursk incident near brush with thermonuclear war, which occurred on the period of October 12th through 13th, 14th? What's the problem? Point is, Roosevelt's policy was that once the war had ended, World War II, once the Nazis had been defeated, that the policy of the United States was that the power of the United States would be to break up all relics of the Portuguese, Dutch, British, and French empires, and to cause to come standing in the place of the former victims of colonialism, of British imperialism, because all these empires were run by the British at that time. The Portuguese were stooges for the British. The Dutch were stooges for the British. The French were stooges for the British. Roosevelt was going to crush it all and use the power of the United States at the end of the war to bring this about. And where former colonies had existed, there were to be independent republics established. And the United States, as Roosevelt laid this out to Churchill at Casablanca, for the case of Africa. The United States would use its technology and power not only to bring about the freedom of the victims of British imperialism, but also to give these countries the means, the newly freed countries, the means to stand on their own feet economically with US cooperation in infrastructure and technology. In other words, what Roosevelt intended was that the former victims, or the victims of British imperialism, would have the same benefits which the United States brought to Western continental Europe, to Western Europe, with programs such as the original IMF, the original Bretton Woods Agreement, and with the Marshall Plan later. Therefore, that would mean the end of the British Empire, would have meant the end of the power of the London fakers and of the Wall Street gang as well, who are simply part of the allies of the British financier oligarchy. Would have been meant at the end of the British monarchy and everything it stood for. And a world consistent with the intentions of the founders of the United States as a republic, a world consistent with the intentions which Abraham Lincoln had led the nation in defeat of the Confederacy. Thus, the first thing to understand, if you're going to make sense of the modern world, of the past 3 centuries of history and longer, you have to understand that the fundamental issue since the Declaration of Independence in 1776, the fundamental strategic issue on this planet has been 2 policies. Policy of the British Empire against the policy embedded in the Declaration of Independence and in the federal Constitution, especially the preamble. That's the issue. Any other interpretation of history or major events is nonsense. And that's what people were going to have to learn. So when you understand what's going on in Russia, the Kursk incident, and things of that sort, the danger of a thermonuclear war, which occurred this past month, to understand that, you have to go to the fundamental conflict between the British monarchy and the fundamental interests of the Constitution and people of the United States. Any other attempt to understand history or to understand politics in this country or to understand why the British and its stooges in the United States hate me so much is that issue. And that's what I'll address here today. The purpose for all of us should be, and the Russian crisis is only part of it, a subsidiary part. The fundamental issue remains still. Can the United States redeem its own soul and break from the British monarchy? And can the United States lead the world to the kind of world which the founders intended to foster, the kind of world which Lincoln intended to foster, the kind of anti-colonialist, anti-imperial policy which Franklin Roosevelt would have carried out had he not died prematurely and be replaced by a small-minded idiot, Harry Truman. Or the Carter type, shall we say. From that standpoint, how shall we understand history? I've said many times before, and I'll deal with that today. The key thing, and the key thematic subject I'm addressing here today, is the principle of action. The principle of action is defined very simply in the following way. What is the difference between a human being and an animal? Why don't we eat people for lunch? Or I hope we don't. You never know with what they're serving in the supermarkets these days. Because man is not an animal.
Well, an animal's a form of life, but there are many forms of life. There's yeast. There are bacteria. They're the forms of life. But what's the difference between man and other forms of life? That only man is capable of willfully increasing its power in and over the material universe. Other species have a potential for adapting, but their potential to adapt is fixed. They, as a species, cannot change their power to adapt. Only the human species, only the human individual can change the power of the human species, or any species, to adapt to the universe. This power lies solely in the ability of the human individual mind to do what Kant said could not occur. That is to recognize a fallacy, a contradiction in what we already believe. That is a contradiction between what we believe to be true and what the universe tells us is actually true in terms of results. Mankind can resolve these contradictions, which are sometimes called ontological contradictions, through the individual mind by making a discovery of a universal principle, such as the principle of nature, and then prove that that discovery is valid by means of an experiment of a very special type, which demonstrates the efficiency, the validity of that discovery of principle. A third step must be that we must share that discovery with others. Because if we do not share that discovery, then they cannot replicate it and they cannot cooperate with us in undertaking its implementation. The only way in which you can come to know a discovery of a principle is through an act called cognition, which Kant said could not exist. As a matter of fact, in his mind, it could not exist. You read his long, tedious writings, you know there was never a creative act performed there, nor a procreative act either. He's a bachelor at the end of his life. A man followed by a man carrying an umbrella, a servant calling an umbrella. That's about as far as he could go. Right? So this principle of knowledge is not something you can learn. If you go to a school where you say, learn to repeat the teacher's opinion, you don't know anything. You only know what you were able to discover in the same manner an original discoverer of a universal principle discovered it. For example, what's a bad musician? A bad musician is one who's learned everything, but can perform nothing. He can repeat after me indefinitely. He's learned all the school books. He's learned all the routines. But put a piece of music in front of him, he doesn't play the music, he plays the notes. Because he can't put the notes together as music. He doesn't understand an idea in the music. The song doesn't work. It's sung, but it's sung as if by a machine. By some machine made, say, by the valley out there in California, Silicon Valley. But not a thinking, sentient human being. There's no idea there. So to communicate a discovery, to share it, you must cause somebody else to re-experience the same act of discovery as an original discoverer. If you want to study astronomy, you must first replicate the acts of discovery made by Johannes Kepler. You can't learn them. Newton learned something from plagiarizing a book by Kepler. Newton never discovered gravitation. It was discovered by Kepler. And the first elaboration of the discovery is in Kepler's New Astronomy, which was translated into English the first time, and Latin as well,
but published in England in the middle of the 17th century. Associates of Newton copied from Kepler's new astronomy and came up with what became known as 3 laws of gravitation. But there aren't 3 laws of gravitation. That was a mistake made by a stupid student trying to copy from a book he didn't understand. So, and then when people tried to apply Newton's laws to the universe, they don't work. Because they learned to copy what was in Kepler, but they didn't know what they had copied. Therefore, they didn't know how to use it. It's like giving an idiot a machine, which is a very well-designed machine, giving him an operating manual for how to operate the machine, and he always makes a mess of everything because he has no insight, no knowledge of what the principles are by which this machine functions. So in order to have mankind increase its power in and over the universe, the individual must be able to share the experiencing of a discovery, understand the paradox, the contradiction which the discovery solves, relive the experiment of the type which proves that this is true, and then go out and share everything with somebody else. So therefore, you cannot see another person think cognitively. You cannot bore a hole in their head and look inside and see them thinking and steal the secrets in their thinking. It doesn't work. You must re-experience in your own mind what only a human mind can generate, an act of discovery. You must relive it. So therefore, only a human society in which the basis for common action by human beings is the improvement in man's ability to survive, in man's power in and over the universe, through the cognitive act of replicating and generating original, valid discoveries of principle in such a way that society is able to share these discoveries and thus act in accordance with the knowledge thus gained and shared. Only a human being can do that. Now, we as human beings can live in only one way. We are mortal. Most of us know they were born, or at least they heard a rumor to that effect. And we all know we're going to die eventually. The machinery wears down. What happens to us? And what about all those pleasures that we have, the sensory pleasures you have in between birth and death? I mean, some people do eventually take the nipple out of their mouth and go on to other things. But what happens to this whole plenum of pleasure seeking, pleasure and pain, which some people think is important? Well, that pains me, I don't do it. That pleases me, therefore I do it constantly until it bores me, and then I do something else. Now, where does the essence of human life lie? Where does the self-interest of a human individual lie? If all that's in between birth and death were pleasure and pain. When it quits, what is there then? Only if you can do something human, not bestial, human in between birth and death. And if you can transmit the benefit of what you transmit to others in the same way, then no matter how many generations of humanity in the future, you are a permanent, efficient part of that future. You live in the future as long as society continues to take the benefit of what you transmit. You, in turn, live on the basis of what you have received from thousands of generations before you. Ideas of principle, notions, The very existence of a literate form of language is a product of a long process of development of language. The ability to have a language in which you can communicate ideas of a certain sophistication requires a long process of creative contributions by many generations of people, thousands of generations. And when you live and breathe and live these things, live these experiences, you are reliving in yourself a part of the continued immortal existence of that person, each of those persons from whom this has been transmitted to you. And when you go on, you say, what's important to me? Who am I? Well, what is important about you? What's important about you is what you contribute in the way of generating, accumulating, and transmitting these principles by means of which mankind is able to cooperate, and to cooperate in ways which increase the human species' power to exist, the power in and over nature. That's you. Therefore, what is your fundamental self-interest? Your fundamental self-interest is to make sure that what comes after you gives meaning to your having lived. It is for that reason that people who are over 55 years of age were willing to die for their nation. Not that they wish to die. They wish to survive. They wish to conquer. But they put their lives in jeopardy. And people did it in many ways, not just in battle. They put their lives in jeopardy because living as that kind of person would be an instrument for bequeathing something of immense value to coming generations was the most important thing in their mortal existence. Therefore, they put their lives on the line for the sake of their lives and their personal identity in humanity at large. Now, the fact of the matter is, the difficulty with this sort of thing, which is, I think, more or less obvious from what I've said to most of you, the difficulty is an emotional one. Most human beings today, especially in the United States, range in moral quality from childish to infantile. See, if you're an adult, as opposed to an adolescent, emotionally, remember that adolescents are naturally crazy people. They're born that way. There are a few exceptions, but they're naturally born that way. If you have a person who's reached the age of 25 and they're behaving like an adolescent, you send them to a psychiatrist, obviously, right? They're crazy. But if you say, the first thing you say is, how old are you? If they say, I'm 13, okay, that's all right. You're normal. You're insane. That's what we expect of you. And then you have childishness, which precedes adolescence, and then infantilism, which lasts longer or shorter, depending upon from case to case. Mozart got through this fairly quickly. Some people take a lot of time. Some haven't made it yet. Like Al Gore, I think he started from infantilism and worked his way backward from there. The problem is that when people are infantile or childish, their obsessions tend to run, especially if they're raised in a bad family or if they're neglected, like wolf children. They tend to run to obsession with immediate sensual gratification. And as an approximation of that, they run to a short-term thinking. Well, what will be good for me next week? Or if they may think ahead 1 year, what I'm going to get next year, what kind of a career I'm going to have. Huh? I got to get a new wife. I mean, the old one I've had 2 years, that's already time for a trade-in or something like that. This is typical of the childish to infantile American. They do not locate themselves as an identity in their relationship to humanity as a whole, in a timeless sense. There's a without time, without borders, in the future of humanity. Typical of the baby boomers, under 55, and I know because it was my generation that made the baby boomers immoral as a collection. They were raised by cowardly parents who told their children and taught their children to seek advantage. Do what's wise for you. Do what's good. Stay out of trouble. Don't get involved with this. There is no truth. There's only opinion. All this sort of nonsense. So the baby boomers, you know, as I said today, I was talking earlier, is that Clinton's problem is not that he doesn't know what a principle is supposed to be, but he doesn't believe in them. He's like a plea bargaining lawyer. That he goes into a session for a principal discussion and he plea bargains everything away before he even starts the fight, which is what he done again and again and again. It's a generational problem of his generation. Don't blame him for anything wrong he did. Oh, he has responsibility for it, but don't blame him. It's not his nature. It's the way he was raised. It was his generation, the baby boomer generation. So we created in the baby boomer generation, those who now occupy the top positions of power in governments and other positions around the world, we created in them a monster, which the President of the United States represents. He's typical of his generation of that stratum. Then his generation, in turn, created a worse set of generations, which you saw exhibiting his talents at Columbine High School. You have a new generation on the way, which is pre-adolescent, which is preparing to kill its grandparents, if not eat them, which are the addicts of Pokemon on the younger generation. So we have not a process of successive generations, but really I look down at this skein of history and I say successive degenerations. We become worse and worse because we become more and more remote from a moral sense of what it means to be a mature adult human being, aware that he or she is mortal, whose notion of self-interest is located in what we can do with our lives to acknowledge and perpetuate the good given to us by previous generations and to pass it on, hopefully with some improvements, to generations yet to come. And that's where the joy and maturity of life come from that kind of commitment. We have produced a generation, a post-war generation, including many of my generation, who went that way under the circumstances of the post-Roosevelt period, who degenerated. And it was their degeneration which affected, I think, about 95% of the people I knew of my generation, became immoral. And they raised their children that way. And those who moved into suburbia to avoid blue-collar jobs really did a better job of turning them into degenerates than those who worked in the factories. And then they raised their children in the same way. So we have become historically more and more remote from a moral sense, from a sense of truthfulness. And that, so what is action? What is relevant action? What kind of actions can we take which the universe acknowledges to be a command? Well, typical of those kinds of acts that we make, which we can prove the universe will obey. Otherwise, the universe won't obey them. Are actions which conform to the discovery of a universal physical principle. If you can discover a validated universal physical principle, and you can give that as an order to the universe will obey. Man is the only creature that can do that. They can formulate an order called a universal physical principle, validate that discovery, and issue that discovery as an order, a command to the universe. And the universe is compelled to obey. That is the means, the accumulation of these principles, which we are part of our technological culture, is the means by which mankind has been able to increase the life expectancy, to improve the demographic characteristics of populations, and in general to increase man's power, measurable power, in and over the universe per capita and per square kilometer. That's the great scientific experiment. We are able to do this not only through physical experiments, through physical discovery. We're able to do this by discovering higher levels of methods of social cooperation through which we're able to cooperate in fostering these kinds of discoveries and applying. So those things, those are the kinds of actions which the universe acknowledges to be man's willful actions of significance. Everything else that man does is on the level that any lower form of animal life can accomplish. So therefore, the kinds of action which distinguish a human being from lower forms of animal life is that, and only that. Now, look at this question of strategy, which I've introduced here, from that standpoint. Strategy should mean, once we've understood these lessons, which presumably we had learned from study of European history since the time of Solon and Plato, say, what's important? What is strategy? The purpose of strategy is to defend the human species, to improve its condition, to improve its well-being, to improve its power in and over the universe at large. That's the purpose of strategy. In order to do that, we must promote scientific discovery and utilize it. We must promote those discoveries of principles, such as artistic principles, which enable us to cooperate in more advanced ways, to utilize these physical discoveries for man's benefit. What we therefore require is forms of society in which we perpetuate the rearing of our children and our institutions in such a way that this mission of mankind, implicit in our nature, is fulfilled. Thus, we fight to defend this idea of progress. We fight to defend and improve forms of society which promote progress. We fight to undermine and nullify those forms of culture and political and social systems which are the enemies of progress. The significance of the United States is that it was produced as a product of a certain phase in European civilization, coinciding with the 15th century Renaissance centered in Italy. It struggled to create a form of society in which the only legitimate authority awarded to government was the responsibility and power to promote the general welfare of each and all persons. That is, to promote progress in that sense. In this process, during that century, the policy was adopted of having self-governing, modern, sovereign nation states whose authority to rule was located in the commitment to progress so defined. Against that, we had an opponent. The opponent was forces of bestiality. Those who see a few people as the power to use as human cattle the majority of other people, other nations, and subject populations generally. This is called oligarchy. So the forces of progress and the nation state are pitted against the forces of oligarchy. In the same way that the idea of the private free trade, of globalization, and so forth today. These are the enemy. Because without the nation state, without protection of the form which only the nation state can provide for an economy to ensure progress, can we have progress? Those who propose to liquidate the nation state, that is to globalize it or globularize it, those who propose free trade rather than fair prices to protect the process of production of food and other things upon which life depends. These are the enemies of civilization. The British Empire has become, since its establishment in 1714, the British Empire has emerged as the chief proponent of a system of oligarchism on this planet. The United States was created in order to provide a fulcrum of opposition to those forces of globalization, that is Roman Empire style, represented by the British monarchy. And it's that fight which defines. Now, our method of fighting the British Empire and what it typifies as oligarchy is the force of progress. We fight how? By demanding education for all of our children of a type and conditions of life for all of our children, which enable the child to make the progress from infantilism to childhood and adolescence into a moral adulthood and productive adulthood. The first level of progress. We fight for those conditions of shared culture on which we can share the knowledge represented of universal physical principles and of the principles like artistic principles of cooperation, through which we're able to work together for good. We fight to defend these kinds of institutions of progress against their adversaries. We try to win the adversaries over, since they're human, to our cause, and say, come join the human race. You don't have to be British all your life, you can be human. We'll give you a green card to enter the humanity. We don't know how to kill them. We're not like beasts, but we will and must defend our essential institutions, the institutions of progress. Thus, what I've described, therefore, becomes a principle of universal action for people. And the constant issue which we have to face up to today is to understand that the essential conflict on this planet is between the British monarchy and the United States, what the United States represented as progress at its making, what it represented under Lincoln's leadership, what it tried to represent again under the leadership of Franklin Roosevelt. That's the issue, and no other issue is of anything but secondary or auxiliary importance. It's in that circumstance that we have to understand the implications of not only the sinking of the Kursk, but also the larger issue which I addressed in the film on the storm over Asia. Just give an example of this in one particular case. Let's take the case of the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Now, the bombing of the Pearl Harbor has a long history. It goes back to the wars against Britain from the beginning, from the founding of the United States in 1776, and even before, some developments under the colonies. Over the course of time, the patriotic military and other professionals of the United States recognized that the British were the essential enemy of the United States. And during the course of time, until the middle of the 1930s, the United States developed various kinds of war plans, chiefly pivoted on the understanding that the British monarchy was the natural and continuing chief enemy of the United States. And that if we had to fight war to defend ourselves as a nation, we had to prepare for a war against the United States, against Britain, and the forces deployed by Britain for our disinterest. Thus, in the beginning of the century, this past century, the 20th century, the United States developed a number of specific war plans based on this experience in general, and based on specific conditions which are called into being by the assassination of McKinley by a group of people who were friendly to Teddy Roosevelt in New York City. Among these were two war plans, War Plan Red and War Plan Orange. Red and orange signified Britain and Japan. And this occurred, of course, these war plans were in this form as a result of the British alliance against the United States with Japan, which came to a head over the period 1894 through 1905. So from that experience of Japan as a puppet of the British monarchy, the United States understood that Japan had been converted into a British puppet against the United States. In the early period, the period of the Harding administration, there was a continuing process in which the British, together with the Japanese, tried to reduce the American naval power to the point that the United States Navy would be defeated in any war against Britain and its naval allies. Yeah. This was the famous Naval Disarmament Agreement. In that period, the war plans, Red and Orange, underwent a special refinement, to which General Billy Mitchell referred at his court-martial. What had happened was, in the meantime, the United States understood at the beginning of the 1920s, the British plan was to have the British Navy and the Japanese Navy develop to prepare to attack, among other places, Pearl Harbor, early 1920s. This is part of the British alliance with Japan against the United States. They planned to fight only a naval war against the United States to destroy the United States' ability of maritime power around the world. What they intended to do was to have the British protect Canada on the Atlantic side and have the Japanese stage an attack on Pearl Harbor to wipe out the U.S. military naval base at Pearl Harbor. Now, the U.S. military top ranks were fully aware of this plan. One U.S. general officer, Billy Mitchell, thus concentrated on a new way of defeating warships of Japan in the case of an attack by the Japanese on Pearl Harbor. He therefore developed the idea of using what we call today aircraft carriers, which would carry bombers. The bombers launched from an aircraft carrier would then be used to attack the Japanese fleet deployed against Pearl Harbor. For this, Billy Mitchell came under heavy attack within the U.S. military at the time that the military was controlled by the pro-British Coolidge crowd. For this, in behalf of Britain. And this led to public arguments, and for making the public arguments, Billy Mitchell was court-martialed and stripped of his ranks and humiliated because he was out to defend the United States against British. So therefore, ask yourself something. How much of a surprise was it to the U.S. military when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in December 7th, 1941? It was no surprise. The only surprise was that the Japanese put more aircraft on the aircraft carriers than in the original plan, and therefore that was an element of surprise. The amount of air power deployed against the Hawaiian Islands by the Japan fleet was the element of surprise. Nothing else was a surprise. The United States and the British had deliberately provoked Japan to make an attack in order to get the United States into war. because the American people were not prepared to fight a war at that time. Therefore, the Pearl Harbor attack was necessary to accept and to provoke in order to have the kind of incident that would allow the U.S. population into a willingness to go to a general war. That's the way things happen. And that's typical of the way the post-war period is run. People who think the British are our dearest and closest ally simply are not patriots of the United States, or we might say they're either sub-adolescents or even infantile, like Cap Weinberger and so forth, and Sir Henry Kissinger and so forth. So the key thing here is the principle of action. Action means, in politics and strategy, it means the action by means of which, in general, mankind's power in and over the universe is maintained, which means actions which promote the existence of the sovereign form of modern nation state, the protectionist model. It means actions which promote the development of our population in ways to raise them to higher levels of culture through education and so forth and better conditions of life. It means cooperation among nations which agree with those principles, which ought to be in partnership with each other. And it means opposing, even to the point of going to justified warfare, of defending those institutions of progress against the adversary, of which the chief one, continued to this day, is the British monarchy. This means also in progress the promotion of scientific discovery and of classical artistic culture in our schools and in our practice elsewhere as a way of developing our minds, the minds of our people, to cooperate and to be able to address these kinds of problems and to promote progress. Okay, now that saying, let's get on with that introduction. Admittedly long, but you'll see why it's relevant. Let's turn to this first figure I did. The first time I did was in November of 1995. The collapse function, this first figure. This I did the first time Hogue and I were invited guests at a Vatican conference. And in the context of the conference, I was invited by the sponsors of the conference to submit a report to the Vatican on this general subject. And in order to try to explain to priests and others what they probably may not be technologically qualified to deal with, I use this way of illustrating the basic characteristic feature of the ongoing destruction of European civilization, including that of the United States. This three chart thing, which many of you are familiar with, that what has happened especially since 1971, with the actions by Nixon in 1971 in collapsing the previous Bretton Woods system and setting up the floating exchange rate system, was the following process. That this curve here represents let's say this is 1966, 1971 approximately. That's the 0 point. Now, since that time, especially since 1971, the characteristic has been that the per capita real component of U.S. production and consumption has been in a phase of accelerating decline. That during the same period, we've had a growth of the total financial aggregates. For example, today that means that compared with about $41 trillion equivalent in terms of official reports, a world gross domestic product of all nations combined, 41 trillion, that in short term alone, the total amount of financial aggregate today in short-term obligations is over 400 trillion. In other words, at least 10 times the amount of the total annual product of the world as a whole. And that does not include all debt. This is what's happened. We, as a nation, and the world system at large, is presently hopelessly bankrupt. So don't say, when is the crash coming? The crash is already here. We have already crashed. We have not yet hit the ground. but the wings have torn off and we're going down. Right? Now, in the meantime, in order to pump up this financial growth, what has happened is that we kept pumping in more printed money, both Federal Reserve dollars and other kinds of monetary forms, into the system in order to feed this leveraged growth of financial aggregates, sometimes called financial asset values, things like that. In order to do that, we have been looting the physical economy. We've cut down, look at what's happened to power production. We do no longer produce enough power to meet the same standard of production we did 35 or 30 years ago. So we just let our plants go to hell or shut them down. Our power production is down. Basic economic infrastructure is down. Through Al Gore's reinvention of government, we now have forest fires. We might say that Al Gore has been a flaming failure as vice president. Right? So these kinds of things, the standard of living. For example, what part of your income from a single income of a normal head of a household, what percent of your income do you pay for rent? How many years' salary do you have to have from that single head of household income to buy a mortgage on a house? Recently, what's happened is you've seen that result of this financial aggregation and collapsing of real output, you see we're now in what I'll come to later on, double-digit rates of inflation in progress. We're now headed toward $50 a barrel oil or higher. We've had 10 to 30% increase in metals prices in a recent period, in the past 12 months. We've had similar rises in the price of food. The price of rents and housing acquisition has skyrocketed, again, 30 to 40% in the past year, depending on what part of the country you're living in. Our industries are collapsing and everything. So this process of inflation, collapse, taken together, and the number of incomes you have to have in a household in order to support the household or not quite support it has increased. That's what this is about. So this rate of growth in itself, described by this curve, is hyperinflationary. But at first, the value has been expressed in terms of hyperinflation in so-called financial asset prices. That is stock market prices, real estate mortgage prices, share prices generally, the so-called NASDAQ index. Highly speculative, highly leveraged, nominal increases in prices of assets by people who are borrowing 20 to 30% more than they're making, going more deeply into debt at high rates of interest in order to buy into what they hope will bail them out in terms of share price value appreciation. The economy being destroyed. Now, look at this next figure, which I want to get, a gentleman you have to be acquainted with, Mr. Bernhard Riemann. Bernhard Riemann is one of my heroes. He was a famous student of the great Carl Gauss, probably the greatest mathematician in modern history, who made a fundamental discovery to which I turned in the beginning of the 1950s. I made a certain fundamental discovery in respect to physical economy, the science of physical economy. And in order to try to put what I had discovered in mathematical form in 1953, I turned to some of the work of Riemann, and Riemann's work was what I've incorporated into my own discoveries ever since that time. This is a diagram of another aspect of Riemann's work, which I also have relied upon. This is called a depiction of a Riemann shock wave. This was something that was developed by Riemann in 1858, which is where the first discovery of the transonic, supersonic velocities, the existence of them in nature was proven by Riemann in the famous paper. And this particular diagram, which is cut in plastic, was done for me some years ago, is a diagram of, in 3 dimensions, of the way in which a transonic shock wave is developed as a projectile is approaching the speed of sound. Now, this same kind of phenomenon, or similar kind of phenomenon, comes up in economics as you approach certain boundary conditions. And that's what we're at now. The point is today we are in we're on a shock wave front. Let's put it to summarize this way. I'll come back to this again. During the period between March and the present time, maybe earlier, but certainly by March, the U.S. economy and a lot part of the world economy entered into a hyperinflationary explosion like that which gripped Weimar Germany between March and November 1923. What you're experiencing today in terms of the zooming of petroleum prices, of real estate prices, of prices of primary metals, things of that sort, is actually a hyperinflationary commodity price inflation based on the same principles which led to the disintegration of the German Reichsmark in 1923 over the period March through November. We are approximately somewhere in the July-August 1923 period in terms of the present rates of commodity price inflation worldwide hitting the United States and elsewhere today. This phenomenon of this hyperinflationary phenomenon is an example of this kind of problem. So what we're at today is because of certain policies which have been adopted since 1971 by the United States government, the policies of moving away from the sovereign nation state into free trade, in the direction of globalization, and the other kinds of changes you've seen, especially since the inauguration of Jimmy Carter in the United States. We've seen a systemic destruction of the U.S. and world economy, which accelerated greatly after 1989, 1990. And this process has led to this inflationary situation. When the danger of the blowout, a deflationary blowout of the world financial system struck in between the summer of 1996 and the fall of 1998, in October of 1998, the United States government and others decided to pump a wall of monetary inflation into the present hyperinflation. Therefore, we have seen since October 1998 an explosive, accelerating rate of increase of asset price inflations in the share values and similar kinds of things. As of this year, in the course of the present year, that asset price inflation has spilled over into a commodity price hyperinflation. For example, the reason for the increase in the price per barrel of petroleum over the course of the summer is not a supply-demand phenomenon. When President Clinton says we've got to force oil-producing, exporting countries to produce more oil, it's a lie. The world is already glutted with petroleum. And the supply-demand petroleum has nothing to do with the price of petroleum per barrel. The price of petroleum per barrel, the gasoline price, heating oil price, so forth, is entirely a result of speculation, hyperinflationary financial speculations in mergers and acquisitions in the conduit from the ocean, the oil petroleum product, through the refineries and through those institutions which have bought into the handling and speculation upon refined product and downstream futures, delivery futures out of refineries. The reason this has occurred is those who invested in mergers and acquisitions in the petroleum downstream side spent so much in acquisitions and mergers that to cover the cost of the acquisitions and mergers, what you're paying for is not the price of petroleum. You're paying for the price of paying off the speculators who bought into a large amount of debt in order to make the mergers and acquisitions. The same thing has happened in the metals field. The same thing has happened in real estate. Real estate speculation does not come from a housing shortage as such. What has happened is the Federal Reserve System and others who have control over the mortgage industry business have been floating mortgages at a great rate and at high risk into this building of these tar paper shacks, these glorified tar paper shacks you see mushrooming here in California. So what they've been doing is, by control of the mortgage market, they've rigged the mortgage market with speculation in order to do some profit taking on the real estate side, using these cheap tar paper, glorified tar paper shacks going for $300,000 to $600,000 to $700,000 a piece, are being merchandised on the landscape and not intended to survive very long, because they're all going to come down very soon when the market blows up. The same thing has happened with foodstuffs. You look at how much of the world's food supply has been taken over by speculators. And the speculators who've taken over, look what's happened with the case of power, electrical power. We have a vast shortage of electrical power. It is not the shortage of electrical power which has caused the zooming of prices for electricity and shortages in California and elsewhere. It's the fact that the people who have bought up and bought into things like Enron and so forth, that these guys have driven the market up. They've created an artificial shortage of a shrinking supply. They market this stuff at high prices on these special markets, and they've taken over the market through deregulation. Therefore, if you take the effect of high prices of energy, prices of food, prices of real estate, and so forth, you take the effect of that on the whole economy, then you see how we, like Germany in 1923, Weimar Germany, are headed into the kind of hyperinflationary commodity price spiral which hit Germany with full force in October, November of 1923. And we're on the way there. So don't talk about those who tell you, yes, there might be a crisis, but it won't happen for a year or two. They're lying. They're either stupid or they're lying. When you're getting into rates of hyperinflation and asset value, and as a spillover of that, a beginning of a commodity price inflation. I mean, those who tell you that the rate of inflation in the United States today is less than 1%, they're lying. Any government agency that tells you that is lying. The most fairly estimated rate of inflation in the United States at this moment is 10% per annum. And it's up to as high as 30% or higher in categories such as real estate and other things over the past year. So we're on an escalating spiral of hyperinflation, which is going to blow this economy out and everything in it. All right, so let's look at another effect of this, just to get some idea. The disease. In 1973, I wrote a memorandum to some of my associates on how we would be doing our science work in connection with what became, in that period, EIR. So what I did is I took the case of a very famous Russian scientist, Vladimir Vernadsky, who did a lot of work on what's called biogeochemistry, related things. He was a student of Pasteur of some significance, and correlated the effects of the 1971 decision by Nixon, which sank the Bretton Woods system, and what the effects of that policy would have on the spread of disease and other demographic effects in places such as Africa. In the following year, we produced a report on the subject of the global threat of disease, spread of disease and so forth, targeting in particular Africa as a model case. And these studies of these spreads of disease were a part of the byproduct of that program. We maintained that study, of course, over the years. In the middle of the 1980s, it became rather celebrated when the question of the knowledge of HIV or AIDS broke out. And we did further studies showing what the impact would have to be of the spread of a disease and cofactors and correlatives of HIV worldwide. This study we did, if you look at the recent CIA report, which was on the threat of AIDS or HIV, you'll find the figures that we wrote in 1987 on what had to be done about HIV are highly accurate, that our figures from that time are the accurate figures. So this is part of the same process. We see not only a destruction of the economy, a monetary system and financial system which is about to collapse, the fact that we're in a spiral which is leading toward a total blowout of the system, like Germany in 1923. And on top of that, under these conditions, the lawful rate of spread of disease of old and new types and their interaction with one another and the demographic effects are becoming clear. Okay, let's go on. Just take the next one on the question of the 1956, 1975 period. All right, this is the basic pattern. 1977, and that's the year that Carter was inaugurated as president. The top figure is the lower 80% of the labor force, family households. What percent of the total national income do they represent in terms of family income? As against what percent of the total national income is controlled by those in the upper 20% of family income brackets? And you see there's been a qualitative transformation in the quality of income, in the quality of employment, circumstances of family life in the U.S. society as a result of both the 1971 decision by Nixon and the policies of Carter and his followers from 1977 on. And that's what we're getting today. That's where we are today. Approximately, this is a more recent figure. And that's where the big social crisis. Now, I made a number of warnings on this subject just to indicate how we got here. One of the first, after what I warned about with Carter, what Carter's policies would lead to in 1977, they did lead to exactly what I warned. I warned in the October, November of 1979 that the Volcker measures adopted would sink the economy, that the United States would be driven into a recession by February of that year. That happened. That would persist for at least 2 years. It happened. Then we went on. We went on to, after Volcker, look at the prime rate, for example, of Volcker. You see the period 1980? This is what Volcker did to wreck the U.S. economy. This is what sank, among other things, the savings and loan institutions. Some of you may remember them when they once existed. They were wiped out by this, and that's in that period. And you see what's happened since then. Go on to the next one, the rise in debt. You see again, from the 1980s, 1990s, what has happened since the 1970s in terms of the rise in debt. Go on to the next one. This is the forecast we made in 1980, a comparison of forecasts. The big thick red line on the lower side is what EIR forecast over that period into 1982. The actual is the black line, which goes higher and follows down toward where we went. The others went sort of sliding up, industrial production index, and they were all wrong. So again, all over this period, the forecasts we've made have been consistently, as in this device, correct. We don't have, all right. Then in 1987, of course, in May 1987, I forecast the probable stock market collapse of October 1987, which happened on schedule as I had forecast, which resulted in a qualitative change in the character of the U.S. financial system. At that point, that crash coincided with the shift of power in the Federal Reserve System from Paul Volcker, who had sunk the economy under Carter, to Alan Greenspan, who's been sinking the economy ever since that time. This led, of course, then in 1988, where in Berlin, on October 12th, 1988, not getting close to an anniversary now, the 12th anniversary, I forecast in Berlin that what I've been forecasting would happen over previous years, that the economy of the Soviet system would begin disintegrating, and that in the following short period, following the end of '88, we should expect a disintegration of the Soviet system beginning in Eastern Europe and spreading into the Soviet Union itself, which of course is exactly what happened. That was generally denied, but it happened. I also set forth some policies which the United States and others should follow to deal with that crisis. And at that point, when it actually happened, Thatcher and Bush and others took a policy directly opposite to what I had proposed. As a result of their policy, we have the crisis which I referred to in Storm over Asia, and we had such incidents coming out of that as the crisis over the Kursk this past month. Then in 1992, I again said, all right, now we're going into a great mudslide, which George Bush's policies have set into place, and that's continued. Now, we have, again, let's look at the second collapse function. Okay, now this is you see, this is quite similar to the earlier function I showed you in connection with the Riemann explanation, similar to what I first presented in 1995. In this case, note this area here. Right? This is the point at which the hyperinflation in commodity prices began to break into place. This is somewhere in between March and July of this year, something like that. Maybe a little slightly earlier and so forth, but at least the figures so far indicate it occurred about here. Now what happened is, you see in the earlier part of the process, the financial curve is growing higher than the monetary growth. That is, the amount of money pumped into the system to sustain the financial speculation is less than the amount of financial aggregate generated. Now, however, as occurred in the case of Germany, in the course of 1922, 1923, Germany was paying for its war reparations debt on schedule. In order to pay the debt, the German government was issuing printed Reichsmarks, which were put into circulation to create a sufficient money supply for Germany to pay its debt, its war reparations debt, to France and Britain, which in turn was paying its war reparations debt to the United States. And this is the secret of Hitler. So, at a certain point, the amount of the monetary aggregate, which is being pumped in by the German government in trying to chase this spiral of inflation, exceeded the total amount of the debt. When that occurred, the result was that a hyperinflation, first of all in 1922, in terms of some of the background scenes, but in 1923, especially from about July on, the general hyperinflation in Weimar exploded in a commodity price inflation. The big explosion occurred in places like foodstuffs, manufactured products, so forth, power, and real estate. And this explosion at that point is what, between July and November of 1923, sank the German Reichsmark. We are now in a similar situation in which the total amount of monetary aggregate, which must be poured into the United States to bail out Wall Street, to keep it from collapsing, is of the same nature. Thus, any attempt to maintain the present policies of the United States, even for the next 2 months, the period of the election campaign would be sufficient to destroy the U.S. economy flat. Not a depression, not a deflationary collapse in the ordinary sense, not like 1929, but a disintegration of the U.S. dollar. And we're on the edge of that right now. That's what they're playing with. That's the time bomb they're bouncing around. That's the bottle of nitroglycerin that passes from hand to hand, hot little hand to hot little hand. So that's the present situation. In the meantime, the effect of this is you have an accelerated rate of collapse of physical product produced by the United States and by the world economy, especially in the United States. We are headed for a disaster beyond anything seen in 3 centuries. That's where we're headed right now. Well, look at some other figures which are quite relevant here. Get to the rate of money for speculation, just to get some idea of how this goes. Look at the expenditure. Here, look at your years first. There's your time frame. Here's your almost flat rate of expenditure of plant and equipment, and this does not fully take into account the effect of inflation. Now, what's the total amount of investment? What are they investing in? They're not investing in production. Investment in financial instruments. Okay, next. Now look at the composition of employment. From 1947 to 99. You see that the U.S. labor force, in terms of numbers, or percentiles, essentially here, U.S. labor force, productive labor force, that is farmers, factory operatives, and so forth, has remained approximately constant while the population has been growing. But the number of employees has been skyrocketing. Essentially, except for productivity, which has been collapsing, productivity growth has been collapsing since 1970. Which means that the actual net physical product per capita of the U.S. labor force has not been increasing significantly. You watch things like the shutting down of steel plants outside of Pittsburgh and things like that. We have been tearing down our infrastructure, our productive potential. So essentially there's been stagnation in the actual amount of product produced while the population has grown and while the total number of employees has grown, while actually hidden unemployment has also been growing. So you see, here we have another case of a change in the composition of employment of the U.S. labor force as a whole, which is a warning sign we're headed for disaster. Go on, next. Now, look what's happened here. This is a warning of coming bankruptcy, of general banking bankruptcy. What has happened is in this period, this is about 87. This is the time that Volcker, or rather Greenspan, made the big reorganization in the national banking system at the time of the 87 crisis, or in that general period. Now you see what's happened. The concentration of banks through mergers and acquisitions and other things has been involved with something else. Banks are no longer really banks. You have the bailout of Citibank by the Bush administration, which is essentially bankrupt some years ago. And the U.S. government bailed it out because it was considered too big to fail. So the U.S. government bailed it out. Globally, the banks have been used to conduct a vast swindle, in which the real estate speculation is part. What you see out there with these tar paper shacks or grass shacks or whatever they got out going out there at $400,000 and up per piece. What has happened is the Fannie Mae, Ginnie Mae, and so forth, these mortgage facilities were used to pump lending power into a speculative real estate boom, creating a liability which is only superficially covered by the banks through which this conduiting was done. Now, the bank would take a mortgage and they'd spit it out into this other area of the Ginnie Mae, etc. kind of area. As a result of that, we have the banks are loaded with assets which are actually not assets at all. Because the instant that this financial bubble in real estate pops, as it's getting overripe to do, then every bank, major bank in the United States will go technically into bankruptcy. That's part of the process. Next. Then you know this one, don't you? You're all familiar with this one. The people are living on debt. Credit card debt, residue of your mortgage balance debt, all this kind of stuff. And look at the number of U.S. bankruptcies. That just give you the general picture. Look at this. Just look at the dates. 1996, 8, 99. Look at these. Okay, next. This is just straight derivatives as reported, and this is only a small amount. The greatest amount of financial derivatives is unreported. So this is only the tip of the iceberg. Next. Now, the United States current account deficit is a combination of the actual net financial, net combination of the net trade deficit plus other deficits on financial account on trade. Given the structure of the United States today, the structure of its export, import, its production, this debt could never be repaid. That is, this deficit represents an accumulation of debt by the United States to the world, which the United States has no hope of ever being able to repay. The amount, the annual rate of the current account deficit of the United States today is probably about $1.5 trillion a year. And that is not the full extent of it, because the United States, in addition to living on what it's taking in from other countries that it's not going to be able to repay, the United States is living on an undetermined number of trillions of dollars of financial inflows into the New York market chiefly. And the New York market is being pumped up, aided by leverage, by that other money being milked out of the yen carry trade and out of the euro carry trade chiefly. Go ahead, next one. This just simply shows the other side, the deficit goods. Our deficit is such that, you know, the AFL-CIO is right. Pat Buchanan is right on this one. If I'm wrong on some other things, but he's right on this one, that we are putting ourselves into the poorhouse with free trade and globalization and WTO. We're not producing enough to meet our own requirements for survival. Next. Same thing. Same kind of figure. Next. You see what's happening. This is where the bankruptcy is occurring. This is where the financial hyperinflation is occurring, the one that's spilling over and reflected in the commodity price inflation number. Next. Right? This is a simple relationship here. Rate of mergers and the price of oil. You see, the reason for the rise in the per barrel price of petroleum, now soaring toward $50 a barrel, and who knows where after that, which will have a maximum impact on the economy if you think about things like, what does it cost to heat your home? In the year, what does it cost to transport by automobile at these kinds of price increases and so forth? This is strictly a result of nothing as much as the financial mergers and acquisitions, which is part of the whole swindle. This is back to the principle of action. In 1982-83, February 1982, I held a conference, a very largely attended conference in Washington, D.C. It was 400 or 500 celebrities of various nations, largely military and others, U.S. government, East Bloc governments, European, Western European governments. And I presented at that time what I presented as the alternative to Kissinger's policy. This is the policy which became known as Strategic Defense Initiative. Now, the important thing is to understand what the original SDI was, contrary to the idiocy which you hear in the press today about missile defense, which what you're hearing in the press is idiocy by people who are worse than idiots. They don't know anything about missile defense. What I proposed was not a simple missile defense system. What I proposed was a way of destroying Kissinger's policy. And I said so at the time in a paper which was later published in March of that year. Right? Point was, I said, here we are, we're headed for a thermonuclear confrontation with the Soviet Union, which people think they've got managed. But from a physical, technological standpoint, what they're proposing is incompetent. And therefore, where they think that Kissinger's SALT I treaty and his ABM treaty are ways to stabilize the US-Soviet conflict, they're actually ways to destabilize it by the nature of the system itself. So what we have to do is something completely different. We do have the ability to devise systems, new kinds of physical systems, which could deal effectively with thermonuclear missiles. That is, render them effectively technologically obsolete down the line. But that was not the extent of my proposal. The proposal was that instead of having the Soviet Union and the United States engage in this crazy chicken game called SALT I and ABM, why don't we find a way out of the conflict itself? How? Because the Soviet economy, like the US economy, is collapsing. The present policies of the US economy, the present policies of the Soviet economy ensure a collapse of those economies, physical collapse. So why don't we change the policy? Why don't we go back to the space program of Kennedy? And let's do what we proved with Kennedy. Remember, according to the estimates which were made in the middle of the 1970s, the United States got more than a dime of additional GNP out of every penny the United States invested in the space program, the Kennedy space program. The point is that since increases in productivity come directly only from improvements in technology derived from fundamental scientific discoveries, the higher the rate you convert fundamental physical discoveries into practice, the greater the rate of increase of productivity per capita population and per square kilometer of area. The problem of both the Soviet system and our own, though in different degrees, I said at the time, was that the United States was not generating a rate of net growth in physical productivity sufficient to maintain the economy. Therefore, we needed a program for forced draft, science-driven, technological progress with some mission, like the moon mission, but as a byproduct of that mission, such as the moon mission, we would generate spillovers in terms of technological progress by such a crash program to put the United States economy back on the plus side in terms of net growth. The Soviet economy does not work for similar reasons, different but similar reasons. Therefore, if the Soviet Union, with its vast military, scientific, technological capability, were to put that capability in cooperation with us in global technological progress, and if we focused upon developing countries, South America, Africa, Asia, to do what Roosevelt proposed be done for these countries had he not died, then the benefit of such a program would put the two things. It would put the two economies back on the plus side together with Europe. And it would also be a way of creating a global agenda which would solve the conflict problem. Now that was the SDI, the original form, which is what Reagan proposed on March 23rd, 1983 in his television broadcast. Nothing else. Later, to the Heritage Foundation and other clowns, that definition of SDI was sabotaged and destroyed. As a result, in the field, even though there are a few competent people rattling around in the cages there is no competence in the US military on this question of missile defense. It was destroyed in the summer of 1983 through the Heritage Foundation influence on Reagan administration policy. Now, I cite that now not merely because those are typical of the measures which I have proposed. And this had tremendous support in 1982 and 83, even to 84. I had meetings with some of the highest level military and other authorities in Western Europe and elsewhere, as well as in the US, on this question. I was an integral part of the planning and campaign for this. I carried this message into Europe before anybody outside the National Security Council, except me, knew about it. Yeah? And only a few people in the National Security Council knew about it, and some of them tried to sabotage it when they found out about it. But this shows there was an approach which could have solved the problem. Andropov turned it down cold. Other people in the Soviet Union looked at it much more seriously. But Andropov, who had a commitment to something else at the time, namely the British, turned it down flat without discussion. And that was the way it got killed. But nonetheless, it worked. Now, we did the same thing later, coming out of 85. We had a friend of ours who died, Kraft Erika, who was a leading space scientist, first for Germany, then for the United States. And he had become a friend of ours. When he died of cancer, Helga, my wife, organized a conference sponsored by others for him. So as part of this thing, we put our heads together. What would we do at a conference? We were going to get his friends from all over the world and so forth, and other interested people involved. We had this conference in Virginia, Reston. What would we do? And I said, well, let's take what he wanted to do and go a step further. Now, Kraft Erika's key favorite project was the automatic industrialization of the moon. And he was the man who had been working on the project in the 1950s and later for the industrial development of the moon, with the idea that the moon would be developed as Kraft Erika and others had proposed also. The moon would be developed as a base, an industrial base on which we would build much of the weight of the spacecraft we'd use to explore the solar system more extensively. So I said, why not go the next step? This was Kraft's project. He laid out a project very well defined. It's one thing to honor it. Let's do something more. Let's go to Mars. So what I did was to take the base work that Kraft had done and others had done, and simply took this and said, here's the obvious. Here's why we have to go to colonize Mars, not to build housing development on Mars, not that sort of thing, but to create a Los Alamos-type science city under the surface of Mars, which would be a base for general beyond Mars space exploration into the universe generally. To get away from the sun, because the sun is a very noisy place, and you can't see things or hear things clearly with all that noise of this big sun rumbling around up there. So if you get a bit further out, at a place with a much thinner atmosphere, you build a science base out there, and you use that as a base from which to deploy other pieces of equipment into Mars nearby space. Then you can conduct observations of the universe, which we can't do from Earth. We can do them. We can get into frequencies and so forth we otherwise can't get into. And this was. But I said the reason for doing this, it would be fairly estimated it would take us 40 years to get a landing on Mars under these kinds of conditions. So let's do it. Why? Because of the spin-off benefits of the science driver project needed to make it in 40 years. It may take you 40 years to get to Mars, but you're going to get a lot of benefits on Earth from the technological spillover in the short run. Typical of what we did. Then again, 1989, what I had forecast the previous year happened. The Soviet economy disintegrated in Eastern Europe and beyond. So Helga and others proceeded with a program which I discussed with him, known as the European Productive Triangle. It's to do the obvious thing. You take Berlin, Vienna, and Paris, which are the traditional centers of the economy of the core of Europe, of Western Europe. Build a triangle of the concentration of technology in this triangle. Connect this triangle throughout Eurasia, especially European part of Asia at the time, into the Balkans by means of technology, a technology driver, a recovery program. Then in 1992-93, Helga took it further and with others began contacting China, Beijing, on the question of building a Eurasian land bridge. These are typical routes. These are basic routes as laid out there in charts and maps and so forth we did. We have a much more extensive report, but that's the essential thing. The idea is the same thing, but this is even bigger, and it's more fun, and it's more current. One of the greatest parts of this planet, land areas of this planet, is located in a thinly populated region, which includes Western China, Siberia, Central Asia. Now, if we simply build, and we can build it in a number of ways. You've got the northern part of this system. If you go across, or it doesn't show it here, you go across the northern part, there's a tundra area. If we build something like a magnetic levitation type of rail system, which is the best for freight, not really because of speed, but for other reasons, we can actually move freight more faster and more cheaply from Europe to the Pacific than we can by ship. Furthermore, you have similar effects on Central Asia, an area which has great concentrations of potential water development sources, one of the great concentrations of mineral wealth of the planet there, then very thinly populated. And because of its thin population and so forth, it's not economically developed. Once you put a land bridge process, say from Rotterdam and so forth, all the way to Beijing and to Tokyo and whatnot. Once you put that in, and include Southeast Asia, including India, down to Southeast Asia, you now have a system under which you can economically develop one of the most thinly populated regions of the planet, in an area which is adjoined to the most densely populated regions of the planet. Europe, Western Europe, China, especially the seacoast area of China, Japan, Southeast Asia, which has some of the most densely populated, and India, most densely populated region of the planet. So you have a vast underpopulated region with vast resources, which is undeveloped because of a lack of just this. If you take the European productive triangle, as proposed earlier, connected across Asia, including across the Arctic tundra region of Siberia and Russia, into Japan, across China, use magnetic levitation, which is better for freight for a reason I won't discuss now. You suddenly have created the circumstances under which you've changed the character of economy on a global scale simply by this kind of construction. These are things we propose. These are things which should be done. Now, just look finally on these few things, and then I'm going to go to my concluding point. You've got the derivatives growing over in respect to GDP. You see what against the ratio of derivatives, financial derivatives, to gross national product. Again, here's your hyperinflation expressed in its most naked and dangerous form, and that's not even an adequate estimate of what the amount of derivatives. Next. Now look at this. Look at that point that I've indicated there in terms of this effect of the ratio of derivatives to GDP, gross national product, or gross domestic product. That's your critical point. That's where we're past now. That's where we're in the doom area. Go on next one. This now brings us to the crucial issue of action. You had a great period of development of Europe in terms of gross population, in terms of population density, it's about the same correlative, and life expectancy. This occurred over the period from the aftermath of the reign of Charlemagne with some ups and downs, and then in the great period corresponding to the cathedral building, as in the case exemplified by Chartres in France, in that period. This led then to a period here of decline in 100 years from about 1240 into 1340. Wars and so forth, to attempt to extinguish the possibility of the nation state. You had a great collapse of European civilization here. This is called the New Dark Age, which the population of Europe as a whole collapsed by 1/2. This is the period also of the Black Death. Half the parishes, the towns of Europe vanished in this period. We're now approaching a similar period globally right now. But from that point on, from the beginning of the 15th century, there was a renaissance which led to the rise of the nation state. And then from about here, about the latter part after the 30 Years' War, there has been a continuous trend of growth of population density, and of life expectancy in European civilization, up until about 30 years ago. Now we're in the decline phase. What caused this? What caused this was progress. The idea of progress, as I described it to you, became policy, leading policy in Europe in the course of the Golden Renaissance of the 15th century. Typical was this, two writings were typical by Cardinal Nicholas of Cusa. One was this Concordancia Cattolica, which was a design for the principle of the modern nation state. The second one was his writing on science, which founded modern experimental physical science. So, Dr. Ignacio. The influence of Cusa and his friends resulted in an explosion in development, in scientific development. It was Cusa's circles directly, for example, who organized the discovery of America. With Columbus in 1480, had a correspondence with a friend of Cusa's who had constructed the map of the world based on ancient sources and based on astrophysics. This map was then used by Columbus to discover the Americas. And he knew where he was going. He didn't know what the territory was named, but he knew where he was going, about how far it was and how to get there. And he got there at about the time he expected. This discovery of America was not an accident. It was an intent to establish global progress, to colonize, to create colonies, to contact other peoples, develop new nations, and to ally with those new nations to create an alliance which could bring order to the planet as a whole, as well as security to Europe. The same policy was carried out by others. It was carried out by English, the friends of Shakespeare, for example. When England became impossible for a while, under the influence of Paolo Sarpi, you had a group in England around Winthrop, and then later the Winthrops and Mathers, who developed the Massachusetts Bay Colony, which is the route from which the United States later emerged in the policies of that period, of the 17th century. But then you had more wars, attempts to destroy the nation state. The situation became almost impossible with the rise of the British monarchy. Then all hope was hinged on the United States, of the emergence of a new nation, North America, to become a model republic, to inspire the spread of the Republican principle of progress throughout Europe as a whole. And for a while that succeeded, until the French Revolution demoralized Europe, until Napoleon demoralized Europe. And then the success of Lincoln in leading a war against the British puppets called the Confederacy, again put America, the American model, this struggle for progress into the foreground. A struggle which was crushed by the events from following the assassination of McKinley. A process which was revived by Roosevelt. A process which has been crushed by the assassination of Kennedy and the ousting of Johnson to the present time. This is the issue. What's happened, we have gone into, since 1971 in particular, 66-71, since the rise of Kissinger, we've gone into a period of a great global decline, especially in European civilization. If you look at the charts of European civilization in Western Europe, look at the United States, since 1966. Look at what's happened in Russia, especially since 1990, 1992. Look what's happened in the Balkans. Look what's happened in Eastern Europe. The conditions in Eastern Europe today are worse than they were under the Soviet Warsaw Pact, by far. The conditions in East Germany today, the economic conditions are worse than they were under the DDR, under the Soviet regime there. Situation in Indonesia, unspeakable. Africa has been a victim of genocide ever since the middle of the 1960s. And the genocide, especially sub-Saharan Africa. And the genocide is willfully spreading. Since 1966, it's been the policy of the United States to promote genocide. The policy of the State Department, official policy, that U.S. lending policy, U.S. foreign policy in general, especially since Kissinger, has been to regulate the foreign policy of the United States to ensure the reduction of population in Africa and in South America, to conserve the natural resources of these regions for the future use of Europeans at the expense of the present inhabitants, to make sure that the Africans and people in South America, Mexico, and so forth don't use up the natural resources which the Kissinger's sponsors covet for the later part of this century. It's been the policy. We have entered a period, a dark age, like the period from the launching of the Guelph League Wars, about 1240 AD, into the new dark age of the middle of the 14th century, a period of moral, economic decline and cultural decline, which the very existence of civilized life on this planet, while maybe not threatened with extinction, is threatened with near obliteration for periods as long as several generations. That's where we stand. And that's what the issue is. That's the strategic issue. Now, the question today is, how can we save the nation state? Because the idea of the nation state, as the Declaration of Independence and the preamble of the Constitution in particular define it, is the only thing that can save this planet from a dark age. The U.S. public today is fairly described as a ship of fools. Most people in the United States are a bunch of fools. They're a pack of fools. Their opinion is the opinions of fools. It's not really entirely their fault. They should know better. But that's the condition they found themselves. It was a condition which the baby boomers enjoy as a result of most of my generation's corruption. But the baby boomers studied well and became more corrupt than my generation succeeded in becoming. They became very influential and quite naturally produced a generation which is more corrupt than they were. We now have produced the younger generation of Pokemon addicts who are prepared to kill their grandparents and eliminate record of the cycle. The issue here is how to revive this nation. The theme which I chose for this event today was chosen because of the implication of the way which Russian President Putin and others reacted to the sinking of the Kursk. Obviously, from what I've said, and if you look at what I wrote and spoke in October of 1999 in Storm Over Asia, nothing that happened surprises me. I didn't predict the sinking of the Kursk in particular, but I forecast exactly that kind of development, and that kind of confrontation is coming to a head. It's come to a head. But the important thing about this development was the fact that Putin reacted, in a sense, somewhat the way Franklin Roosevelt reacted to the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Is the Russian people had put up with a process of degradation and corruption, which had almost destroyed Russia as a nation and its people as a population. Over the period, particularly 1992 to the present, with a big help in that direction earlier from what was called glasnost by Gorbachev, which was actually invented by Andropov. So finally, a Russian president has acted in a way which portends a possible turning of the corner in Russia. That is a mixed blessing, because actually the nuclear threat continues. And as long as idiots like Brzezinski are running loose and threatening to make war on Russia and other places, the possibility of a nuclear reaction against Brzezinski and Gore and George Bush Jr. is there. So it's a very mixed blessing. But Russia has shown in its present leadership a determination to survive and to recover. The possibilities for that recovery are significant. In this circumstance, the present circumstance, now that Japan and China and Southeast Asia and others are moving toward breaking from the United States and Britain on the question of global policy, Russia can play a very significant role, not as a world power trying to get an empire, but as a nation state with a very significant position, geographical and economic and otherwise, as sitting on part of the greatest single concentration of undeveloped natural resources in a thinly populated part of the world in Central and Northern Asia. This includes Western China. That in order to have developed this part of the world, to meet the problems which China faces and other nations, and Europe as well, Europe requires large-scale markets for the revival of Western Europe's high-tech machine tool export capability. Without Germany's exporting of 40% of its product in machine tool grade export, the German economy cannot live. It'll die. Without the revival of the German economy, the economies of all Western Europe will collapse and disintegrate. Therefore, Germany and all Europe together, continental Europe in particular, looks for markets to the east. The vehicle for those markets is via Russia into this development in Central Asia in cooperation with Japan and so forth. The importance of Russia in this is the importance of establishing, to have a viable recovery, what is called a full-set economy. By full-set economy, what is generally meant is an economy which has enough of all of the requisite elements of technological skill needed to maintain a modern economy. Without a revival of the economy of Russia, its participation with Western Europe, in conjunction with Japan, Korea, China, India, Southeast Asia, Iran, and so forth, in joint development, it is not possible to reverse in time the great danger to civilization, which is fruit of the past 30 to 35 years of decadence of our civilization. And thus, the fact that Russia is pulling its act together is admittedly a mixed bag. It may be the harbinger of an actual thermonuclear war if idiots in the United States and Britain continue to push for that. But on the other hand, if we are able to get the United States to take a proper role, to recognize its own legacy, and to play a partnership role with Europe, with Russia, with India, with countries in South and Central America, with Africa, in bringing this planet back into shape, the development of Russia, its recovery, can be a great blessing for us all. Now, as in the case when I proposed the SDI back in 1982-83, again, on the table is an option, a strategic option, which can get us out, at least our posterity, out of the mess bequeathed to us by the followers of the past 35 years. The question is, will what I propose be accepted? If not, the penalty is beyond the comprehension of virtually anybody in this room. It must be done. Therefore, what counts? What action is important? What act can you take that means anything? If you ignore this issue and the issues related to it, then what do you get? All your dreams and all your labors and all your aspirations and your progeny go into the sewer with your negligence. If you can concentrate, as in a flanking operation, on this option, this alternative to chaos, then everything else good you might do will work. If you do not, they won't. Again, I was referring again earlier today, the same thing. One of the great events in all history was the destruction of the Persian Empire by Alexander the Great under the counsel of Plato's successors in the leadership of the Council of the Academy of Athens. In the final analysis, Alexander went onto the plains of Gaugamela with a couple 100,000 forces, Macedonians, Greeks chiefly, against a vast horde of the Persian Empire. And on that day, on that field of battle, the Persian Empire and its host were destroyed. And the Persian Empire obliterated for all millennia to come. Again, later, that was imitated in a certain way by Hannibal at Cannae, where a superior Roman host, to its own folly, was defeated by an inferior host with a superior brain. And that has been repeated in military history a number of times. That in such situations, it is not the simple-minded action by simple-minded people, even well-armed and powerful, which determines the outcome of battle. In a true strategic flanking operation, it is the superior mind which finds and selects the action which brings victory. The question is, do we have the ability to focus upon preference and priority for the single kind of flanking action upon which alone victory depends? Thank you.
Okay, Lynn, I was quite struck by the discussion you had this afternoon on the idea of the embedded in the U.S. Constitution, how it came forward with Lincoln, and how that affected the World War II generation, and then how that resonated again through FDR and was at the center of the civil rights movement. Now, of course, many baby boomers think that the civil rights movement was the victory of the baby boomers, the golden generation, and so on. And of course, we know that's not the case. But what's interesting to me is with the discussion you've had of the effect of the Truman Depression and the collapse of morality from the World War II generation coming home after the war to the immorality that created the baby boomers. And yet it was your generation which was responsible for a moral reawakening with the civil rights movement. Now, as we look around today, there are many supporters of you and our movement who are somewhat cynical that we can move the baby boom generation and Generation X. But I think that having come through the McCarthy period, the Eisenhower administration, and then being mobilized for the civil rights movement gives some example of the kind of leadership. And given that this is the weekend of Dr. Martin Luther King and that you've spoken about this quite a bit, I wonder if you can take that to discuss a little bit this question of the kind of leadership that's required of us today.
As I said yesterday in the discussion of the same matter, that on the question of Christianity, which is what the issue is here, on the principles on which the United States is founded, that one should not speak according to what one is taught to say as doctrine. Above all, in such matters, one should speak the truth.
And above all, to speak the truth, you must speak truthfully. You must not claim to know anything you don't know. And therefore, the fact that someone has taught you or you believe it is correct doctrine is no grounds for saying anything important on any important subject. If you learned it at college, it's not legitimate to say it, especially these days. Now, on the question of, is man made in the image of God? I can say with certainty that I know that. I can say with certainty that I know that every man and woman is made in the image of God. I can prove it. It's a scientific fact. Right? Now, therefore, the question is to understand the Constitution, you have to understand a number of people. Among the people most important to understand is Gottfried Leibniz, who, in a sense, was my mentor from my 14th year of age. Now, how do I know this? And I defy anybody to say the contrary, and I will say it's untrue. Because of what I described today, cognition. That cognition is a power which resides in every person if we develop it. Cognition is a power which every person has if they are developed. Cognition is associated with a passion, which Plato calls a passion for truth, which the Apostle Paul, in places such as 1 Corinthians 13, says if you are not of this passion, that everything else you pretend to believe or do is worthless. You are empty, you are tinkling brass. What is this passion? In Greek is called agape. In the language of Plato, in the language of Paul, also in the language of the Apostle John in his gospel. This is love. This is love of mankind. It is love of truth. It is love of justice. One's cause is that which makes the individual in the image of God. Therefore, it is impossible and immoral to teach students to learn. It is moral not to teach students to know. What they learn through cognition, they know. What they learn through words and textbooks and repetition and dutiful repetition of phrases, speak after me, they don't know. They have merely learned it. And if they say they know, they lie. And they lie above all to themselves as well as their friends. Therefore, I know all men are made in the image of God, because this power, which we recognize by a passion called in the Greek agape, is the power to discover the principles of the universe and more. And by that act of discovery, to command the universe, to obey us. Thus, when I read in Genesis first that man is made in the image of God, nothing about Adam and Eve there, man and woman are each made in the image of God to exert dominion over all living things, over this planet, over this universe. I know that's true. It's a fact of cognition. Thus, if man is of this nature, must we not have a society according to man's nature? And is it not evil to have anything in society which is contrary to man's nature? What is man's nature? Man is made in the image of God. Every baby is an angel made in the image of God with this power. It is an evil not to develop that power. It is an evil to drive that child into insanity, to oppress that child, to deprive it of nurture, to deprive it of the development of its cognitive powers, to cut it off from great art, to deprive it of a scientific education is a crime. It's a crime against humanity. And nobody loves humanity, and nobody is a Christian who denies that or allows that to occur. By this power, man rules the universe, and that is right. Because this power is a godlike power. And therefore must not society be constituted in such a way that society is provided the nurture, the assurance of the nurture, the education, the development of the cognitive powers of every child? And once we've educated the child, shall we put the child into slavery or degradation to make his suffering more acute precisely because he realizes that he's being abused? Must we not order society in such a way that it is fitting, a fitting place to live and work for the mission of that angel, which is the individual human being? Now, who knew this? Who wrote the Constitution? Well, a fellow called Gottfried Leibniz. And Gottfried Leibniz was the person who influenced, through Benjamin Franklin and his circle, who influenced and shaped the American Revolution. The most important works of Leibniz were against a man who was a true servant of the devil, John Locke. And these ideas that Leibniz expressed in this form, as they found themselves into the Declaration of Independence, were ideas that Leibniz wrote in denunciation of the evil intrinsic to British liberalism, that of the satanic John Locke. The life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Happiness is what? Happiness is agape. Happiness is joy in being human by expressing in the noblest degree that which is human. Happiness is seeing other people happy in this way. Is seeing joy, the light turn on in a blank face of a child. To see a child that seemed ignorant and dirty and helpless, and this child suddenly turns alive and comes alive and discovers something beautiful, science or art. That's happiness. Because you're only coming this way for one short time, and your happiness will have to be taken in how you perform your mission. As a good Samaritan in the larger sense. That is what the meaning is. Because remember, John Locke said life, liberty, and property. And property was the hallmark of slavery. John Locke was cited. John Locke was emblazoned in the Confederate Constitution. John Locke's life, liberty, and property were the defense of the peculiar institution, very peculiar, called slavery, on which the United States, by the way, lost money. The slave owners made money, the cotton manufacturers made money, but the United States lost money on it. It was not a profitable proposition, which makes it all the more evil because it was not done for profit, it was done for evil. Evil. The people who did it were not bad, misguided, they were evil. Now Lincoln was a student of these matters, and Lincoln, by the way, was also a student of William Shakespeare. His position papers to his cabinet were generally long quotations from William Shakespeare's dramas. And some of them used to complain loudly about that. But see, Lincoln was a genius, and he knew what Shakespeare was. Booth didn't. Booth was sort of a predecessor of Sir Laurence Olivier, the man who was the British imitator of, what's his name, this American actor? Mumbles, Marlon Brando. Yeah, Mumbles Brando. So he understood that in Shakespeare, taking up these Greek tragic themes was precisely the knowledge of statecraft which his cabinet needed to understand what he was going to do. So Lincoln made this policy. He revived the American Constitution in exactly the way that Martin came to understand it, as Martin expressed it clearly. You see, in order to make each of us whole, we must make other people whole. In order to find our own humanity, we must give other people their humanity. That's what angels do. You're nothing but what you do in your mission. Your mission essentially is to contribute to humanity. Now, let's take the question, the last part of the question. What about the baby boomer? The characteristic feature of the baby boomer is they don't know what love is and they don't know what happiness is. It all comes out in the midlife crisis. They feel that their sexual potency is waning, their wife no longer attracts them, and they have a midlife crisis. Because they are creatures of pleasure, not happiness. Look at their entertainment. Look at the changes in entertainment in Europe and in the United States over the period of the past 30-odd years. We had a shift from a farce, an objet d'art, as just referred to by George, where art, instead of being something in which the population was involved as a participant, and the artist was a vehicle for evoking participation from the audience, it was an object to look at, to admire, to comment on. Look at the reviews. Look at the reviews from before 1966. In any newspaper, in virtually all newspapers. Read Musical America. Read any of these publications from that period. The art was never addressed. A comment on the art. It was like, what color dress was worn to the opera by the singer? Something to that order. So we were tasters of culture, but at least we pretended to taste. Now they got bored with that after 1966, and Bob Dylan came in. And let me just describe the situation in 1968, September of 1968, which describes the situation perfectly. There's a fellow who some of us knew, Tony and I and others knew, who was a student at Columbia University, and I knew him from 1966-67 period. I knew him because I had written a pamphlet on third world issues called The Third Stage of Imperialism, which he was much attracted to at that point, and had approached me and engaged in an intelligent conversation on this subject. At a later point, he became part of the, or shall we say, he went to pot and took a trip through the acid route in between. And I saw him degenerate, and I attended a session in September of 1968, which he was addressing a typical Columbia student, undergraduate, graduate student audience. You wanted to say the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel was completely coherent prose compared with this, what was going on there. This man was speaking in broken sentences, in garbled and mangled words at that. And he was getting cheers and all kinds of erotic exultation coming out of the audience. As far as I was concerned, there was no communication, about as much communication as walking a cage full of monkeys getting excited at the zoo. And yet they seemed to be pleased. Later I had an explanation. These were fragments from Bob Dylan something or others. And the very citation of little fragments from this garbage, this pig pen of language, would produce among the giggly types in the front row and so forth. But the characteristic of the baby boomer was an occupation, an obsession with pleasure. This obsession with pleasure came from their parents in a very peculiar way. The parents were, as you might suspect, of my generation. And the parents who were typified by people with whom I've served in India and Burma during my overseas stint during World War II. And before we came back on the boat, and as we came back on the boat, we were pretty much of a pro-Roosevelt inclination. We had seen what the British did in their colonies. We had a smell of what happened to most of the people on this planet. And I proposed, and most people accepted the idea, that when we return to the United States, we should see to it the last vestiges of every damned empire on this planet ought to be eliminated while we in the United States have the power to do so. Just eliminate the empires. The British Empire, the French Empire, the Dutch Empire, the Portuguese Empire. Just cancel them out. And give these countries what they wanted, a chance to have access to the opportunity for development which we prized for ourselves. And I can tell you that a majority of my fellow servicemen agreed. They were inspired, they were ennobled by what Roosevelt meant in the recovery of the United States from an appalling depression and getting through the war. They came back off the boat in what I thought would be reasonably good moral condition. But within a year to two after that, I discovered the quite contrary. Truman turned the American servicemen into animals, and he had already succeeded with their wives. What had happened is remember that Roosevelt was determined to eliminate imperialism. The British turned it around with Truman, and Truman loved the British. He was a man of poor taste, you know. And so therefore we gave the British back their empire. The British got us to give the French back their empire. The Portuguese were given their empire. The Dutch were given their empire back. And we said, the big issue is Russia. So Stalin is over there, not thinking about any war, but they whomped up a good threat against the Soviet Union, and Stalin turned into a raving character. Now the big enemy is communism. So now we ally with our enemy, our age-old enemy, the Brits. And I can tell you, my fellow American, and I went to visit, the course of post-war period, old buddies and so forth, to see many of the people I served with overseas. And they had turned into animals, and their wives were worse. Don't get into trouble. Don't say what you think. Don't do what you think. We lost 5 years in the war to make up for it. We've got to build this family. We've got to get security. We've got to get that job. We've got to get this. Don't get into trouble. Don't think that. Don't say that. Don't be associated with that. They became totally immoral pigs because what they said was not premised upon what they believed to be true or truthful. It was not premised on a sense of justice. It was not premised on reality. It was premised upon that sewer pipe that leads to the cesspool of history called mainstream thinking. These were the parents of the baby boomer generation. This was the culture these families represented, especially those who sent their children to universities in the 1960s. So don't be surprised the way the baby boomers turned out on the crisis of the missile crisis. Yeah? Some of you remember what the missile crisis was like those weeks. There were a lot of lies were told about that, by the way, that should be cleaned up in due course. We've got the documentation now. The lies can be proven. The British set up Khrushchev in this one against the United States. Our dear old ever-loving British allies. Typical of them. That. The shooting of Kennedy and the cover-up. And the smell of the cover-up was all over the place. People say conspiracy theory. These people are degenerates. No conspiracy theory. The facts were there. Somebody killed the president. It wasn't one guy with a pop gun. It didn't shoot straight. And there were issues involved, important issues of the highest strategic significance in eliminating Kennedy. A job done by the same people who tried to eliminate de Gaulle. Yeah? The same people, same collection of people who are running that terrorist operation in Chiapas State in Mexico today. Yeah? Same crowd. The same people who created the Sendero Luminoso terrorists in Brazil and are in Peru, the narco terrorists. Yeah? So they took these pretty children who came from families who had abandoned truthfulness, who had abandoned justice, abandoned morality for the sake of being part of the mainstream that leads to the cesspool. So these children were subjected to a shock, and they had no inner moral strength. They believed in nothing because they didn't want to believe in anything. They wished to induce themselves to be perceived believing. in what was considered advantageous. What we produced was a bunch of children who pretended to believe, but who believed precisely nothing, except in success and security and avoiding trouble, like drafts, like strong, cold, or hot drafts that might lead to Vietnam. You know? That's what we produced. We produced people who were essentially hedonists, pleasure seekers, opportunists who would do anything to get in the mainstream, to get the brass ring on the mainstream sewer ride. And you wondered why they were so easily brainwashed? You had people changing their sex every morning on campuses in the middle of the 1960s. I mean, they were changing everything. There was no morality. The popular culture was cultural relativism. Social relativism, moral relativism. They didn't study anything. They didn't learn. They didn't know anything. They wouldn't go through the experience of knowing. They would learn. They would go to the library, read a book, get a text. That's knowledge. The book's a lie. How's that knowledge? It's carnal knowledge of a book. So the problem here is you have a generation, the baby boomer generation, which includes our president. Our president's major political problem is that he's a baby boomer. If you understand the baby boomer problem and you look at every mistake, every blunder the president makes, there's no other political motive for it but his fact that he's proud of being a baby boomer. He thinks of his generation as the golden generation. It was our generation who were revived by Kennedy because he became president. We were revived with optimism, and that was the impetus that carried the civil rights movement forward. The civil rights movement began to die in 1964. It died because the Ford Foundation, other foundations, took over and tried to split the civil rights movement. As long as Martin was alive, Martin knew how to handle the problem. He insisted on nonviolence in the movement in order to keep under control those who wanted to use violence as a method. Those who were usually on the payroll of various foundations. Martin understood the power of love. Martin understood the power of truth. Martin understood that you had to give the African American a mission. The very poor, they were poor people mostly. They were have-nots mostly. What do you get a have-not to give? But they gave. They gave the opportunity because Martin loved them. Martin gave them identity. Martin made them angels who were coming through a slum, a dump, into a place where people were rallying and said, we have a mission. We are going to change this nation into what it must become. Yeah. It was Martin. Love. Now there are two lessons to be learned from that. One is the baby boomer won't admit it, but the baby boomer is a miserable creature. And their children are more miserable than they are. The baby boomer is a miserable existentialist stuck in a swamp of history. The Generation Xer doesn't know where the swamp is located. They're miserable people. They have nothing. They have no happiness. They have no joy. They have no beauty. What do they look at? Sex, violence, gore. That's their entertainment, pleasure, sadomasochistic hedonism. They don't have happiness. How do you deal with the people like that? My recipe is you have to love them. And you have to say, well, Christ had to deal with some pretty bad characters himself, didn't he? And the only solution is you have to love them. And you have to bring them to an understanding of happiness. And you have to use the shock when everything in which they thought they believed, all this paper mache, all this glitter, all this all-night techno dancing, whatever else it is, it doesn't work anymore. The lights go off for the techno joint. because the power is shut off. And they have to bring in a substitute act, there's Madeleine Albright. Fortunately, she has the decency to keep her clothes on. Or they'd all pass out. In any case, so that's the point. Yes, we can reach these guys, but you have to have, first number, you have to understand these are human beings. They're not in very good condition. The crate was opened. The contents were heavily contaminated. They were delivered at your door in terrible condition. They stank. They hadn't been bathed in a long time. But they're yours. And the first thing you have to do is you have to give them some motivation. And the motivation is not money. The motivation is not pleasure. They've had too much of that. The motivation is happiness. The motivation is the joy of a childlike joy in making a discovery which is an act of cognition, which gives them a sense of beauty. Drama, classical art forms, science, teach them. Give them a sense of joy. Give them a sense that it is important to be themselves, that there's something beautiful inside them. People will not fight in this time for money. They won't fight for this objective. They're not going to fight for this practical program, that practical program, because they're draft dodgers. They don't fight. They steal, but they don't fight. Huh? What you have to do is give them human character by evoking it from within them, awakening it. And that's what we have to do. You have to love them. But to love a person is not the kind of tough love they talk about at the IMF, but the other kind. We don't put up with any nonsense, but we want the best for you.